next schedules to complete it.
Okay, well, it's been an iterative process, but I think we're moving towards an increasingly better position. Councillor Chris D.
Thank you. I'm not sure whether we are though, because we've gone from 7, when the report is being updated to 4, with the intention of going to 18. Now, we seem to have satisfied the boards and I think a lot of Aucklanders in refining and better sort of sifting the DC policy out and letting it touch communities more directly. But these recommendations under 7AI bring it back from 7 to 4, but the talk is going to 18. This feels like going backwards to ultimately go forward. Now I don't get that. I'm of a mind to be running with reserve acquisition and reserve development in the 7 categories in the original proposal on page 215. We're saying reserve acquisition Auckland-wide. We're saying reserve development in the 7 segments. Stormwater, I can live with that as it's identified under 7A Roman 2, but and transport I can live with, but the community infrastructure, reserve acquisition and development, I think we're going backwards with that recommendation up on the board. I think we're best to sit with the 7 segments. Now, please, if I'm missing something here, please explain it, but at the moment I cannot get any benefit in going to the 7A Roman 1.
The reason we're proposing to go from 1 to 4 to 18 is because there's a better match between 1 to 4 to 18 than there is 1 to 7 to 18. A much better match. So that would mean that the change when we went to the more detailed level, which we definitely want to do, and we're halfway, more than halfway to being able to do it, but we need more time, would be a more sensible stepping than 1 to 7 to 18. Bobby, have you got anything to add to that?
Yeah, one of the fundamentals is the proposed 7 were like north, central, southwest, which meant whether you were in the rural area or non-rural area, you were going to be paying the same price based on an average. The new way they're looking, parks are looking at it is to split it between greenfield, urban and rural, because they know there's a distinction in price of a land acquisition across those areas. And so this would show different price signalling of a closer alignment of the amount of capex they need to provide for reserves in those areas.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I get this now.
Yeah, good.
But I think the Roman numeral 1 needs to be, it needs to articulate the timing. Otherwise, I think our community, particularly boards, will read that as fait accompli, and that's not the case. So I think I'll leave it with yourself and the staff. I think it needs to be, that motion, A Roman 1, needs to be refined.
Yes, I think that's fine. And look, I'm sure Andrew and his 3 musketeers up there will be able to sort that out and come back to us in about a minute.
Is that satisfying?
And report back in October 2015.
Oh, no, you're jamming. Just sit there and think a bit. And I'm sure there'll be someone else who will want to speak on this item while we're waiting for you to concoct an appropriate resolution.
It does need to signal that there's a lot of work
that does.
right underway.
It just can't be, and we're reporting back. So there needs to be a little bit of a line in there, you know. You're expressing an exasperation here, Councillor Bill. You right?
Yeah, I'm just thinking it's all that the staff are saying is this is a refinement process, so it's all perfectly logical.
But remember, Councillor Bill, logic doesn't sometimes extend to the general community. When we think it's logical, sometimes they need it in black and white. And remember, we've gone through quite a lot of changes on our DC policy. It's caused us some serious angst, particularly in your backyard. Yep. So I thought you would have liked a bit of clarity.
I just think that people get that we're moving through getting this better.
Yeah. Yeah. I think sometimes they do. Councillor Penn.
Thank you, and thank you for the work that you've done on this, because I think it does recognise I think it probably needs to be pointed out that the stormwater funding areas, those are catchment areas, aren't they? Because they're not local board areas. So, I mean, when you read Waitemata, it's not the Waitemata board, it's the area. So maybe we just need to have
Yeah, that is confusing.
stormwater catchment areas and
That is
say
confusing.
stormwater funding catchment areas or something.
Yep, we can add that.
That's a name that's migrated around.
Mr Chair, I'm happy to move. I think the words are done.
Right, the words are done. Okay, can we just kindly have the done words?
And report back in October 2015 on a further refinement to 18 funding areas.
And that specifies it, and
Yeah,
that's
it's
good. Happy to move.
You okay with that, Bill?
Yeah, it's refinement. Where have I heard that before?
Oh, beautiful. Okay, well, councillor Chris D will move that and councillor Bill will second it. So I think we can move that as a group. That would be A to C. All right? We good?
Yep.
Right. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, passed.
Mr Chair, I'm just asking, I want to ask a question in relation to a proposed amendment I put up yesterday. It was in relation to West Haven Promenade development. And it seems that when I got this back, we'd actually passed the item that we were talking about. So, which I was told it should have been 13.3. So it seems that, you know, I looked at that and I thought...
I think you're making it up, councillor
I'm not
George.
making it up. I'm not making it up.
I didn't hear anything of this proposed amendment.
Well, I've got it from somebody's written on it.
Yeah. Consider it done, I think you'd written.
Oh, come on.
No, well, I'm
We've
just-
gone through it and you just weren't watching.
Oh, no, you can't say that. This is it's an important issue that I want to raise, and I've been talking about it since we had lots of workshops, and now it seems that I'm told, oh, it's out of order, or the mayor's not going to put it up. Well, I just think that's kind of completely against what we're trying to do here. I'm trying to find ways of saving money. I've come up with this idea,
Yes.
and now we kind of are told, well, can't be done. So I just are kind of wanting to know where I stand.
Well, councillor George, you're sitting there at the moment, so
It sounds like The Bachelor, doesn't it?
this was under Auckland Development. In fact, the first item we considered, and we moved that, Auckland Development, I moved the Voss Yard, and so, well, there you go. Councillor George, so you've got a concern about what?
Well, it's not specifically about that. It's specifically about a line item in the capital projects, which I have raised at the workshops. I've made it known that I have concerns about this. I'm trying to find savings, and I thought this was one where there could have been savings that could accrue.
Okay.
So
You know me, councillor George, I'm a very generous man. So we will deal with that at the conclusion.
Okay, thank you.
I just don't want to hear any other stories around the traps about the fact that we've gone well past stuff and someone else digging out another proposed change or addition that they would like to make.
Mr Mayor,
Yeah, well, I don't want to hear from
you
you.
opened that invitation.
Councillor Cam, I've got a lot of stuff from yours.
I just wanted to reiterate, as I from the top table had already, that in Parks, Community and Lifestyle, there are a few things left lying
Yes, there are.
around the Parr Homestead and the likes, and
Yes.
I had a suggested amendment around your favourite issue, Meadowbank
Yes,
Community
I know, that
Centre,
will be
and so
considered
that's
at
still
that
there.
time.
Thank you.
Yeah, but you'd actually raised that yesterday.
Yeah.
Unlike councillor George, who was not even contemplating it at that time.
No, it was, Mr Mayor.
You were
Here's the paper that I put up yesterday.
Councillor George, I'm prepared to
okay.
hear you, so
Okay.
why don't you stop while you're here? Okay. So, right, here we go. So this is item 9. Okay, so A, UAGC.
8.
Oh, did we just shoot straight past? I'm so looking forward to item 9. Okay, well, item 8 is a bit of a given. I'll move that. Is there a seconder? Yes, councillor Chris, there'll be no debate here. All those in
Oh,
favour?
Mr Chair, is this, what are we talking about? Are we talking about
We're talking about undertaking a
Going so quick.
funding review, etc. This is exactly what you should be supportive of.
I'm very supportive of this. Thank you for taking this on board, Mr Mayor.
And this, Mr Mayor, just for clarity,
I'll
this
move it,
does
actually.
include a
I'll move
look
it, since it was
at our
mine.
strategic assets.
Oh, yeah.
We're
No,
putting,
I'll move it.
we're
already
doing
done that.
serious analysis around the
I'll move it.
So Linda's moving it
proceeds
and I'm
versus the
seconding
sale.
It's moved and seconded.
Really?
Moved and seconded. Thank
Well,
you. All those in favour say aye.
I, all a bit woolly, but anyway.
I actually put that up.
Right, order please.
Who's moving and seconding then?
Now we've got item 9. I was the second. Was I? Oh, right.
Didn't we pass it yesterday too?
No.
Good try.
That's right, we might have. Okay, so we'll do A and B separately, obviously. Okay, A, now I have an indication, actually something George did talk to me about yesterday, and that was the fact that he would like to have a bite at this. So, Councillor George, A, we've got the uniform general charge there. You've got a proposed amendment.
Well, yeah, but I think my colleague has got one which probably would be better if it was done first, because
Councillor
it's for a higher level, which would,
Yeah,
is-
I operate at a high level.
Yeah.
you know, he thinks at a different
No,
level.
no, Councillor George.
Well, mine,
You just give me yours and then I'll deal with everything after that.
yeah, mine is that, if I can find it, yep, that the recommendation 9A be amended to change the quantum of the uniform annual general charge to $500.
Yep, thank you.
And I need.
Is there a seconder?
Second,
I'll second it.
Right, good on
I've
you.
already done that with the transport.
She's not in the room.
Okay, thank you.
Now, well, my position is simply that.
Oh, just stop.
sorry.
So we'll allow you to have a say, of course. Councillor Cam, you got another one coming in there too?
I've got another one. I also had a $500 one, but George put me to the bottom of that amendment list, so I've gone one better, Mr Mayor.
Yeah.
And I'm going for the full 30% at $900.
Good on you. Excellent. Okay, so there's those two there. So you're seconded anywhere? So you got a seconder?
Sharon,
Councillor
Second to Sharon Stewart.
Right, good.
Oh,
Okay, all right, well, look, I suspect that this issue has been so well talked out that I'll take a speaker for the one and a speaker for the other, and then I think we just get on with it. So, Councillor George.
Well, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I've studied this backwards and forwards. As councillors are aware, there can be a 30% uniform annual general charge as set out in the Local Government Rating Powers Act or some similar act, which indicates that 30% of the council's income can be taken to ensure that those services that everyone enjoys across the board are paid for by a universal amount, and then the rest of it is worked out on the capital value of properties, which and our people will say, well, if you look at the material that is supplied by the officers showing the different impacts, I think that is erroneous, and you've actually got to look at individual properties across the whole area, and I've used the rates calculator to do that, and I think that gives you a far better overall indication of what the impacts are and what the impacts aren't. And I think that a higher UAGC is actually far more fair than what we have at the moment, which is 385, which started off at 350, increased by the rate of rate increases. And I think that it is not fair, especially when we have people across this city today who are paying exorbitant rates, huge rates, and they are not people in many cases that are well off. They're on fixed income, low income, and they're in the situation they are now because their properties have increased in value considerably, and it makes it very unfair to those people. So this does have some impact, not a lot of impact, as Councillor Brewer's quantum of 900 would have, but I think this is a fairer way than the very low uniform annual general charge that we have in the budget at the present time. So, councillors, we've talked about this quite a lot. I don't know if councillors have really studied it as closely as I have, but I'm certain that the higher the UAG, the fairer the rate income or the rate take is. Now, some councillors actually said, well, we've actually just raised the uniform annual general charge when we implemented the $99 residential and $159 business transport targeted rate. Now, that is a separate rate, I say, and it won't have the impact on ratepayers across the board as the same way that this will have. So, councillors, you're all aware that I've been passionate about making some changes. It's not just the higher valued properties. This extends right across the Auckland region. So, councillors, please support this, and let's move that uniform annual general charge to a more realistic but fair level. Thank you.
Yeah. Right, thank you. Councillor George. Now, Councillor Cam, I'm just getting a little bird whispering in my ear about the amount that you've put on yours. Why don't you just leave it at 30%? We don't know whether or not, 900 might be over the top.
Okay, can we say...
The maximum amount.
Well, can we say approximately 900 just to put it in there? Because people understand that, they don't understand the 30%.
Yep, that's good.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Cam, your fault.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think Councillor Woods covered off most of the issues that we annually debate, and as I know you personally have enjoyed these debates over 20 years now, Mr Mayor.
Thank you
and
very much,
so we're
Councillor.
happy to serve them up again. As Councillor Woods says, this is all about fairness, and this better represents our rates as far as the fact that every Aucklander has equal access, every property owner, to council services, amenities and infrastructure. And I think one of the issues we always have, and I think the staff communicated this as best they can, is that when we go out in submission form of do you support a higher fixed charge, human nature takes over, and often you see people go, no. And but when you go to the Have Your Say events and talking around the tables of Oraki and Howick and North Shore and other places, people do talk it through and understand it and can see the common sense in it. I know that this is at the top end of it, but I also note that Councillor Wood, who ran a very successful council over on the North Shore for a number of years, also ran 30% or approximately a 900 UAGC or equivalently. And this is a note to the higher valued properties in Auckland, and it doesn't take much to be a higher valued property. Even little old Meadowbank's a $1 million suburb now, Mr Mayor. These areas have been socked repeatedly. They were the ones, ironically, that were out there booing the anti-amalgamation protesters, because Auckland City and others were quite encouraged by the real promise of amalgamation and the fact that it would hopefully contain costs, reduce staff, and deliver some real economies of scale and see those rates increases flatten out. That was the promise. And since then, many have been facing year-on-year 10% rates increases. As some of us are concerned with that cap disappearing, some will be seeing 20% rates increases with no cap, no transition. Some might be seeing 40% and so on. Not just some, but many thousands. And so this is about some fairness after those people in higher valued properties paying much higher rates and big rates increases over the last 4 years, to see some fairness introduced to our rating system. I note, Mr Mayor, just to wind up, that we've been passing unsuccessfully UAGC amendments, 3rd of November 2011, 23rd of May 2012, 9th of May 2013, and Councillor Dick Quacks and I tried a 551 on the 5th of November 2014 for consultation. But I am encouraged, Mr Mayor, that so many centre-left councillors voted for a regressive tax yesterday that they will have no hesitation in adding to the front page news today and supporting this amendment. So I encourage you all, the time has come for a higher UAGC. I'm pitching it up higher. Councillor Wood is coming in at a more strategic, more moderate, more pragmatic way, but I certainly, for those that believe in the concept of a higher UAGC, I put it out to you, support a 900 or approximately 900, 30% of the total rates, because this will be our last chance until 2018. Previously, we've debated this annually, but it's becoming increasingly clearer because it's a significant rating policy. It's now a triennial issue, and so we've got to get it right. This is the first and last time that we'll have a chance today to set the UAGC for the next 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor King. Okay, my suggestions, I say, it's a very, very, very well-trod path.
Yeah.
And so what I think we'll do, we'll put Councillor Woods, Councillor Brewer's proposal for a, now you need to change that, a uniform charge, maximum charge possible, something like that. So the maximum 30%.
Yeah, maximum 30% or approximately $900, whatever comes first.
So they're independent of one another, Mr Mayor?
Yeah, we see that, Councillor.
So people can vote for both?
Yeah, no, that's right.
Yeah.
All right, ready?
By division on that.
Yeah, by
first
division.
one. Yeah, we like these ones, they don't get our numbers.
I'd like to see my photo in the paper with a tick beside it.
Yeah, tick. Tick, tick.
I'm looking for another unopposed.
Your Worship.
I'll tell you what it was.
Councillor Nye.
No.
Councillor Brewer.
Or.
Councillor Casey.
No.
Councillor Cashmore.
No.
Councillor Clow. No. Councillor Cooper.
Against.
Councillor Darby.
No.
Councillor Filipaina.
Against.
Councillor Holst, Councillor Crum.
Against.
Councillor Lee.
No.
Councillor Penrose.
No.
Councillor Quacks.
Yes.
Councillor Stewart.
Yes.
Member Taipari.
No.
Member Namane.
No.
Councillor Wayne Walker.
No.
Councillor Watson.
No.
Councillor Wood.
Yes.
Councillor Webster.
No.
There's lions outside of the chamber and kittens inside.
No idea.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Is that from The Lion King?
Know what it means?
Very good.
That was very good.
Councillor Quakes is using a lot of sort of anomaly analogies around lines over the last couple of days. Okay, it's lost 16-4. Put the second amendment, and that is 500.
By division then, please.
Yes, of course. No.
Councillor Nye.
No.
Councillor Brewer.
Or.
Councillor Casey.
No.
Councillor Cashmore.
No.
Councillor Clow. Councillor Cooper.
Or.
Councillor Darby.
4.
Councillor Filipaina.
Against.
Councillor Crum.
Or.
Councillor Lee.
No.
Councillor Penrose.
No.
Councillor Quacks.
Yes.
Councillor Stewart.
Yes.
Member Taipari.
No.
Member Namane.
No.
Councillor Wayne Walker.
No.
Councillor Watson.
No.
Councillor Webster.
Yes.
Councillor Wood.
Yes.
And myself?
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes. You're writing yes.
Started on. Lost 12, 9.
Right, it's lost
Mr.
12 to 9.
Mr Chair,
Yes?
as per standing orders, I'd like to move UAGC of 450. I didn't mention that before because I did not want to affect the strategy that people might be entertaining in voting for the previous two motions, but I would like to take advantage of standing orders and move a UAGC of 450. And members, I won't take a long speech. I think Councillor Wood has said it well, but I want you to remember and just look at some of those numbers that our community is suffering under, and it's the capital value system that is really hurting, and we've got to ameliorate some of that impact. This is the way. Please don't get glued to ideology here. This is hurting.
Yep, and that's what we attempted to address a little
So
bit.
it's a reasonable 450 members, and it reflects what's happened in the last 3 years.
Yeah. Councillor Darby, I'll reflect back to you, and I was listening as closely as anyone was. 70% of people wanted 385 or under. Now, you want to open up this can of worms, you'll get people moving under 385.
Absolutely.
So I actually think
100,
that the
150,
community had a
50.
really long, hard look at this. They've been debating it for a long time. They understand what a UAGC is. And you know, I know this chamber reflects some of the balance, but if I felt that in fact there was a reasonable shot to address an inequity in some other way, and we have, then I would have moved a higher sum myself. But I looked long and hard at what the community had to say, and they were pretty clear, 70%.
And I'm just reflecting on
Yep.
yesterday as well, which the public, it's new to them. So, and I'm taking all that into account as well. And
Yep.
I acknowledge my support of yesterday's transport levy.
Yeah, that's good. Okay,
Which is regressive.
I wish to speak.
yes,
It's 450.
yeah.
And you would know.
Hey, Dick, you ready for your 425 one? Ready
Right.
for 425?
Okay,
Get 390
Second
for
up.
victory.
that's right. Look, probably within my rights to rule this out, but we're going to do it anyhow.
Well done, Chris.
Right. Speakers? Councillor Cathy.
Well, if it's open season on the UAGC, there'll be 3 amendments coming from this side of the room.
Yeah.
Well, I think you should rule it out.
Oh, why? Democracy.
Yeah, it's, councillor, even though we didn't specifically, you know, what we asked the community to look for wasn't including this figure. Look, I'm prepared to accept this one and just move. All right? So you could have a long debate about this or have a short one. I won't accept anything more on this. And now I've heard really a lot of the discussion already. Councillor Darby has basically put it up there as an option, and we understand exactly what is being proposed here. You know, you could go back to 400, you could go back to 425, and at the end of the day, this is a very, very minimal change with no real benefit. So, look, I just wonder whether the best idea is just to get on, put it, and move on to the next, because there's not a hell of a lot more that could be said. Exactly what would be said on this one would be said on anything else. So, really, councillors, just get on. Okay, so it's by division.
Point of order, I actually wanted to speak. I actually think this might get passed.
Oh,
I
thank
mean,
you, Ross.
you know, this terribly regressive yesterday. I don't know, it seems a move to go and sock the poor again. This is going to make things more regressive. Doesn't matter whether it's $65 or whatever, or whether it goes to 500 or every dollar above 385 makes our system more regressive.
You're right. And look, but we can, that's a message that is clearly understood around the chamber. And so, and the message from a different perspective is clearly understood too. So, you know, I totally get it. But we have really, I think, completely clarified all the issues. All right? So I just think that we need to get on and put it. I don't see any real purpose in continuing to debate it because we completely understand the issue.
And the rates transition.
I don't.
Councillor Mike, you have anything new to add to this?
Yeah, I do actually. This so-called levy, which everyone was bold and courageous putting it up yesterday and visionary,
That's right.
and apparently not so bold and courageous this morning,
Yeah, it's hurting.
is really a UAGC. And in effect, it alters the UAGC already against the interests of lower value properties and in the interests of higher value properties. So this will just exacerbate what happened yesterday. And I think people were voting on it not in terms of a UAGC, which it really was, but the so-called levy, which is illegal nonsense. So we've already altered the UAGC, folks, and I would be strongly opposed to any change against the response of the public in
Point of
terms of
order,
our consultation.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Point of order, can we get some clarification on that? Because my understanding that what we passed yesterday was a targeted rate which sits outside the formulation of the general rate.
Yes, absolutely it does. You don't even need to get that explained because you know it. We all know it. And
Well, then to say that was
but it is a
wrong.
flat charge, and in that sense it is regressive, and that was accepted, and it was accepted in that discussion on the basis that people understood that it would moderate some of the impacts of a UAGC set at
But it does not give us a
485
485 UAGC. That impression is wrong.
Oh, whatever, it does have that impact.
The effect
We
is the
recognise
same.
that. Councillor Ross highlighted that. Everyone voted on the basis of that. So, on that basis, I want us to get on with this. So, can we please put it by way of debate?
Your Worship,
No.
Councillor Anai,
No.
Councillor Brewer,
Or,
Councillor Casey,
No.
Councillor Cashmore,
No.
Councillor Clow,
No.
Councillor Cooper,
No.
Councillor Darby,
Yes.
Councillor Filipaina,
No.
Councillor Fletcher,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor House,
No.
Councillor Crum,
Or.
Councillor Lee,
No.
Councillor Penrose,
No.
Councillor Quacks,
Yes.
Councillor Stewart,
Yes.
Member Taipari,
No.
Member Nominee,
No.
Councillor Wayne Walker,
no.
Councillor Watson,
No.
Councillor Webster,
No.
Councillor Wood.
Yes.
I wish to move 399.
I wish for Councillor Brewer to have an early cup of tea. Okay, 7:15. Okay, right, thank you very much, councillors. Now we're going to go to B, which is the business differential strategy. Okay, so what we've done here, and again this matches up to a lot of the discussion that was had yesterday, and you recall that originally we went to the community with a 11-year program. Having listened again to another quite firm response by the community, and also to the views of the business community, I want to accept that I think that where we've ended up with at 20 years, with basically 0.5% shifts a year, does one reflect, I think, the essential need for us to arrive at a fairer apportionment of rates to business, and then secondly, though, that we would do it over a much longer time frame to recognise the impact that the residential community was reflecting back to us. So, of course, this has changed down apportionment of rates to the residential community for this change of 0.5% through this year's budget and through the final 9 years of the 10-year budget. Now, a lot of you have raised the question well, some of you raised the question, why do we even do this? And I just hope that the supporting documentation, I think one or two of you asked for, so what was the reason why we made the change in 2012? And there was very clear information at that point in time. In fact, there was plenty of it. So I hope that you've taken the opportunity of reading through and understanding that there are legal statutory obligations as well as obligations that relate to fairness and equity in the rating system. So for all of those reasons, I think we need to continue to keep faith with the business community, although at the same time recognise that there will be a fairly slow program of change towards a point of reasonable fairness. Councillor Bill, do you want to add something to what I had to say there? With your interesting Franklin and business hat on?
So the people in Franklin, sir, in the business world, as you know, have gone from a 1.1 differential to heading to a 2.1, 2.2 this next 18 months or so. So they've been through a fairly vigorous process of uplift in their rates bills. And I was always of the ilk we should stick to our guns and drop that business percentage down. However, the transport tariff targeted rate puts a different spin on that now, and I think the businesses are quite a winner from yesterday's movement, and they would understand the fact that stretch this out now for additional 10 years, under the proviso, of course, that it can be re-looked at again in 2018, and that after the next revaluation, the levers may have changed. So we're not removing it, we're still letting the fall occur to a more realistic level, more sustainable level, but there is the opportunity to review that should capital value reviews move and the actual basic numbers change. And I think that's the critical point. The valuations this time really screwed the rates thing to the residential people, and it's a matter of fairness and equity, just like our previous discussion, sir. And I think that can be explained to the business community. These people understand that they're the third most essential plank: infrastructure, housing and employment. And they are that plank that provides that employment. So they are critical to our communities, but they're also reasonable, fair-minded citizens. So I will be supporting the recommendations as they are, sir.
Okay. Right. Now, Councillor Cam, you're indicating something?
I put up an amendment to business differential option, just as Councillor Quacks would say, for the sake of debate. Is it there? Well, anyway, I'm happy to talk to it until it comes up and have a vote. I hear what Councillor Cashmore is saying. My business differential proposal was that instead of stretching out the target of reducing the business differential from 2025-26, as was publicly consulted on, to now 2036-37, to save approximately 5 million, I think was the number that our officials gave us, or 0.5% on residential rates. And here's the old chestnut, Mr Mayor. The 5 million be found within the organisation's existing operational budget of more than $3 billion. There's not many chocolate biscuits to find that. And so, again, there was overwhelming people saying we do not support reducing the business property rates from 32% to 25%. But what they didn't understand was that we're on a track to reach 25% in 2022-23, and we've actually been kinder to residents because we've now pushed it out to 25-26. And so the question that we posed to the public was very blunt over should businesses pay less, and the human nature again would say no, and that's what they did. But what we've actually done in our draft is stretched it out to help residents from 2022-23 to 2025-26. The proposition now, Mr Mayor, and again I note it will be your 80th birthday, is to take it out, and Dovey was 80 when he was mayor too, to take it out to 2036, 37. And I'm saying this is a program that goes back, from an Auckland City perspective, goes back from the Fletcher administration, and it was a 10-year program. We're now staring down the barrel of a 37-year narrowing program. And I hear what Councillor Bill Cashmore says, that they had a win yesterday with the flat $159 transport targeted rate. But there is the opportunity, as we also resolved yesterday, for us, every annual plan, to look at the business, staggering the business amount per capital value, per property valuation from year to year, as is our right at annual plan. So that could change next year, Councillor Cashmore, or the following year. This is a significant policy decision that won't be able to be changed until the next 2018 LTP. And so what I'm saying is we've pulled it back in, we pushed it out to 2025, 26. I think we found the sweet spot there. We've slowed down the track. We've been a bit kinder on residents in that regard. It's basically transferring $5 million a year by stretching it out to 2036, 37, $5 million onto the business community. And if you're starting to look at some of the business confidence surveys and that, I don't think they'll appreciate that signal being sent to them. And for the sake of 0.5% on residential rates, I think we can find that money from within the organisation. As I said, it's a very, very small percentage, less than a singular percentage of our $3 billion operational budget. So my proposal there is to find it within. Don't sock the business community $5 million this financial year.
That's a very good speech. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Chris has seconded it. Okay. I have a similar response to that proposal to the one that I had yesterday about just sending the CEO off to find some more savings somewhere where we've spent 18 months trying to take money out of the budget and everyone put money back in the budget. So I don't really have much sympathy for that. Now, I just want to follow up on a couple of things that Bill said, and I've sort of had various discussions with some of the business leaders just to get a sense of their general feel, and I think they understand that the revaluations has really changed the field, and that this needs to be a slower program. So I think on the basis that we do move, they will have some degree of comfort with that, and the transport levy, I think, also addresses that to some extent. So, look, I think it's Councillor Linda.
Thank you. I will support this. We've been told by the CEO that we could reduce the number of meetings we have and the number of committees we have quite significantly. I mean, we've been quoted things $20,000 an hour with all of our staff sitting here waiting around. We could actually cut that budget quite considerably, and we were told overwhelmingly in the long-term plan that people wanted us to reduce spending and governance. And I think we could do that. We could reduce that amount of money to support a shorter transition time.
Okay. Well, if we could, it would be great to put that money somewhere else. At least 4 committees we could get rid of.
Sorry, question. Is the
Double and
proposal to
triple
take
We're
$5
talking
million
about
from the
taking
governance
$5
budget?
million. Hang on.
From the governance budget now?
I don't know, Chris.
No, it's for the Chief Executive to determine. I don't want to micromanage that.
Yeah, he can work it out.
To big business, very generous.
It's the Father Christmas
Wouldn't want to
clause.
micromanage.
I want $5 million out of the budget. I don't know where, but just take it after we have spent 18 months desperately trying to take money out of the budget.
30 million is 1%.
And so hang on. I'm just talking about what it is. And I'll give an example of the importance of, if you're going to make a change, you understand what the consequences of it are, and you drive it yourself. And so I couldn't come in at a 3.5 halfway through this process because I couldn't justify it to myself. I wasn't sure how I was actually going to do it, but I felt that we could, and we'd spend a lot of time, and the time we had, to arrive at a point that was justifiable and sustainable. Now, obviously, I worked pretty closely with Steve and my team and Teresa to achieve that end, and the market helped us considerably. But to just send the CEO off on a wild goose chase, that's my opinion. And, you know, I'm all for giving the CEO plenty of work to do. But I'm also mindful of the fact that we have a responsibility around here. And the responsibility is, if you're going to move deletions or additions, you ought to have a pretty good idea of what the consequences of that are and what your contribution to it are going to be. And so, look, I'm completely supportive of a differential that changes over time. Gotcha, Ross. But I'm also mindful of the fact we're trying to just get this balance right. And so, you know, we're at the back end of this budget. I've got about 12 separate amendments wanting to put money back into this budget, including yours. So, you know, let's just try and keep focused on the big end game here, because if there's any money left at the end of the day here, I'm actually wanting to get it back in the community. Pertinent to your requests around this table. Now, you want to take $5 million further out of this budget, I'm not going to be interested at all in having anything at the end of this discussion about anyone else's projects that they want to do. Councillor Ross.
I honestly don't really know what a lot of councillors, who I should say, they consulted of their residents. I don't know. I mean, people got socked really badly yesterday, and the poor got socked really badly yesterday, and it's actually true. So we've got three levers. We've just had a go at the UAGC by some. Let's yank that lever up. Then we've got the differential. Let's yank that up in order to move more to the residents. I can't wait till we get to the 2.5% rate rise discussion. I bet there's amendments to make it 0, just so we can really sock it to people. Business did exceptionally well yesterday, exceptionally well. By having a flat targeted rate for them, they did exceptionally well. We chose not to base it on capital value. So big business did exceptionally well compared to small business. I don't know, guys. I mean, where do you want to keep going? How far do you want to go?
Okay, it's a rhetorical. Councillor Cam, I think we've probably had enough of discussion. Look, we'll move.
By division, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
There isn't a second.
Yes, yes, there is Councillor Chris.
The architect of all this.
The architect, very good. Moved and seconded.
Your Worship.
No.
Councillor Nye.
No.
Councillor Brewer.
For.
Councillor Casey.
No.
Councillor Cashmore.
No.
Councillor Clow.
No.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Darby.
Against.
Councillor Filipaina.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
For.
Deputy Mayor Hulse.
No.
Councillor Crum.
For.
Councillor Lee.
No.
Councillor Penrose.
No.
Councillor Quacks.
Yes.
Councillor Stewart.
Yes.
Member Taipari.
No.
Member Namane.
No.
Councillor John Walker.
No.
Councillor Wayne Walker.
No.
Councillor Watson.
No.
Councillor Webster.
No.
Councillor Wood.
Yes.
We now have the money for the Meadowbank Community Centre.
Yeah, phew. Got a few. Blackmail didn't work.
Blackmail worked.
716. Thank you.
Okay, 16-7. Right, now actually, in amongst our enthusiasm with the UAGC debate, I actually forgot to put the substantive motion. So we better put that, I'll just put it on the voices. I mean, we had this yes and no. All those in favour say aye.
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 No.
No.
Division.
Please record.
Division.
Okay, this is on the 385.
Yeah.
Another one.
What are we on?
385.
Well,
The other stuff's lost. So.
Yeah, I know it was, but we have to put the substantive.
And then I'm not saying that I'm saying that.
For the record, it should have been a division then.
Yes, and
Is.
we're just going to do that.
We're going to do division first.
We are
Yes,
voting on what,
yes,
sorry?
it's A. We're just finally confirming the UAGC, Councillor Mike.
Confirming it.
Yes.
Yes.
Your Worship.
Yes.
Councillor Nye.
No.
No.
This is the UAGC, sorry.
Oh, debate's underway, we can't
Sorry.
change our minds. Point of order, we can't change our minds.
Apologies, I was just discussing something else. Yes.
Wakey, wakey.
Now I'm confused.
Yes.
I'm confused.
Councillor Brewer.
No.
Councillor
Okay,
Casey.
9.
Yes.
Councillor Cashmore.
Yes.
Councillor Clow.
Yes.
Councillor Cooper.
Yes.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Philippaina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
No.
Deputy Mayor Hulse.
Aye.
Councillor Crum.
Against.
Councillor Lee.
Aye.
That was an aye.
Aye.
Councillor Penrose.
Yes.
Councillor Quacks.
No.
Councillor Stewart.
No.
Member Taipari.
For.
Member Namanee.
Yes.
Councillor Sir John Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Wayne Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson.
Yes.
Councillor Webster.
Yes.
Councillor Wood.
No.
Okay, 76, thank you, councillors. Right, now we go on to item C. Franklin?
We done
We remember we're in 9C now, so we've done the A and B, we're in C. This,
do B, we need to do B.
oh, don't tell me
The
that.
substantive motion.
Someone get me a coffee, please. Okay, we'll do B, the substantive. All right, so as it was,
That's
okay.
includes business differential?
Yes, absolutely. So, sorry about this, guys. B, the differential. This is a substantive motion, the one that's on the paper. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Bill.
Division.
Right.
Thank you.
Your Worship.
Yes.
Councillor Nye.
Aye.
Brewer.
No.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Councillor Cashmore.
Yes.
Councillor Clow.
Yes.
Councillor Cooper.
No.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Philippaina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
No.
Deputy Mayor Hulse.
Aye.
Councillor Crum.
Against.
Councillor Lee.
No.
Councillor Penrose.
Yes.
Councillor Quacks.
No.
Councillor Stewart.
No.
Member Taipari.
For.
Member Namanee.
Yes.
Councillor Sir John Walker.
CBD.
Councillor Wayne Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson.
Yes.
Councillor Webster.
Yes.
Councillor Wood.
No.
I don't like it.
No, I don't like it either, so it doesn't make any difference.
No, thank you. Okay, councillors, move on to C.
So move.
Is she?
She's on D.
Right, okay. Okay, so we've got a C, first, do you want to second it?
Yeah.
Second it. Is there any discussion on this? No, move it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
It's passed. D, we've got something here.
Amendment.
I see that.
And that second is Councillor Fletcher.
All right, okay. Right.
So this is an obvious response to what has taken place yesterday. I was thinking about using the words, this is the least that we can do, and I will use the words, this is the least that we can do. So given that there is tremendous pressure faced by not just certain demographics that you would associate with higher capital values, this is across the board many demographics facing pressure as a result of yesterday, and this will not be any silver bullet for everyone concerned and the impact of rates on ratepayers here in Auckland, but it will help that at the very top end. So I'll just remind colleagues that when we traversed this topic back in November in Budget Committee,
this particular vote, we had 4 options in terms of rates transition, and this particular option lost by a very close vote, 8-9. So just by 1 vote, this option was lost when we voted back in Budget Committee, and we ended up with the no rates transition option that we have currently tabled. So I'm asking for this to come back, especially in light of budgetary implications to ratepayers from yesterday. It's not just local boards with the highest CVs, it's not just the average rate rises, it's specifically those who'll be paying over 20%. We've added this $99 transport targeted rate levy, whatever the terminology is. I'm just now going to run through some figures under what we were told back in November under the 3.5% proposal. I realise we're looking now to 2.5, but there is no figures that I have in regards reworked figures for the 2.5, so I'm just going to tell you some figures under the 3.5, so keep that in mind. The average dollar increase for this particular group, the above 20%ers, as we'll call them, is $1,377, $1,377 increase on their rates bills. So that's the dollar increase for the above 20%ers. Those who are facing, the local board areas who are facing the most impact, over 40% rate rises, Upper Harbour, Kaipariki, Devonport, Takapuna, just the top 3. Those in the 30 to 40% bracket, Albert Eden, Waitemata, and again, Devonport, Takapuna. Under the 3.5% scheme, so again, back to those November figures that we were given, around 40,000 ratepayers would be helped by this particular 20% cap. 40,000 ratepayers. So to fund this option, there will of course need to be a small increase in rates. Back in November it was pitched as 0.6%, and I've talked with Aaron and Andrew yesterday, and depending on what we would have done with the targeted levy and with the business differential, we'll be able to price that up. We didn't have the figures and couldn't say for now, but back in November it would have been a 0.6% impact, the lowest of all our rates transition options. Well, unless we wrote to the government and went for that 10% cap. So I'm going to very strongly suggest that, again, this is the least that we can do for those facing the most impact. We have to try and do something. And I'll just end on a quote from that report back in November. This policy can be implemented without any major impediments or administrative costs.
That's very good.
Well said.
Very good.
Can we get some figures? You haven't got any, really hard to make a decision on this
Brilliant.
I raise a question.
Yeah, Councillor Clow.
Can we get some figures?
Yeah.
I think we need to.
Yeah, look, we did have a fairly significant discussion on this at that time, and there wasn't a lot coming back from the community about this. Probably in some communities 1 or 2 comments, but not a lot. So I take that as the first guide. But Andrew, what do you think? Just reprise us in the discussion relating to this issue.
So the council looked at 3 options. Can't do the cap because it requires legislation.
Yep.
A 10% cap would be very expensive. I think it added over 3% to the underlying rates increase.
Yeah.
In the analysis of the LTP proposal, which had the average residential rates increase at 5.6% when you include the business effect and the farm lifestyle valuation issue, a cap on on rates increases at 20% just for 15-16 was going to add 0.6% to everyone else's rates. Yep. How that would translate exactly into the new underlying rates proposal on which you've just voted can't be exact. Perhaps a little bit less than 0.6, there have been other movements in our underlying data and we haven't modelled this, but it would still have, you'd still push up the underlying rates increase for everybody else as well if you were to fund the cap on those who've gone over 20%.
Yeah.
Probably still be in that ballpark, around 0.5, 0.6.
Okay. And so what would be the, so we've got a cap at one end. What happens at the other end?
We've got around, what would happen if we did a cap is that you'd be pulling everyone else's rates increases up a bit.
Yeah.
So while we've got around, under the original proposal, we've got about 30,000 ratepayers with increases over 20%. You've also got 10,000 who are due a decrease of under 20%. Of course,
Yeah.
they'd still get that with the cap.
And why are
but
they
it's
due
pulled up a
that?
bit.
What gives them the right to get that?
What's going on with these increases and decreases is that those who are going up by 20% are moving to a level of rates equivalent to somebody else with a similar value property
But why
elsewhere
is
in the
that
city.
happening?
Because we're charging everyone the same rates for the same value property
But
across the city.
what's driving them to that level?
Revaluations, final transition.
Right, so the value of their property has gone from a certain level to a much higher level. Is that right?
Want them all to sell up
Hang
and
on.
move out.
Yeah.
No.
That's
Just
exactly
listen.
what
This is the black and white of it.
Yep.
This is the black and white. This is as close as we can get in a rating system to a progressive system. This is the issue here. This is the challenge. And we're stuck with this, and we are always gonna Mickey duck around the edges by trying to do transitions and new AGCs and everything. The problem is, the system is, you have a higher value property, which means you have a higher value asset, you pay at that rate. And if you don't, then everyone else who's got a lower value or property increasing at a lower rate subsidises those for the change. That's it in a nutshell. That is the equity in the system. Now, it doesn't have any accountability for what your ability to pay is, but there is a presumption that your asset value is going up significantly as against anyone else's. And so if you are basically working out a tax system against property values, as distinct from your own income, that's how they approximate it. The more your property is worth, the more you'll pay. And we trying to construct all sorts of things to try and address the harder edge of that, but the short of it is going to be that we will not only have an extra 0.6 of an increase on the rates that we agreed yesterday, so how we do that I don't know, but we are also going to basically ensure that those who got less of increase and are on lower values are subsidising those who got a greater increase and have a higher asset value. And therefore, a greater position of personal asset, wealth. Crikey. So, I think that's it in a nutshell, and that was where we finished in the last debate. That's it, black and white, really. So, let's carry on the discussion. Now, the first person I've got is Councillor Penny H. And then I've got one or two hands around the place. And I've got a Councillor Wayne over there. That's good.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Ben.
I want to circle back to one of the discussions we had during the very long day yesterday, in which we talked about looking for opportunities and mechanisms to help people who are having problems paying their rates. That's where we need to focus. And I know Councillor Fletcher always talks about the people who will sell up and move out. That is the last thing we need, nor should it ever happen. It's not how this council will operate, and our Chief Executive, I'm sure, will speak at some stage about the mechanisms that are available to support anyone having trouble paying their rates. So that's our first responsibility, is to be a humane and sensible council. But I cannot, in all honesty, Mr Mayor, explain to someone why their property rates in their house worth $650,000 in one area are quite different from someone's rates in another area on a property worth $650,000. I'm sorry, that's just not fair. And at the moment, capital value is that the government decided that we will utilise capital value to set our rates, and capital value it is. We didn't have a choice about that, but at the moment, that's what we've got. And that, in its strange way, you know, we need to make it work. The reality is that if we try and put in a transition every time there's a valuation spike, a revaluation spike, we're going to end up in a complete shambles. And the double-edged sword of Auckland is people's valuations are going up by hundreds of dollars a week. Now, if you're the property owner, in a strange way, that's a good thing. Is it going to impact on your rates? To some extent, yes. But we also need to look at the fairness and equity across the region. And I go back to my point, how on earth do you explain to someone who's been waiting patiently for rates equalisation across the region that their rates are still higher than someone else's for exactly the same value property? There was an awful lot, for some of us who didn't speak a lot yesterday, there was an awful lot spoken around fairness and equity. A huge amount spoken around fairness and equity, and a lot of hot air burned talking about it. The rates transition is about fairness and equity, and Mr Mayor, for me, we have to actually give up that the pretense of fairness and equity via rates transition. A house of the same value in the region should pay the same rates. Our focus needs to be on how we support people having problems paying those rates, regardless of the value of their house, and I know that that's the work that we're doing.
So I want to just ask Steve to give us a little bit of a view around the issue of transition in a pragmatic sense. What can we do for those you know, who are struggling one way or another, no matter what our present rating status is? How can we help? Steve.
Thanks, Chair. So our planning at the customer service and operational level. So yes, you have debated some policy positions as part of the plan. We were just working on the basis of the current view, which was that there would not be a transition. So we intend to operationally respond to any ratepayer with a good payment record, that we would not impose the penalty. It'll still be there as your policy position, but we would simply make arrangements with customers in an appropriate way with a good payment record, and we won't impose the penalty. Now, that doesn't require a really gnarly policy debate in the chamber. It is simply us acting in a customer-centric way for the ratepayers of Auckland that need some assistance. We have an enormously high proportion of ratepayers who have a good payment record. So those that might be in the situation that some councillors are alluding to, of feeling that they are in a position where they have no alternative, that's not the case. And we are going to do some serious work on your behalf on rates postponement, and that option is there for those that genuinely have no other choice. But we expect, I think if I'm right, there's about 70,000 properties sitting in the 10 to 20% category, and then it drops after that. But we are expecting call volumes of upwards of 100,000 people who might call our customer centre and say, what can I do about paying my rates? I can't pay them on time. If they've got a good payment record, we'll assist them. And we think that might be a really pragmatic way through the change, rather than having a divided chamber about whether there's a transition or not.
Okay, so that's also a pragmatic option. I'm going to say to you also a very similar response to the last debate. If this adds anything to rates, for me, that's it. There will be no more support coming out of the chair, and I will not be encouraging any support for anything else. You know, this was a fairly clear debate. It was a long debate, and not a lot heard back from the community through the consultation because we agreed. And so to add 0.6 onto the rates to replace one inequity with another, I cannot support. Right, are there any other speakers? Councillor Wayne.
Yeah, a couple of related questions. The first one just goes to the impact of this. If we accept that part of the reason that we've got these distortions across the region is because of capital value, and if we accept that increase in capital value is likely to increase under the properties that are already affected because of underlying reasons around supply and demand, what happens in 2015, 2016 when this comes off? Do we just move to a situation where, you know, the rates go up and they go up more than what they would for these affected properties?
So this would last for 1 year. So if your property's rates had to go up to $40,000, to be up by 40% rather, to match what I was paying for a similar value property, you go up 20% this year and the remainder in the following year.
And the other question I've got, which is a related question, if also we've got the situation where one of the drivers around the increase in capital value is overseas investment into the Auckland property market, because we don't have any capital value tax and it's very attractive, and that's going to get worse. Are we looking at other rating valuation methods other than capital value? Because my understanding is that the legislation enables us to do that.
So the council has 3 choices for rating valuation: land value, capital value and annual value. No matter how much the capital value of the city increases, how much we collect in rates is determined by your expenditure decisions. We only use the value to share the rates out. All of the valuation systems and the increase in value in Auckland and properties are driven by the underlying land value primarily. It's the buildings aren't the key thing that's changing. So so land value, capital value and annual value would be affected similarly by the market for property in Auckland, so that they wouldn't change the factors that we're dealing with at the moment.
Annual value may be fairer though, may it not?
Annual rental value,
because there's a distortion between rental value and capital value. This is important.
Councillor Wayne, it is, but it's actually not going to change the discussion we have today.
I know, but at some point we have to visit it.
Councillor Wayne, secondly, we had that and we made a decision around that, and there is a broader Local Government New Zealand discussion going on that we hope will give Local Government New Zealand a serious option. Quite frankly, the answer does not lie in property rates. It is not going to provide us with a fair answer. It's always going to be Mickey ducking around the edges. I've got Councillor Ross.
Well, another 0.6 on the rates for most people. That would be a headline, I would have thought, tomorrow. I would imagine what's going to happen also, we're going to have another amendment which will clip those that are getting decreases on too big a basis, so that we can try and recover a bit of money. And I think Mr Cashmore and Mrs Webster will not be very happy because their valuations are going down, and they would not benefit as well from that as well. So I don't know, is there another amendment coming following this, if this was to happen?
Oh, I'll second that one.
So that we could shock people again.
Okay. Any other comments to councillors? Councillor Cam.
I just want to say, Mr Mayor, you've said that the public haven't said much on this. Well, just on that claim, it was mentioned on page 13 that Auckland Council has proposed to have no further capping on rates increases or decreases, but the question was never posed. It was never part of our submission form, and so when you're proposing to do nothing, you can expect very low public feedback on your proposition to do nothing. And so to say that the public has been very quiet on this is simply because the public have not been asked the direct question as to, would you be prepared to pay a little bit extra to help those that are the 40,000 homes, or approximately, that are paying a 20% more rates increase. Now, that would have given us a fair idea as to the public mood, but to say that the public haven't said nothing is merely a reflection. The question was not posed, it was mentioned, and we went out and consulted on no transition, which is very hard to elicit any responses.
Right, I've got Councillor George.
Well, you know, it said, how do these people get rate increases or decreases? But I just, you know, and it's pretty simple that the valuations have gone up, and I know in the area where I live, they've gone up 55% on average. Now, that is a horrendous change in the value of, or the amount of rates that we're going to be extracting from these people. I mean, my neighbours, a young couple down and live near me, their rates have gone up 37%. And, you know, Councillor Close saying 0.6, 0.6% is horrendous. But, you know, there's 20,000 people, as I think it's Mr. Which the officer said is the people impacted by these substantial rate increases. And, you know, the most simple way to sort of this would have been to have the 900 UAGC. And I've actually gone through and looked at on the rates calculator, which is offline at the moment, and seen quite graphically that would have smoothed out and helped those people on with those huge increases in rates considerably. It's not the people with the high quantum of rates. It's the people, mid-range people right through our city, and especially in parts of Devonport, Takapuna, parts of Kaipatiki, they've been stung very big, and in Albany, where councillors Watson and Walker come from, their rates have gone up considerably in areas, and you know, we have, and I think as councillors, we have a duty to do something about this, try and make it more palatable and more fair. We've missed the bus in relation to the UAGC, so I'm going to support Councillor Crumb's view that we should do something to smooth it out, because previously we've done it. We've done it in the previous years. Now all of a sudden we're going cold turkey, and these people are expected to now really take a big hit in relation to what their increases are. Now, you know, Councillor Walker says it's migration and people coming in from overseas and buying properties.
Overseas investment.
We're told that that's not really has the impact. It's just changes in particular areas with this revaluation, I think. And so I'm going to support this, ask councillors to do so, because, you know, people are hurting out there, and those people in middle Auckland, people who are going out working, two of them working to try and pay the mortgage, keep the pot boiling at home. It's not easy, and I think we should do something to try and help. Thank you.
Councillor Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we've debated this in the past, it always falls down to assumptions. Oh, well, people who live in these high-value properties, they have greater income. And I know last time we went through the LTP, officers put their hands on their heart and said, hey, look, most people with objections to revaluations are doing it to have their valuations put up. I'd like the officers to tell us what the real situation is in terms of objections to revaluations this time. And give a little bit of context to it.
I don't have those numbers to hand at the moment.
But would you like to tell us the trend? Because my understanding is the trend this time is that people are objecting. They are objecting strongly, and they understand, and I know that, you're not allowed to make an objection on the basis of just trying to get your rates down, but they're frightened. I'm sick of hearing in this chamber, oh, well, we can't all live in the leafy streets of Epsom, and we hear that time and time again. And it's the politics of jealousy. I'm sick of the politics of jealousy. I actually want to see us trying to deal humanely with this issue that will drive people out of their homes. And I have heard what the CEO has said on this, but I think the response has been insufficient. Councillor Crum has put forward a very calm and measured plea for those folk. I know that she spends a lot of time in constituency work, as does Councillor Casey. We're all dealing with pockets in our community where there is going to be substantial pain. And I really would ask that you give some serious consideration to this until such time the CEO gives us some fleshed out policy that is actually going to be in black and white what people can do. I know when the revaluations came out, a lot of people went online and we crashed the system because we weren't prepared for it. And they saw, oh, there's my revaluation. Then they looked at their rates, and a lot of people still think they are the rates that they're going to be paying. There are going to be howls of outrage. And I've said it before, Mr. Chairman, but I think you run a very real risk of a rates revolt. I unashamedly supported you yesterday on the targeted transport rate because we don't have any options and we do need, in the interests of absolute gridlock and paralysis for this city. But that does not confer support on looking at the general rate and how that can be translated in terms of affordability. We compartmentalise all of this without looking at the big picture, and that's what I think Councillor Wood was getting at. You know, the UAGC needed to be dealt with much more sensitively than we have done today. I think for all of the work and the many, many workshops, we've never really looked comprehensively at how we're going to respond in a way and with the inadequacy, in my opinion, of the work that we're doing for those who are really hit by this. In the absence of good, clear work on that, I think that we should support this amendment that Councillor Crum has very sensibly put up. Otherwise, we're just going to look thoroughly ridiculous.
Councillor Fletcher, through the last 12 months, I've heard variously of sort of black budgets and threatened rate revolts and stuff like that. You know, I think Aucklanders have by and large got the sense that we're just trying to find between those that don't and those that do the right balance. And that is the hardest place in the world to actually try and be. And I think that by and large they think we're pretty much there.
Well, my judgment, sir, is that we are not being fair on this one.
Because of the way in which they replied in that UAGC debate.
Oh, no.
Now, you can just turn your back on that, but that was pretty clear, and I think that Aucklanders' view generally is reflected around this chamber on that issue. So that is the first issue. And Councillor George, your concern that we address this matter by a 0.6% rate increase after you encouraged me to wave my magic wand to try and find 2.5 in the first debate, and then to sit there and blithely encourage a further 0.6 to be added at this end of the debate, beggars belief. So, look, councillors, you know, I think that we've got quite a reasonably clear, because we had a really good debate on this the first time around. I know I'm going to give Denise the right to finish. We had a pretty good debate. Everyone pretty much understood it, and I think the issues haven't changed. It's still the same. You know, the protagonists have had their say. And so my feeling is, given the fact that we're making quite good steady progress today, we should just continue to work forward, give Denise her right to have last say, and then you know, make a decision and move forward. Denise. Councillor
Thank you,
Denise.
Mr Mayor, and thanks for considering the amendment, all of us. Three things. One, Councillor Brewer does point out the reality of the consultation document. It wasn't one of the top questions. It wasn't on the question sheet.
It wasn't a question.
It was, I won't use the term buried in there, but there was a paragraph that said we're opting for no further transition at this stage. And so for the public to have then cottoned on and replied back, impossible. My second point is that we all need to be reminded who is in this bracket. Who is in the above 20% rates hike bracket. It's not just high property valued spots in the city. Probably getting a little bit repetitive, but I'll just remind you of Point England, it's 62% reval hike, Glen Innes at 55%, So think right now for your areas,
That's right.
which of the suburbs you noted had some higher hikes. They're not just high property values. And my second and last point is that absolutely the rates relief discussion will hit high gear now. We've already been getting clues to that and amongst our workshops, all the options for rates relief. Of course, it's going to hit high gear. It's going to hit high gear regardless of whether this passes or not. I don't think that that is a reason to not vote for this, and that there will be more options tabled in terms of relief. This is a tangible demonstration of relief right now for those who will face the most pressure.
Good stuff.
Okay, we'll move it.
By division.
Yes?
Your Worship.
No?
Councillor Anai.
No.
Councillor Brewer.
4.
Councillor Casey.
No.
Councillor Cashmore.
No.
Councillor Clow.
No.
Councillor Cooper.
Yes.
Councillor Darby.
4.
Councillor Filipaina.
Against?
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hulse.
No.
Councillor Crum.
Or
Councillor Lee.
No.
Councillor Penrose.
No.
Councillor Quacks.
Yes.
Councillor Stewart.
yes.
Member Taipari.
No.
Member Namane.
No.
Councillor Sir John Walker.
No.
Councillor Wayne Walker.
No.
Councillor Watson.
No.
Councillor Webster.
No.
Councillor Wood.
Yes.
Okay, that's an appropriate time for us to have a cup of tea. So lost 8:15. Yes, this time we're going to put the substantive motion. We'll have a cup of tea.
Oh. Hang on, we could have.
I'll move that. Councillor Alf will second that. Big time. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
It's against. Pass.
No.
No. Division.
Voices. Too late now.
Division.
Where's he gone? Oh, never mind. It's okay. We'll do it. Right, let's do it.
Your Worship.
Yes?
Councillor Anai.
Yes?
Councillor Brewer.
No.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Councillor Cashmore.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Cooper.
Yes.
Councillor Darby.
Yes.
Councillor Filipaina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
No.
Deputy Mayor Hulse.
Yes.
Councillor Crum.
Against.
Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Councillor Penrose.
Yes.
Quacks.
No.
Councillor Stewart.
No.
Member Taipari.
4.
Member Namane.
Yes.
Councillor Sir John Walker.
No.
Councillor Wayne Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson.
Yes.
Councillor Webster.
Yes.
Councillor Wood.
No.
That was a sandwich vote by Sir John.
Carried 16-7.
Okay, very good. So that's carried 16-7, and we will have a cup of tea now. Anything more substantive to vote on? Are now going to go into extension of the city centre program, targeted rate. Should be fairly straightforward. Councillor Chris, would you like to move that?
Move that.
Seconder, please, Councillor Ross. Yep. Excellent. Right, no discussion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Passed. If Councillor Alf, would you like to move this?
Aye.
Seconder, Councillor Arthur. Right. Be no discussion here. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
It's passed. This is the property with no road access issue. I think you were on this, Chris, weren't you?
I had some questions last time, and I've just been pondering this one. So, a question. I'm just thinking of how we clearly define a property. I'm thinking of a situation where you've got maybe a farm with a property which is a title remote from the road, but it is accessed through another part of the farm. And many farms are multiple titles and multiple properties that may not have road access to the back blocks. I don't want to find us in a situation where they fall into that category. Have we examined all of those possible situations?
So in a situation like that, even though they might be on separate titles, they'd be treated as one rating unit, so they would still be considered as having road access, so they wouldn't be included in this differential. Yep.
One rating unit?
Yep.
What about where the back blocks are actually a different rating unit?
Okay. There's a sticky note.
But they're connected through the main front units.
The definition that we intend to use is no direct or indirect access by road. So if they can get a vehicle to it, then it wouldn't be under this. So mainly it's for properties on Great Barrier Island, but there are one or two blocks on the mainland which are isolated that do not have any access whatsoever.
Okay, as long as it's covered well in the detail sitting behind this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Related question?
Yeah, of course.
This
Councillor.
also covers Cowell?
Yes.
Yes, yep, the whole area.
Okay, and in respect of Cowell, there's one part of Cowell where there is a road, which is an anomaly. So are we covering that off?
Carwell Island is actually already in this differential already.
It's in there.
So that's all of Cowell?
Yes.
Okay.
It's got a road from here to that wall.
I know,
Okay.
but it is a road.
You'll move it?
I think maybe Councillor Cashmore, I think you...
Councillor Cashmore?
Yeah, I'll move it. So just a quick question though, doing so. Ponui Island?
That's it. It's in Auckland.
Ponui Island.
I think that's, yes.
It's included.
It's in
Okay.
there, yep.
That's it.
What about Cashmore's Island?
We haven't dug the moat yet, sir.
Lee's Island? Okay, move it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
I'll second.
Seconder was Councillor Chris Darby. Those against? Thank you. Right, we've got H, I and J, which are sort of directives. So I'll move that.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, the actual, unless I've missed something here, but the actual setting, because we're not going with the consulted amount of 3.5% as the base, but 2.5%, has that been voted on, or was that part of this rating policy's vote?
It was actually in the first clause.
Was it actually...
2.5.
Was it spelled out, was it? It was spelled out in all the public relations. I couldn't see 2.5% in the recommendations.
Well, we'll just to cover off all of that. Matt?
Through the chair, so what we're keen to do here is, obviously you're still in the process of making final budget decisions, and I think you're getting pretty close. As the budget's been laid out to you, the documents on the committee table yesterday and today represent changes to the draft budget. So once you've finished working your way through all of those changes, we'll know what the final rate settings and final budget dollars are, and we'll be able to provide a resolution that the decisions you've made today and yesterday then get adopted by the governing body. So we will have a wrap-up resolution there that makes it very clear what the general rate setting has ended up at.
So is that a governing body meeting this afternoon or later?
well, better be today.
Straight after this.
For today, you'll
For
be able to give
today.
us that number where we've
Correct,
landed. Okay,
correct.
thank you.
Yep. Right, but I can assure you that I'm keeping a very close eye on that number, and it is at 2.5.
We haven't quite got to Meadowbank yet, but yes.
Yeah, I know. And,
With a targeted
that's right.
rate of
You haven't had a chance to put more on back in as yet. I'm waiting for that. Right. Okay, so we got those H, I and J's. So I want to move those. I'll move it. Seconder, Councillor Bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, passed. Oh, where has he gone? Well, we've got, well, he's got a, this is to do with the retirement village, isn't it?
Yeah.
Track down Councillor Callum, please.
Got lost.
He takes off all the time. You've got to be fast to see him. Yep. that's
Okay,
right.
Your Worship, thank you.
What an entrance.
Absolutely, makes sense. This amendment, Your Worship, you got it up there?
Yes.
Yes, okay. It's in light of, in the first term of the new council, when we were dealing with the rating issues and so forth, and we moved for the rates, remission of rates rebate for the retirement villages across the region. And this is a directive to direct staff to report back to us as up in here, the option to amending the rates remission for residents of licensed to occupy retirement villages to include proposed targeted transport levy. And if I just go back to last year, Your Worship, we had 1,156 successfully applied for the rates remission, and I would say those are probably on the lower income bracket, and this is to, as I say, come back. So out of the 6,200 retirement villages units that we have across the region, and I'm saying that we'll, I'm sure we've got more in the mix at the moment, in the build. So it's on the table. I think Councillor Fletcher's seconded that amendment. And do I need to add any more that, Andrew?
No, that's very good. Councillor Linden.
The question, so what is the intention of that, to exempt people living in retirement villages from contributing to the transport network?
Oh.
That's what I'm trying to understand.
Okay, right, so what is the...
Because
what do you-
everybody
what is
benefits
what
from
is
the transport
challenge?
network.
Councillor Cole, this is your ball. What is the
Yep.
challenge that you're trying to address?
Is to alleviate some of the pressure of the actual levy to some of those on the lower bracket in those retirement villages.
I'm sorry.
Right.
Maybe Andrew can explain.
Hang on.
And Andrew can
Just...
So at the moment, if you're on a licence to occupy, you can't qualify for the government's rates rebate because they only do it if you own the property. So if the person would pass the sort of income tests you have for the rates, for the government's rates rebate, we remit their UAGC of 385. What we'd come back with is a proposal to remit the UAGC and the transport targeted levy if they pass the income threshold sort of test we have for the government rates rebate.
Yep, look, it's what we do, what we had to do in terms of the rate rebate. Otherwise, it makes a mockery of the rate rebate. It doesn't apply to everything that we wanted it to.
But we update our current policy to reflect the change to our rating.
That's it.
So, Mr Chairman, will that count also for everybody else?
No, it's only about the elderly.
It's only specific to that
the elderly
sector,
in the sector,
Yeah.
because they're caught by that anomaly.
Yeah. So we had to actually ensure that
What
the
I'm
UAGC...
asking, what I'm asking is, with the transport levy for everybody else, could that be remitted as well in the rates rebate?
So if you own your own property, so you're not licensed to occupy, you own your own unit, then you will be able to count the new targeted levy in your application for the rates rebate. So they'll be able to go into that scheme.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure that's the case.
Report back.
Councillor George.
Is this means tested?
Yes.
It's tested in the same way as as qualification for the government's rates rebate, so we use the same test.
And what's the cost of this to the council?
This will have no effect on our budget. What it will do is mean we've got to get a little bit more rates off everybody else, up to 100,000 across the, it's a very small amount in the context of the 1.4 billion.
Mr Chairman, I would like to put my strong support in behind this. And for those councillors who weren't here last term, there was a very large body of work that was actually undertaken on this particular issue. And officers probably can give a lot more detailed information on it. This is not, oh well, we're favouring this sector over that sector. This is where there is a very clear legal anomaly, and this will address it, and I congratulate Councillor Penrose for bringing it forward.
We did it in Waitakere, I'm very aware of it.
Yeah, it was a hole. Okay, we'll move it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Thank you.
Well done, Callum.
Good stuff, Cal.
Very timely. Okay, right, now we're going to go, there's a couple of things that line on the table relating to
Parks, community and lifestyle.
My pleasure.
We had Bill's one.
No, that's not. Yes, I have, I just did.
But Denise's,
No, didn't I move HI and J? Oh, whatever, we'll do it again. Okay, so HI and J, I'll move it. Second it, Councillor Bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against passed. I'm pretty sure we did, didn't we? Okay. Right. Oh, yeah, okay. So we're going to pick up some of the stuff that we sort of...
Tabled yesterday.
So what we're going to pick up, the James Wallace Trust, I'm looking for Uncle Dean on this. We're looking at the emergency housing. You've all got that stuff, so I gave that to you yesterday, and I want to talk about that today. We've got Bill Street trading stuff that I've asked them to put on the head of Wisdom of Solomon and come up with something that we could all swallow. And then there are a range of things that we need
This
to
is 900k last year.
deal with.
They have to have got the money from the domestic category, right?
Uncle Dean, Pa Homestead. What are we
Younger
going?
than you.
Yeah, whatever. Come on, Eddie.
I'm not sure how this works, but
Sunny day.
I'm grateful for the opportunity, just the same. So my recommendation to you is a budget committee, and I'll explain the why, but first of all I'll give you my recommendation, is that you approve the funding of $350,000 per year over the life of the long-term plan. So that's the Wisdom of Solomon applied. And the why. The why is that in Pa Homestead you have one, if not the most visited facilities in Auckland.
From bad to worse.
Much loved by the people of Auckland. We have a business model there that does rely on $350,000 of operational support, funding support, but alongside the trust it contributes, I think it's 1.6 million per annum. So it's not doing it alone, and so it's working well. That sits alongside, for example, Tauru, which receives just over $600,000 a year of operational support. The underlying theme there is that these sorts of facilities struggle to be entirely self-funding. The Pa Homestead did seek consent to put a marquee up for a maximum of 6 months a year on the basis that the Phoenix Palm would stay in place. It's very difficult to put a marquee up on there on the basis that the land around there is not only occupied by a Phoenix Palm but other archaeological features which limit how it can be applied. Even if that marquee went up, my personal view, and I've not looked at all the documentation, I didn't have time, it would not support underwriting the $350,000 per annum. So that was not going to work. So where does that leave us? I just want to talk about the Phoenix Palm because that was clearly of some interest yesterday. It is a scheduled tree, and I think I'm not recommending that you apply for consent to remove it. And in fact, the consent that was granted assumed that it would stay in place. I'm not recommending that you remove it for a range of reasons, not least of all the fact that it is a scheduled tree and has gone through a process to be scheduled. So it leaves you in this position. You have a wonderful facility, much loved, much used, and needing additional funding. Very hard to get an operating model that's fully self-funding. We haven't achieved that model in any of our other similar facilities. And so I think that, well, those conclusions drew me to my recommendation that if we're going to have facilities like this, we need to stand beside them and we need to provide the funding for them. Otherwise, I think we run a real risk of whether that facility will continue to operate. And sorry, Kay's just reminded me that the $350,000 has been provided for as part of our long-term plan budget. So the recommendation would be that in effect the provision within the LTP for $350,000 per annum continue. So that's my recommendation.
Okay. Councillor Alf. Something you'd like to add as the Arts and Culture Chair?
Chair, I would rather that Councillor Casey and Fletcher first, because I basically said what I said yesterday, because the reports that came through the ACE committee identified the Phoenix Pan as an issue that needs to be addressed, and even at our ACE committee, we knew it was scheduled, but Your Worship, I'd rather leave the floor to both Councillor Casey and Fletcher.
Peace. Well, Councillor Chris and then Councillor Kathy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Dean has really just relayed to you the reality of the situation. One of the things I'd like the officers to comment on, which I think is an impressive dimension to the James Wallace Arts Trust, is just the large number of volunteers. Would you like to comment on the numbers of volunteers and really what the operational cost would be if we didn't have those volunteers?
To be honest, I don't actually have the figures of the volunteers in front of me, but I do know that, as Dean has said, that it is the most visited, most popular site that we have in terms of arts and culture outside of the art gallery. There are more than 100,000 Aucklanders who love to go there every year, and I don't actually have the specific numbers. I'd have to come back to you on those. But it is a very, what is being proposed in the draft LTP, that figure is a low rate subsidy in terms of the operation of the trust.
In terms of the operation of it.
And in terms of provision in other parts of Auckland.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think that this is a measure, I mean, for those of us who have been very close to this issue and are wanting to see the budgets being pruned back, there is no silver bullet here. And I think there is a measure of good faith. The Legacy Auckland City Council went into this with James Wallace on the basis that the function, side of things could make it economically sustainable. This has not been able to happen, and I think in light of the visitations, the operational grant is actually quite modest by comparison to a lot of other properties. So I would ask councillors to support this today, and members of the Independent Murray Statutory Board. I think that this is very important in terms of our ongoing credibility, and so I'm happy to move it, and I'm sure that Councillor Casey will feel as I do in terms of seconding it, but we don't have any other option here.
Right, Councillor Kath.
Alf's committee has been out to the Pa Homestead for meetings twice, so the members of that committee have actually seen the palm. The joint working party that oversees the working of the homestead has been on this issue for a number of years. It's basically not their fault. We are cracking the whip, and everything that can be done is being done by the James Wallace Arts Trust. So just, it's another rat to swallow.
So many.
But this has to be done. This is the only way this facility will continue to run. So, fund it.
Through Your Worship, just to be clear, that the 350,000 per annum is currently provided for in the operating budget. So in effect, if we accept that, you don't need that amendment up there. The only amendment you would need would be to change what's already been budgeted for. Okay? But it's already been budgeted.
For once, I don't understand what you're telling me.
Oh, that's
What's in the
disappointing
budget
outcome
already?
for me, isn't it?
What's in the budget already? What's in the budget?
What happens when you're Solomon?
Nice, thank you.
So I'll have another crack at that if I can, Your Worship.
Yes.
Currently, the operating cost, 350,000, is already provided for in our budgets. So do we the draft LTP?
So we don't need anything here.
So you don't. My recommendation is, if you accept that that should continue and it's
Right.
already provided for, then we don't need any amendment up there.
Right. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, so this is the reinstate, this is the
Oh, this was...
it's really it's not even a
It's endorsing, isn't it?
it's endorse, yes, it's right. So it's endorsing the operational funding for the Wallace Arts Trust. Is that it?
Well, if we could get an endorsement, that would be wonderful.
Yeah.
But we don't want it time limited. It runs for the 10-year period.
No, that's right. Just endorse the operating grant to the Wallace Arts, James Wallace Arts Trust.
To continue.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I would like to say, I mean, I do support the funding of this organisation, but it's not sending a very good message when we've got it in there for 10 years, which basically says we've got a problem that we could actually work through with this tree, but we're saying it's too hard, and we've got an organisation that's really happy to be sustainable, self-sustaining, and we're almost discouraging it. And when we've got a climate of people saying, community empowerment, let's cut costs and people do more for themselves. So we're contradicting ourselves by putting it in there for 10 years and saying, oh, well, it's going to be the way it is. And I just think that's a shame. It's not about not giving them the money. It's about not being willing to go, how are we going to solve this problem, to let this organisation be self-sustaining. And that's my concern.
Because of a tree?
Yeah, because of a tree. It just beggars belief.
It's the sort of thing that
that we are saying, no, you don't have to be self-sustaining. Don't worry, the ratepayers will keep paying.
Actually, I think it's really important to always balance in these discussions, because otherwise people just don't get the full story. And there's another story that is actually attached to the name of the person, James Wallace himself, Sir James Wallace. And it's not as if it's a net loss here to the council. I wouldn't put a figure on how much that man actually contributes through philanthropy to our city. And the reason why Power Road actually got up and going in the first place was his extraordinary personal determination that we should convert that place and make it a brilliant facility, and particularly an arts facility, where he by and large puts his artworks, I think for zilch, I don't think there's a dollar sum on it, and he's given 40 of them to the council building, and he hasn't asked for any money for that either. I mean, and just to keep it in balance, all right, and just take the opportunity to acknowledge the odd person in our city that make extraordinary contributions. And as I say, I don't know how much it is, but I suspect that he's significantly well on the north side of any figure like this on an annual basis in terms of his contribution to the broader arts of Auckland. It would not surprise me. So anyhow.
Mr. Chairman, that's not my point, and I absolutely support this, and I absolutely acknowledge Sir James.
Yep.
He's done an outstanding job for the arts in this city and country. It's just our approach to a problem that we're not willing to do anything about. We're just going, oh well. We've got trees that get consents we don't want to cut down, and we've got trees that we want to cut down and we can't get consents for. It's all up in the air. But anyway, I'm very happy to support the inclusion in the budget. I just think 10 years is a long time giving up on trying to solve a problem.
Dean, I really don't think you need to answer that.
He doesn't, I'm just making my point. It's
Yeah,
a
that's-
debate, it's a debate.
So we got-
It's not a question.
Oh, that's good. Councillor Cam?
Well, just, it might be in our documentation, but all this talk of a tree, if they were, there's obviously some numbers floating around, if they
This
were...
is micromanaging, Councillor Cam.
No, just clarification, Mr Mayor. If they were to build their function centre, how much income have they projected they could raise? Is it in and around 350,000 or what?
Yeah. No, the model that was developed around the marquee and any functions would have at most realised up to 200,000.
Okay.
So it was never going to fund the full 350.
Okay. Thank you.
I would urge caution in this area, Councillor Cam. I can feel another revolution on Remuera Road.
I know.
No one's voting against
know.
it, Mr Mayor.
I remember the Auckland Theatre Company well. I love the arts. Remuera does. It's core business.
Yeah. That's sticking to your knitting, councillor. Stick to your knitting.
Okay, we had enough of this one? All right, well, I'll move it, and it's seconded by Councillor Elf. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Fletcher Casey.
Oh, right, sorry, Fletcher Casey, yeah, who the hell? So those two, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
It's against, right. Now, the next one that I want to deal with is a proposed budget for emergency housing and homelessness. Now, I've sent you out for further information, just reflecting on the fact that this is an iterative work. Right, this is going to take time to actually fully flesh out, but you will see that there has been a lot of discussion, and we have been building to this point really for 3 or 4 years, probably 3 years too long. Councillor Dick had a question of me as to, okay, so where is the government on this? And that is a good question. It has been an area where the government have sort of struggled to work out where they should be in it. I think the view of the government and the various housing ministers and the Minister of Social Development has been that we should just provide housing, and that people will find a place in housing if we provide enough of them. And I can understand the logic of that. But unfortunately, the truth is, and in talking and spending a lot of time sitting and beside those who are providing emergency housing and working with the homeless, like the City Mission, like LifeWise, Bernardo's, like Monte Cecilia, Salvation Army, you'll see that in the list of people that I've sent out to you. Those that are active on the coalface recognise that there is a 3 to 6 month gap where people are transitioning. They're either going to transition and not move, or they're going to transition out into state rentals or social housing, call it what you like. But that this is an interregnum period, and it's probably particularly the case for those who are working in the area of domestic violence. The refuges that operate pretty much under the radar around our city are really struggling. And so the very best work that we've got would suggest that we're 300 to 500 houses short. Now, the Minister and Minister Paula and I have been working quite closely on this over the last 6 months in particular. She's got a review going, and it's a review of the homeless and emergency housing situation in Auckland that is due to conclude in June, July this year. But what I would like us to do is to support those organisations, and you'll see in particular there around the area of homelessness, where City Mission and LifeWise are the most active. That one, the biggest call out there is for those doing wraparound work, which is working very closely with those on the street to actually get a sustainable solution to get them off the street. And secondly, the 13 providers under the emergency housing banner, where we would work ourselves with land, but in particular through our processes to assist them in getting emergency housing built. Now, we're not doing the emergency housing, we're not doing the specific actions around homelessness. We're supporting those that can and are providing a catalyst and a connect, a conduit to enable it to happen. The one thing that I would say, though, after working in and around this area and trying to understand where best, if we were to put resources, and these are not large resources, but they are resources, if we were to put resources, where would we do it to create greatest change? And consistently, the advice of those who are active in both these spaces, which are interconnected, is in the area that I'm proposing now. Now, my view to you is this. We have rough sleepers just in the CBD, and you know we've got rough sleepers around the city generally now. But rough sleepers in the CBD presently are around 150, 200. They've got a pretty good grip on exactly what the numbers are. And my view is that as a city and as a nation, if we don't deal with the numbers that we've presently got, they will get too big to deal with in the years ahead. And you can see it now in our streets. They are evident and there. So for the rough sleepers, there's no short answer. It is hard work for those trying to work them off the street and get them into a safer shelter. It's hard work and it takes time, and therefore the option's not necessarily cheap. And there are a hell of a lot of volunteers in here. So, you know, one or two have been talking about how do we really enable volunteerism, and what I'm proposing here is a way for us in a very limited budget to do that, and to play our role to continue to back the homeless working group that we got and the emergency housing group that we've got, but to also show, aside from strong advocacy leadership, a little bit of good faith, just a bit, right? So I know that there's an argument around the table, oh, Mr. Mayor, you know, really this is government, this is charity, it's someone else, and I get all that. But it's actually our city, and we're the ones that sit right in the middle of the organisations that are doing the responding, and we lead them. We set it up. So, I know this is a difficult question for some of you. And, you know, and I accept that, and I accept, you know, maybe, you know, there will be people who won't support. I accept that too. But as a leader of the city, I've been struggling to understand a way that we can do it without over-accessing resources, but also show good faith, but also if we were going to use a bit of resource, that we would do it to maximise, and then continue to work closest with those who are looking to provide greater numbers of emergency housing. We've got to get 300 emergency houses up and now. And so this assists that process and helps to trigger a stronger and better response. You know, there's plenty of information there, and you will all know, most of you will know from your own anecdotal evidence. You know, I'd be absolutely happy, and I know Councillor Kath would be the same, that we would work together as a collective on the basis that we were to support this, that we would work together to actually deliver a stronger and more comprehensive response from the whole sector. But I tell you, it's under serious pressure, and what this would do in terms of ongoing discussions with government would be to say, hey, look, we've got a little bit of skin in the game here too. It's just not our rhetoric. We're in it too, and we accept that, and we're prepared to put, you know, my energy and the energy of those around the table and the local board chairs and the local boards and our organisation as much as we can to deal with a challenging social problem that we are just managing to hold at the moment, but we're not really getting more traction than we could. So team, you know, it's one of those little discussions that really is hugely, it's for the amount that we would look to put up, it is very, very small in our budget, but it is a very, very significant value discussion in our community. So I suspect we'll have, look, I'll ask Councillor Cathy to speak first because she's got the, by and large, leadership of this in the council.
I'd really like my colleagues to pay close attention to the second sheet the Mayor's handed out, which is headed up Proposed Additional Homelessness Budget. There's no question that every councillor around this table knows of homeless people in their area. And part of the new funding is to make sure that we have a regional approach to homelessness. The $50,000 that's been in annually in the long-term plan under the old Auckland Council dealt with an outreach service in the city. There's no question there's a call for that service across the region. And this part of the funding will allow the extension of this service that we part fund and an extension of the hours. So when councillors say that they have an issue, now that outreach service can go and make sure the people in your area are getting the services that they need. So look at that piece of paper. It's our homeless action plan is a blueprint for the rest of the country. It's working in partnership with the voluntary agencies and the government. Now, the government has been an absent partner for many years, and every opportunity I get, I've told them so. I think June will be an absolute perfect time to bring Minister Bennett in here to talk turkey about homelessness. We have a target to end rough sleeping in Auckland by 2020. To do that, we need the government sitting beside us. This budget allows more leverage, as the Mayor said. Have a look down that page. So the first one is outreach service, which has been shown to be the best way of dealing with homeless people rough sleeping. The second item is training. Now, I've actually been on several training courses watching as our staff, our council staff, frontline staff get trained. There is a way of approaching the issue of homelessness, and it can be improved. What we'd like to do is extend the training out to the region again, to make sure that the NGOs and our own staff are fully prepared to deal with homeless people in their area. The second one is, 3 and 4, service design. We've had a working group meeting for years, and what that budget line there will do is to address what they consider to be the priority areas. Look at them. Increasing safety, dignity and well-being for people living in our streets. Removing barriers to services, creating better support for people who've moved indoors and developed homemaking skills, and broaden the number of accommodation options. That's all worthy of support. Maori responsiveness, for the first time, a dedicated fund of $10,000. Maori are on our streets. So I hope that that can be one way of reducing their number. And the last one is, homeless people themselves have ideas, and they've given them to us. And that last figure, if you look at it, seed funding for initiatives that homeless have brought to the table. They've been telling us a lot. We know how best to do things. So this budget's it's not a lot of money in terms of our capital budget, our operational budget, but for homelessness, this is a landslide from $50,000 a year to the next 3 years to provide this, to really implement our homeless action plan. So I thank the Mayor for this. It was one of the better things in the budget, and I hope it has the unanimous support of all the councillors in this room, because we can end homelessness. We can. We can end rough sleeping by 2020, and we can bring down the homeless numbers throughout our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Cathy. Sort of a backhanded compliment. Okay, look, we've got Councillor Ross and then Councillor Arthur.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to second this. I presume Councillor Casey's moving it. I just wonder if it should just have across Auckland two words added at the end to emphasise, because there's no question it's not just CBD. Avondale's going through quite a bad patch at the moment in my area, so I'm just happy to second, and if we could just add across Auckland.
Councillor Arthur?
Thank you, Wish. Look, I'm a strong supporter of this, and I wished I had the fact that Councillor Cathy just said about it being eliminated by a certain time, because my concern is this is a growing problem, not only in Auckland, New Zealand, all the world. It's happening. And at the moment, the average 3-bedroom house to rent is about $480 a week, and I believe it'll be $500 by the end of the year. and how many people can afford to stay in those houses, how many will start doubling up and tripling up to live, and how many are going to spill out onto the streets. And whilst this is a great move in the right direction, it's still insufficient type of money to be able to achieve anything that we're doing. But if there's something else that we could do, I think, to help the situation, I think we should look at the possibility of greater ablutions in the public area for people like this to use, because I don't see them there, and that's a concern as well. I mean, we've got to look at the health side of this issue and what happens if they're not in those areas. And I'm talking about bathing showers and toilet facilities and all these things. I don't see it. Even this area where a lot of people sleep out here, we may turn around and say it's an AOTS centre, etc. We know, but the average person on the street doesn't know. So I just want to say I support this totally, but I am concerned it's insufficient number for the money. For the problem that is growing in Auckland is not going backwards as far as I can see. Thank you.
Just to address that issue of sort of, resource, of a key part of the responsiveness to this challenge is faith-based organisations. You'll see the churches, I mean, City Mission, most people don't even know City Mission's part of the Anglican Trust. It's part of the Anglican Church, and so they're out there. Of course, LifeWise, standalone charity, got some very strong links back into the various churches. Monte Cecilia, Catholic, St Paul's, same. So wherever you see the organisations that are active in around Salvation Army, what can you say? Wherever you see these groups and organisations that are active in this space, it's faith-based. And one of the things that I did in one of our meetings was to challenge the churches, the 1,000 of them across Auckland, and you could do the same for the temples and the mosques, to each build one house for emergency housing within the environments of the church. Now, some of them are actually already doing this. You'll be surprised. A number of churches and temples around the city have actually got active in the area of emergency housing and homeless housing. So again, it would just be a ratcheting up of the city showing its seriousness to collaboratively work on providing an answer here in a way that doesn't necessitate the underlying major contribution from the ratepayers. Remember, what I'm offering here is within the 2.5 that I am proposing we finalise in this budget. Okay, now I've got Councillor Chris and then Councillor Cam.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. When I first saw this, I looked at it with some reluctance, and I could hear my inner self not really wanting to support this, particularly with our budgets as they are so stretched at the moment. And I did have a conversation, though I didn't really engage in the conversation with my colleague, Councillor Casey, because I think she probably sensed my reluctance as well. But I also walk Queen Street at least twice a day. I'm probably the councillor that does that, and because of my journey, the complete length of Queen Street. And every day I hurdle sleeping bags and Carter Holt Harvey boxes every day. And I'm hurdling more and more sleeping bags and walking around the relief spots, which are an absolute stench of urine. This is on Queen Street, the Golden Mile I'm talking about. This morning I walked Queen Street at 7:15. It had been raining. And already the beggars, as I can just simply term them, and I know they're homeless and they're sleeping rough, are moving into position. It's cruise ship day, so you've got to get your spot early. And they're moving out of the back alleys, outside Prada, outside Gucci, and there's probably by about 9, there'll be 20 or 30 on Queen Street, all the way up to the Civic. But primarily they're in the lower part, which is where the best revenue is. And this has grown, these numbers have grown hugely just in the last 18 months. It's a very big problem. I'm going to be supporting this because we have to respond to a situation which is evidenced before me in my daily pattern of movement on Queen Street. And I hear from others that it's happening not just on Queen Street, it's happening all around Auckland. But I'm getting a little bit beyond listening to the new Queen Street chant of a little change, have a nice day, little change, have a nice day. I think we've all heard that. It's quite upsetting. And it's upsetting a lot of Aucklanders. A lot of Aucklanders really want us to act on this. This is a smart way to act on this. So I'll be supporting this. So I'm supporting it in anticipation of Queen Street and at least getting cleaned up where it's overdue.
Councillor Cam and then Councillor Linda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to come from a perspective of I hear and acknowledge the good work that Councillor Casey has done in over a number of years on this, but I just want to put up the argument, Mr. Mayor, that for me this is falls into the area of potential kind of scope creep. And I remember back in the early days of the post-amalgamation, and I raised it yesterday around ATEED, with their push for skills training and jobs, that we were, for those of us that can remember, it was all about facilitating, coordinating, leadership, lobbying. You know, that's where we were putting the skin in the game when it came to skills training and jobs. And the same kind of ethos was put to us around this issue as well. Again, facilitating, coordinating, leadership, lobbying, working with the agencies, working with the government and the shelters and anyone else involved in it. For me, the concern here is not so much the end figure, and I hear what you're saying, that it's within the 2.5% overall rates increase, but the fact that we're moving from a role where we were facilitating, coordinating, providing leadership and lobbying at $50,000 to now asking for 7 times more than that per annum at $360,000 a year. So for me, my concern is that we, on this issue again, as we are with skills training and finding young people jobs, we're getting into not just the facilitating, coordinating rhetoric. We're actually now moving a step closer and moving a step further and putting ratepayers' money, significant ratepayers' money, towards this. I would suggest, Mr. Mayor, that I hear that it's now a regional issue. I accept that. I spent 5 years dealing with it in parts with the Newmarket Business Association. I think there's very few areas left in Auckland that are exempt of this. But perhaps this would be something that we could really encourage if we wanted to up the funding from the suburban ratepayer, that perhaps it would be better to encourage, not direct because we couldn't, but heart of the city, instead of getting their hoses out and security guards to march these people off and throw them beyond the CBD bounds. Perhaps it would be something that Heart of the City, our biggest business association, which gets $3 or $4 million a year, perhaps it's something that they could actually invest in, given that they arguably are going to be the association and the area that most benefits from this ratepayer injection. So I'll be voting against this. I see the intent of it. I definitely see and respect the need for it. But I just fail to see that it should be something that financially should rest with the wider suburban ratepayers of Auckland. Thank you.
Councillor Linda.
I mean, I agree. We do need to do something, and it's not just in the CBD. I've been out with the community workers under the bridges in Henderson, in Carlow Park, and all the places around Auckland. But I am glad to see that we're not building the houses, that this is around facilitation. And I think that it is up to places like the Ministry of Social Development, Housing New Zealand to address these issues. But I think in the spirit of collaboration, which we are trying to foster more and more, if we can do a central local government development, I'm happy. I just wanted to clarify, I mean, Refuge's job is not to provide emergency housing. as a chairman of one. It's to provide safe housing. And the problem is with the refuges is that they're being asked to provide emergency housing more long-term and they can't do it. So I don't want to see creep for them having to provide, you know, medium, short-term emergency housing. They need to do their job and do safe housing and safety housing. And, you know, if this facilitates some sort of collaboration across the sector with government, then I'm happy with that. Because it clearly is becoming a problem. I mean, we've got it right on our doorstep when we come in the back door of the town hall. We have a group of people that sleep there. They air their sleeping bags in the morning in the sun when it's sunny, and they smoke their whatever they're smoking. You know, we have it, see it all the time. So I think we do need to do something, but I don't think it's our job to build the houses.
Okay. All right.
I'd just like to respond to something that Chris Darby said, just to correct him a little bit, that not all beggars are homeless. And you were using the two words interchangeably. So there is a problem with begging, but this is addressing the homeless issue.
Okay, Councillor Mike.
Yes, I was going to say that myself, Mr Mayor and members. Not all beggars are homeless, and not all homeless folk are beggars, but there is quite a co-relationship. And if you recall, a couple of years ago, I was landed with the unenviable task of chairing the public safety, public nuisance bylaw, and was confronted with begging in particular, and was surprised to realise that actually the word begging was never ever mentioned in any bylaw. So we had to recognise that word and enable officers to regulate and deal with nuisance begging, and by that getting them medical attention and getting them into homes. And so no point in having a bylaw that enables that if there is a problem providing homes for these people. And so I am supporting this. I take on board Councillor Darby's comments about what's happening on Queen Street, and I have to say, despite all the uproar on the Herald, and I think even my good friend Brian Rudman accused me of kicking beggars, the problem doesn't seem to have gone away with the new regulations, but it's not the same thing, but there is a strong co-relationship, and in order to deal with the problem, we have to support Councillor Casey's initiative and provide some funding to assist the homelessness problem. Thank you.
Right, I've got Councillor George.
Yeah, I've got an amendment, or just an addition I want to put up there, well, put it up as an amendment, that applicable Auckland Council bylaws to deal with homeless people be reviewed. And I think Councillor Penrose will second that. Yeah. And because I think it should go part and parcel with what Councillor Casey's put up, what's been moved. So I'll move that as an amendment. I'll talk to it. Mr Mayor, you know, we've had the mayoral task force on alcohol and safety in the CBD, and that started in the first term of this council, led by you and Councillor Penrose, and I have kept that going, and we meet a number of people from the CBD and from a whole host of backgrounds, mainly in the entertainment but alcohol area, and that has, I think, produced some very good results. And maybe it's time that we also, the council, took a lead here, because it's the time that alcohol task force is the time that we actually see the police. They always turn up at those meetings and contribute in a very positive way, and I think that's helped in relation to the city centre host charter, which has been developed. The council officers do a very good job there. So why I'm saying this is that, you know, I hear that our bylaws at the current time don't have the teeth that are required, and I think that We need to up our act there. We've got the, we've had involvement with the Alcohol and Drug Treatment Court and the New Beginnings Court. They're new innovations that have been set up in the court system, and I think, you know, this council played a lead role, or a role in setting up those two courts. Councillor Filipina was involved in the with the Alcohol and Drug Treatment Court, and you know, unless you can do something to get these people actually to court, and that is, you won't get the assistance. But, you know, through the New Beginnings Court, people have gone there, and because they're under some compulsion to do something, they've actually changed their lives, their outlook for life considerably, and they've actually ended up employed in meaningful work, and their health's improved in other areas of their lives as well. So I do think that it's time that we did have an improvement in relation to dealing with those people as far as our bylaws are concerned, and I ask that councillors support this amendment. Thank you.
Okay. I think, just Councillor George, I'll just take it as a separate addition. It's not really amending. It is additional in terms of a legislative response, so I'd see it as an addition, and that's fine. Now I've got David, Member David.
Kia ora, Your Worship. I wasn't really going to speak because I thought it was pretty straightforward, but you know, I just get to the point that, in my view, anybody who votes against this is nothing but mean-spirited. And when I listened to the last item about 350,000 in Phoenix and Palm, and was looking at the same sort of money and people's lives, I got to ask myself, what the hell's going on? So, you know, if it makes people feel comfortable that you can apportion some of it to Māori outcomes, do it. But for goodness sake, do something proactive instead of slamming them down and bringing in rules to police them. You know, the issues are far more deeper than what you're suggesting by bylaws regulations. So I accept from the paperwork that's been put up today, there's a number of strategies that have to be implemented. But I think, you know, to cheap change on people like this around 350k when you spend about 5 minutes on a damn tree, take a look at yourselves.
Okay. Got Councillor Cathy again.
I would expect that everybody in this room would vote down that amendment. And the reason that you need to do that is it is not an offence under any bylaw to be homeless. It is not an offence under any bylaw to beg. It is an offence to be a nuisance, and we dealt with that through the bylaw that was just mentioned. There is no reason to make homelessness a law and order issue. It reminds me of previous Auckland City Councils, which I thought I'd left well behind. We have a homeless action plan and a compassionate approach, which we've developed over probably 10 years, George. And that amendment is an embarrassment, and I really would like you just to withdraw it, because there's no basis to it. We don't have bylaws about homelessness. We have a really good policy on homelessness that's just been backed today by some funding, and a will at government to come to the table. And I'll be at the table with Paula Bennett. So please, George, take it back. It's inappropriate and it shouldn't be put forward.
Can I add after the words, my homeless and rough sleeping.
Okay, so we don't lose the plot completely on this. So really, one of the rather than order, just while we're quietly thinking away here, Dean, the issue of how we deal with the matter of regulation, there is a fairly substantive body of minor criminal law that is utilised by the police and our officers on occasions to actually deal with some of the challenges that we have specifically, you know. And So would it be more useful to perhaps review that through one of our committees of the whole to reflect on its effectiveness, rather than sort of direct out of this budget committee a review of our bylaws?
Mr Mayor, may I?
Order. So I'm asking for a direction here, some advice from our officers, because I rather think, councillors, that this is a budgetary issue, and I don't want to get in a long discussion about a bylaw issue.
Yeah, I'd remove the word bylaw, George.
Well, hang on. Just hang on. There's Councillor and Councillor Cathy. There's no harm in the fact that, and anyone can always request how we're going on the regulatory side, and that also reflects on what the policing obligation. My view has always been that there's plenty of stuff in the Crimes Act, quite frankly, but that it was about the will to enforce it. It's a bit like some of the stuff we've done for people trying to wash our windows. Golly, waste time having a bylaw if you're not going to enforce it. Dean, we can have some logic here, can't we?
Yes, you can. So, through the bylaws committee, there will be a review of the public safety and nuisance bylaws. And so...
we could really leave it for that review,
Leave
couldn't
it
we?
for that review, but the only other comment I want to make around this is that for us to work actively with this part of our community, we have to work on a range of fronts. And what you're seeking in this committee today is to apply budget to a policy direction so you can give some effect to that. So I do see this as a separate issue.
Yeah.
And I would leave that regulatory piece about public safety and nuisance to the bylaws committee, and if there was a need for any other policy review, then you can refer that to strategy and policy. But I'd keep this very separate today.
Yes, I think that's wise advice, actually. I'm sure Councillor George is listening to that. Councillor Michael.
Yeah, I agree. This is a problem that's way wider than civic bylaws, and obviously the council has policies, or should have policies, on these sorts of matters, and maybe it would be more sensible to have a look at the policies, the policy framework for the problem of homelessness and rough sleeping, given that we are now putting in money to try and deal with it. So rather than bylaws and semi-criminalising things, we look at the policies to go with the funding that we're putting in.
Can I move that, Mr. Mayor? Could I change it that we just note that the applicable bylaws to deal with that will be reviewed by the regulatory and...
Yeah, that's a good suggestion.
Yeah, look, Councillor George.
Yeah.
So it is evident that that's going to happen.
Anyway.
I just want to have it there so that when I vote for it, if I vote for the other one, yes, that I know that it's going to happen.
Yeah, well, it is going to happen. So I think we are buying unnecessary debate here on this issue, where it's quite clear this is what we're doing, and we don't need to sort of deliver overly obvious things when Councillor Cullum, that most capable chair of the bylaws committee, has got this stuff well in hand in his committee. Councillor Cowell.
Your Worship, I did mention to Councillor Wood, I asked the team to review this, the public nuisance and safety bylaw, probably a couple of months ago.
Yep.
To tighten up areas that we need to tighten up on.
Yep.
And you took the words right out of my mouth. There's no good having a bylaw, and I've always said it, unless we can implement it.
Yep.
And enforce it.
Yep.
So it's up to you, Councillor Wood. I'm happy to...
It'll happen then.
Yep,
So,
absolutely.
look, Councillor Wood, I on the basis of all of that, I would have thought the best idea is to just withdraw that and let this work be carried on in Councillor Penrose's committee, and let us just focus specifically on the issue of a budgetary commitment here today. And you know, I think this will be the best way forward. Councillor George. So I'll leave that with you.
Okay, I'll be with that as my second.
Right. Yep, very good. Right, Councillor John.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And just speaking to that budgetary concern, I mean, obviously the humanitarian aspect of it has been well canvassed and needs no further elaboration. But I just simply and very quickly make the point in terms of our overall budget, which amounts to goodness knows how many tens of millions in and around the city centre and even out in our town centres, with cruise ships and visitors and ATEED and all the rest coming in, it's somewhat undercut if you've got your main city strewn with poor souls lying in shop corners and begging. So from an economic imperative and a PR point of view alone, that's pretty much small change to address a far bigger problem.
Okay, good man. So it's a start. And I've got Councillor, I've got a few hands waving, so just quite keen for us to just focus on the, hang on Mike, Councillor Mike, just quite keen for us to keep focused on just this budgetary issue, and Councillor Denise, next.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do support this initiative, and it's clear to all that there is a burgeoning issue on this topic, but I just want to point out, and I know it'll be very much the fore of everyone's minds as we continue down this body of work, but it's not just a CBD-centric issue. And in the room today is one of our fantastic town managers in my area from Onehunga, and she rightly points out that the issue is spread across the city and that there is no emergency housing in the area whatsoever.
Yeah.
And she's having to deal with stuff on a daily basis. So when it comes to, and I understand the intent of Councillor Wood in regards to that public nuisance and safety bylaw review, because if you're dealing with people on a daily basis, that is not conducive to business and the public keeping on their way. There is an issue that we have to, enforcement does have to sadly become something that we look at. So we'll look forward to that review, Councillor Penrose, as it comes through Regan bylaws.
Very good. Councillor Dick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I certainly won't be voting for this. I believe that, and that's why I asked you the question yesterday in regards to what central government was doing, because this is a social welfare problem. It's not, and social welfare is the domain and responsibility of central government, not local government. And therefore, if we want to do anything, we should be a little bit harder on central government and the social welfare agencies that they run, to tell them that we have a problem, as if they didn't know it, and that they should do something about it. So I will not be voting for this, and I noticed that for those of you who have ever been to San Francisco, just how many rough sleepers, homeless people, panhandlers, beggars there are on the street there. And I was reading this article here about San Francisco because I thought, well, I wonder how they deal with it, given the fact that they seem to have a fairly large problem, as we do in Auckland, but on a much larger scale. Interestingly enough, over 10 years, San Francisco has spent roughly $1.5 billion on trying to move people off the streets of San Francisco. And they have come to the conclusion, after $1.5 billion and 10 years, that it is not a problem that can be fixed by City Hall. And I think we should take notice of their experience and advocate to central government and tell them, this is your problem. You deal with social welfare. It shouldn't be in our budget. And we have all these things in our budget. We recognise, and we spoke about this yesterday, transport is the biggest issue that we have facing us. And yet, the whole time, we keep chipping away at our budget on these things that are either somebody else's responsibility or is not the core business of local government. And Mr. Mayor, you want to lead the charge on providing better transport, public transport, private transport, rail, walking and cycling. I suggest that you don't put up these kind of recommendations that chip away at our budget.
Good speech.
That is a good speech. It's an absolute juxtaposition. Councillor Mike?
Mr Mayor, I think we're all impressed with the compassion of Councillor Casey and the motives behind this proposal, but I think we need to ensure that the money we are putting in to deal with homelessness actually is spent on homelessness, not on the council bureaucracy that may deal with homelessness. I think that's an important consideration. Please, can we make sure that this money makes a difference and is not just chewed up by, internal overheads, OPEX, which is a tendency in every other field. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mike. That's a good way to finish the debate, I suspect. Okay, councillors, so I'm going to put the overarching revision. Okay.
Work out who's mean-spirited.
Yeah. Yeah, can we don't...
I know them already.
Yes.
Councillor Nye?
Aye.
Councillor Brewer?
No.
Councillor Casey?
Yes.
Councillor Cashmore?
Yes.
Councillor Clow?
Yes.
Councillor Cooper?
Yes.
Councillor Darby?
For.
Councillor Filipaina?
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher?
No, she said aye.
I heard it. She's left the room.
Aye. She didn't have to make a call on it.
Councillor Crum?
For.
Councillor Lee?
Aye.
Councillor Penrose?
Yes.
Councillor Quacks?
No.
Councillor Stewart?
No.
Member Taipari?
For.
Member Nominee?
Yes.
Councillor Sir John Walker? Councillor Wayne Walker?
Yes.
Councillor Watson?
Yes.
Councillor Webster?
Yes.
Councillor Wood?
Yes.
Ooh.
Three Stooges.
Very close to unanimous,
We're down to the
but not quite.
Going to the hardcore bit.
Okay, right, now,
Funny how people will throw away their $200 bag given to them by the council.
Where's Councillor Fletcher now, when I need her? Where is she? Second, my next one.
oh, Bill, let's do the fees and charges. Thanks a lot, team. We'll do the fees and charges. This is the more wisdom of Solomon for the north and the south.
So, sir, you invited us to bring a person from one of the business districts.
Yep.
So we've got Kendall Gibson from the Pukekohe Business Association, which will give us some factual evidence about this issue.
Yep.
We have a motion that was drawn up with the help of Andrew and the compliance team this morning.
Lovely.
And I'd also like to hear from the Chief Executive
Oh, I'm sure we would.
on this.
So this is Plan B.
Plan
basic-
B.
And
Okay, Bill, do you, so everyone focusing, sitting up on the screens?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay, there's the fish are biting.
Speaking to that, sir, very quickly, we heard some of the reasoning yesterday. Plan B is just targeting us purely at the per square metre fees and also at the al fresco dining.
Al fresco dining?
We have that in
What is
Pukekohe.
that? He's getting
posh,
It's
isn't
very
Is this
posh.
at Mahui
We actually
outside?
we went to Oraki once and saw a bit of it, sir. It's quite nice.
Al fresco.
It's spread now, it's in Cleveland.
So what is it?
The megatropolis of Pukekohe is very sophisticated now, taking lessons from all over Europe and moving very much
And
upscale. but there is a financial cost and a struggle achieved with that. And I'd ask you to invite Kendall to explain that to the councillors, please, sir.
Oh, very good. Okay, so Kendall will actually, hi.
Sitting on the paddock now called
welcome.
Al Fresco.
So, Bill, can we just go through what's proposed here for a start? So, just sort of set out this thing here, and then Kendall can explain the...
It's farmers' market on the sidewalk.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor
So it's
Fletcher.
not,
So put Orewa into tier
so
3.
that's not the,
Yeah, well, hang
that's,
on.
yeah, but that's not the thing that we're putting
But
up.
it's not the thing. So let's get the thing up.
Can we have
Okay.
it up?
I can't even read that from
Which
here.
one? The Cashmore? Please.
The Cashmore one is the one we're looking for.
Oh, he's going to get free cups of coffee for life.
I wanted to.
They'll all be al fresco.
There you go. So that Orewa be into tier 3. And the wording of this other part is just to fit in with the law, which Andrew's probably better off to explain. But the essence is that it is for people who have not been charged a licence before, will pay a licence, but they will not pay for the per square metre rental until the 17, 18 years, just to give that bit of space to save that camel's back as we spoke of yesterday.
Right. Okay, so that's very good, Bill. Kendall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillors of Auckland, for having me here this morning.
Oh, good to see you.
So I've been asked to talk a little bit about how these costs would impact our local businesses, not only in Pukekohe but also across the Franklin region, where in the past there was no licensing fee for outdoor dining and obviously no rental charges. So I've broken it down to make it really easy for everyone to understand, and based on the costs that I've calculated, that each cafe in each town would be required to produce an extra 100 coffees per year. To really break it down, it doesn't sound like a lot. We're looking at around $500 per business, but you've got to understand that there's obviously a lot of competition between the cafes, so to make an extra $500 worth of coffees actually does make a big difference for these small businesses, and remembering that a lot of the businesses in Franklin are small businesses and they are struggling to cope with some of the fees and increases that have taken place since the amalgamation of Auckland Council. The 100 coffees per year doesn't include the rates increase to businesses this year, along with the increases in water rates for buildings that are earthquake risks, the increases in insurance, compliance fees. And the business feedback that I've had from my member businesses is that their revenue at this stage has been relatively static over the last couple of years. So you're also asking businesses to produce an extra $500, a capped $500 rate in addition to what they're already making, which is fairly static. So they've got to produce more money just to break even, essentially. The reason Franklin is different is because we lack the population and the foot traffic to actually support fees of this nature. 50% of the Franklin district actually commute out of the area for work. And given that the Auckland plan talked about being business friendly, I would think that this would be seen as a positive step. Outdoor dining increases vibrancy in town centres, and I would argue whether the cost of implementation versus the recovery of costs, particularly in the Franklin district, actually makes it worth implementing for the sake of the odd $500 here and there. You've just discussed a budget of $360,000 for homeless people, which was referred to as small in the scope of the budget. So I would think that this would be a sign of good faith from the council to stop this fee for businesses in Franklin, because I would understand that the fees recovered from Franklin businesses wouldn't add much to the coffers of your budget anyway. Thank you.
And Rodney, of course, you meant to say, and Rodney.
Right, that's good, because we'll not be forgetting Rodney.
No.
Okay, Steve, you got something
Oh,
to
look,
add?
just Chair, I just wanted to add that you will see advice and operational decisions coming from the organisation that does look to act differently in the regional extremities of Auckland, because it is different. And that's obviously Gulf Islands, North Rodney and Franklin in the south. And there is absolutely, you can see the tiers, they're very visible. And we are starting to think about how to tailor our activities in the regional, in the geographic extremities of the region, because the one size fits all does not work.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further you want to add, Bill?
Just to back up what Kendall said, and it was only as a temporary measure, and bearing in mind what Stephen said, it probably preloads that discussion and work anyway. And this is just a sign of the fact that this city and this governing body does understand that we are a very varied place, and there are places that need some different set of rules and some assistance, and that we do have a heart, as was exhibited in the resolution previous to this one. So I would really ask that people think hard and give some support to our struggling businesses in some of our smaller areas, sir. I think it is well worth the time and the little expense on an annual basis, which I understand is somewhere around 30k, 20k.
Right. Okay, I just want to go to Councillor Penny W first.
Yes, well, thank you very much, Mr Chair, and thank you to Bill for supporting, and thank you, Kendall, for coming in. I mean, this is about the vibrancy of our smaller areas, and, you know, I can tell you that it's not about revenue, it's about vitality, it's about our towns looking and feeling great. What will happen if we didn't do this is that they just move inside. So, you know, areas around our small towns that now many times of the year you can sit outside, believe it or not, it actually is sunny in the middle of July. They'll just all go inside, and it's sort of like dead, and we been there years and years ago. And as Bill said, you know, we've been to Kohimaramara and places like that, and we've seen the alfresco dining, and we want that for ourselves.
Sophistication.
The sophistication, as Councillor Brewer is saying. So really, please, I'm just asking you to support this.
Very good.
I said begging you to.
Right, got Councillor Christie.
So I really need to hear from our staff, Andrew and Max. So the 360 licence fee applies. Councillor Cashmore's amendment proposes the 360 licence fee applies. So if you want to use outside space, that's the minimum, and that will be paid, but the meter rate is not. And sorry.
So the meter rate would apply, but in 3 years' time.
Yeah, in 3 years' time. So in the interim, in those interim years, what is the net impact to our overall budget?
So the net impact of A and B was we'd lose about 20,000 in revenue for the next couple of years, and then 12,000 ongoing against what we budgeted by moving a rework to Tier 3. So it's not a lot of money.
Okay. I had some concern about this yesterday. I thank Councillor Cashmore for looking at this further. I know dining in Pukekohe as well, and took my dear mum out to Pukekohe just a month or so ago and perched myself on a seat in the sun at the railway end where the restaurants are, and the only reason we sat there was because it was outside. The inside was not inviting, and I just remind people that I'm grateful that we're not walking away entirely as we looked like we were walking away from the revenue yesterday, and I know that Councillor Cashmore will be the first to remind us of the phenomenal growth that's happening in Franklin, and I'm sure that will be going through the tills. That'll be going through the tills of the main street of Pukekohe. And one thing I also noticed in Pukekohe is the almost nil vacancy rate on the main street.
Right.
It's pretty damn successful down there. And hear you, Kendall, but I'll tell you what, we need to have our public domain paid for by businesses. They've got to pay their fair share. So happy to see you, and I will support this amendment.
Okay. Anything else, councillors? Very good. Then I'll move that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against? Pragmatic minds. Amazing what you can achieve. Well done. Kendall, thank you very much.
Chair, can I just confirm that you've just moved the audio one?
Yeah.
But there was another one that...
There's a substantive?
Yep, so that's the substantive
Covered in
one.
the same thing.
Okay.
We've
But
got
is it the
to put the
substantive?
whole substantive.
Mr Mayor,
I thought that he put an amendment up yesterday.
No, that
No,
amendment
this
wasn't,
is the one
it
we
wasn't
worked on.
passed. We actually
Tabled
lay
it.
it on the floor. This has replaced that amendment, that proposal rather.
Mr Mayor, Councillor Cashmore has also got a Meadowbank Community Centre amendment to put up.
Do they have your
And I'm prepared to second that.
I want to propose.
Okay, that's very good. I'm sure he'll do that after lunch. Councillor Cashmore, you could be putting up a lot of amendments after lunch,
I'm
probably.
a busy boy, yeah.
Okay, look, let's just...
Voting on this one?
Right, we're going to vote on that. So this is a substantive motion. Mover, I'll move it. Seconder, please.
What is it?
Councillor
Oh,
Cal.
Councillor,
Just
Councillor
look.
Webster wanted to do
Oh,
It is-
Councillor Webster.
Councillor
Councillor Webster.
Come on.
So we'll move the substantive motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against, passed. Right, I think we'll call it a break for lunchtime, and we will be back here at 2:15. So I want to give you a reasonable break.
2:15. You mean 2:15?
What is the time? I can't see it.
10 to 1.
Oh, right. That'll be a great lunch. Okay, so it'll be 1:15. 1. 1:30. 1:30. 1:30. Back here, 1:30.
Oh, press release.
really hopeful that we probably have 7 or 8 items to deal with, 4 of which I want to deal with as a group. I'm hopeful that we will get towards the end of the budget meeting by 2:30. It would be nice to be able to depart this place 3-ish, 3:30 at the latest. All right, so that's what I'm working towards. Again, I'm in your hands. I want to start with Councillor. Now we've got, so I'll give you an idea of what we've got here. We've got Councillor Georgie wants to talk on a budget reduction at Waterfront. Councillor Crum, who's going to ask for assistance in Manukau Harbour. The IMSB, who had some proposals. The Faux Walkway. Helicopter Trust from Councillor Mike Lee. Glenfern Sanctuary, Mike Lee also. Meadowbank Community Centre that seems to have been as eagerly awaiting as the second coming.
That's right.
Orewa Seawall.
Almost as good.
And then there are 4 miscellaneous requests which you all know about, and I will probably deal with those as a group. Okay, so Councillor Denise, have you finished your coaching?
Friends of the Manukau Harbour.
Friends.
Yep, good
Councillor
friends.
Denise, have we got a recommendation from you?
You do have a recommendation from
They're
me,
coming
so
up.
this is obviously
Perhaps we just wait for it to come. Yes.
There it is.
Dr. Rogers here.
So Councillor Filipaina is still my second.
Yes, and Dr.
Got my back the whole way.
We seem to be the width of the Manukau apart yesterday afternoon. How are we going?
Oh, we're close together, absolutely.
Yeah, I just love this
It's
energy.
only 3K at the closest point.
Okay,
So this
Denise, do you want to lead off?
Yeah, absolutely, and this should pass really quite quickly. Thanks,
good.
Mr. Mayor. So we've reworked the wording here, and essentially, you might want to come up the screen so we can see the quantum. This, in this first instance, seeks to... Actually, I should start off by saying this is no budgetary implications right now.
Yep.
I'll start with that wording just to allay some fears on that regard. It's intending to, with its very first opening line, staff be directed to undertake the following with the Manukau Harbour Forum, seeks to join up a much needed conversation in a very broader manner. We definitely need those 9 local boards that represent the Manukau Harbour Forum to be assured by staff that there's going to be all the issues addressed, including hydrodynamic modelling. This amendment does seek to specify out the hydrodynamic modelling work, but it also gives some scope for staff to work with the forum to absolutely ensure that that's the way to go. There's a placeholder there for 400,000. It's likely to be more, but there's a placeholder there for that particular amount, noting that if costs are around that vicinity and the Regional Strategy and Policy Committee decide so, then we can reprioritise and get that money in, and if there's additional monies required, we can work through that at the time. But I'll just recap by saying that there is no immediate budgetary implications in this, but there could be. We're putting in a placeholder. We're leaving all the options open that should staff and Manukau Harbour Forum decide that this is the way to go. We're giving them some certainty, and we're also providing a timeline. That's the part B in it. That would essentially require staff to trigger work over the next 6 to 8 months, and should this be the way to go, it'll be in the next annual plan. So would dearly love your support on this. It's a very safe amendment.
Very safe amendment.
Good.
We do have a seconder, don't we?
Filipaina.
Councillor Elf.
Again.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Roger, good. And Roger, yep, I got that out.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, we have talked with the staff of the Manukau Harbour Forum about Councillor Crumb's amendment, and they're very happy with this wording too. So we will work together with the staff of the Manukau Harbour Forum.
Happy? Councillor Alf?
Your Worship, just a few sentences. Just want to say thank you to Denise for bringing this through, and also the work that she has done over the last few days with the forum. Your Worship, and yesterday's recommendation, it mentioned all the local boards that had it in their plans and are very supportive of this, and I just wanted to reiterate that, is that they are very, very supportive, and like Denise, I just ask that the councillors support this. Thank you.
Do you want the local boards in there again, Alf, or should we just, under the auspices of the forum?
Yep.
The forum suite.
Yep. Councillor Chris D. And then perhaps
Roger, can you go and expand on Roman 5? I'd like to know which subset of the budget is this from, and which are the projects they are going to give as referred to in the very last part of that line.
So through the Mayor, so I have been talking about that with our Chief Finance Officer Sue Tyndall. So basically said out there it either comes from additional money, and if that's not available then we'd have to reprioritise projects, but we have not been able at this stage to reprioritise projects, so we can't answer that explicitly.
So I need to know, we've all got an interest in what's in that program at the moment, so it's difficult to lend support if there are projects which I'd have great concern about being, having them slip down the list. So
perhaps I could just say, Mr. Chairman, that as Councillor Crum explained it, it may not require the funding until the next year's annual plan. So that would be an opportunity to be quite explicit about what projects are being reprioritised to allow this funding.
So and if you were going to do it in this year's plan because there was a need and an urgent requirement, then you would bring it back to the appropriate committee.
Yes, that's right. So we will be reporting back to the Regional Strategy and Policy Committee under item little Roman V on this recommendation. That's right.
At which point in time everyone would have their chance to have a say if there was a required reprioritisation.
Okay, so it's still subject to the decision making of RS&P.
Absolutely.
Per budget.
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Penny.
Yes, I want to thank Denise for coming up with this. I'm very supportive. We heard very clearly and have done over the last few years from the boards, but they very much came in this time and told us that's what they wanted to do. Remembering that we are actually putting some extra money in for local boards, maybe amongst them they might be able to come up with this money themselves if and when it's needed, but certainly I think it flags to a lot of people that we do take the Manukau Harbour seriously, and I know that there's been some real concerns that they're seen as the poor cousin, so I'm very supportive of this, and I ask my fellow councillors to do the same.
Right, last speaker, Councillor Bill.
Yes, thank you, sir. I'll draw councillors' attention to A1, it's identify the current whole of council integrated program. We've had discussions with Watercare last year about this. They already do a lot of measuring and monitoring, and they would certainly, should be asked to be part of this program to help give it potentially a greater outcome that's more encompassing. So, good work, Denise.
Right, very good. Okay, I'm going to move it.
Sorry, is this in the environmental management section or not?
Yes.
Okay, so, oh gosh. Okay.
Right, I'll move that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against. Right, we've got John Dalziel here, so Councillor George.
Okay.
Councillor George is looking to do a little bit of pruning.
Well, okay, I'll just move my the motion as a remove from the 2015-25 long-term plan the waterfront development project West Haven Promenade with capital expenditure of $8 million in 2017-18 and $8 million in 2018-2019. And this project was discussed at the workshops we had with it was Mr. Marler from Waterfront Auckland. I've got a seconder.
You do have Councillor Quacks.
I'll second
I'll second it.
Okay, thank
Oh, it's
you.
already seconded.
Well,
It's
actually-
already seconded.
Councillor
So-
Quacks, were you aware that you were seconding this?
Yeah, I was.
Well, no, he's quite
He's on the
free,
ball.
free, and he's not
Doesn't
under
need to
any
be
compulsion.
asked.
So, I've been curious as to what the amount is for 16 million dollars in this project. To me, seems a huge sum of money with just being spent along the West Haven Promenade between Beaumont Street and the Harbour Bridge. Now we've already built the and put in place a cycle lane along there, and now we're talking about spending another 16 million dollars along there. Now, I'd be interested to hear what Waterfront Auckland say, but quite frankly, I think that when we're in a period of finding it difficult to find funds for projects and to do work, prettying up the waterfront along West Haven doesn't seem to me to be a project which would be essential in the scheme of things as far as essential projects. Maybe desirable, but I think that we've got to make sure that when we're spending money, they are particularly important because of the other projects the pressure's on us to come up with those savings and funds. So I just don't know how this got in there. It obviously got in there somehow, but they have spent, I think, $6 million already on the cycle path along there, which I've used it, and it's certainly to a very high standard. And I think that because of this, there doesn't seem to be a particular, I've looked at the brochures from Waterfront Auckland, but it certainly doesn't seem to be particularised to any great extent, and there's no sums of money around the projects. It's just sitting in the budget there, that big sum of money. So my view is that it should be pruned out. Other people are saying that there should be more accountability for how the money, what the money's going to be spent on, but I would like to know more, and if it can't be any justification, I'd ask councillors to remove it and use the money on other projects. I mean, you've got the issue of erosion on beachfronts around the coast of Auckland Council's areas is huge, and I don't see any erosion in this area, and people are showing us photos the other day of Orewa and the problems there, and I do think that we've got to be when we've got sparing the need to use those funds that we have. I think that this project is one that I don't think should proceed at this stage. Thank you.
Okay, well, it's seconded, so John, can you just give us, I mean, this of course hasn't appeared just out of nowhere. We've been looking at these budgets for 18 months now, and so I guess it's been there through that time. So, John, would you like to just describe why it's been there for that time and
yes, thank you, Mr.
what
Mayor.
we're trying to achieve with it?
I think fundamentally this goes back to one of our key requirements in terms of our statement of intent, and in terms of waterfront, one of our main objectives is to be actually opening up new parts of the waterfront for all Aucklanders, and so this is actually a key part of that strategy. The second point I'd like to make is that when the first amount of money, around $8 or $9 million, was approved for the stage one, we very clearly signalled to councillors that we were taking a progressive approach in terms of the walkway. We weren't building everything at once, and there would be at least 2, if not 3 stages to the works. So what you have before you has been on the table for some time. The third point I'd like to make is that that we have now opened stage one, and the public appreciation for that opening up that part of the waterfront has been significant. Yeah. Mr. Mayor, you were down there the day that we opened this, and consistently we've seen right from the early part of the consultation around the waterfront plan and then through the LTP that this initiative has been one that has actually achieved widespread public and community support. It is nevertheless important to remember that it is a staged project, and stage 2, to give councillors a flavour of the scope of works for the additional $16 odd million we've been spoken of, that's spread over years 18 and 19. There are probably 12 key points. I'm only going to cover a couple. The scope involves widening approximately 300 metres of promenade from St Mary's Bay Beach to the western edge. It also, along the marina's western edge, looks at continuing some of the built form you see in stage 1. In plain English, that means building out from the concrete footpath a timber deck section, and that type of detailing, it doesn't flow all the way around the promenade at the moment, but has been the one where we've received a lot of public support. There are also ongoing safety improvements in terms of separating promenade users from vehicles and cyclists from walkers, and that's been an item of discussion previously. Also, the widening of the footpath between the marina southern edge across to parking linking to St Mary's Bay open space and beach area. Creation of a new public space on the western edge of the existing Z Pier car park. Continuing to improve the connection of the existing footpath from Harbour Bridge Park through past West Haven and through and onto the promenade. This is actually an area, Councillor Wood, where there is some climate change issues, and you refer to issues of erosion. We actually have issues of sea level rise down here. We have a seawall along that western edge which is sinking, and part of these works here is to address some of those very real issues, flooding and inundation around sitting ducks, which is at the start of this of the promenade. And finally, we do need to are looking to continue to expand our network of CCTV cameras, which are linked back into the system to help improve public safety. So, Mr Mayor, that is a summary of the reasons we believe why this is an important and essential part of striking the balance which you're looking to agree upon today. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Right, so we've got Councillor John.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to sort of pick up on some of the points that Councillor Wood made. I mean, this is obviously a desirable project and has a number of benefits, to the community long term. I guess it really comes down to striking a balance in this new financial era that we find ourselves in terms of weighing up what a priority is. I mean, and priority across Auckland as a whole, not just perhaps in the central city area. And I think there's certainly the perception there that there's huge amounts of money being invested in the city and numbers of projects and other areas are missing out, and it's I know it's a little parochial to start sort of weighing up what's happening in your ward to what's happening into the city, but nonetheless I'll do that. I mean, I see up in Orewa, for instance, the waterfront, the beach is getting washed away. It's not a matter of connections and paths and perhaps CCTV cameras. We're losing the reserve. It's getting washed away, and it serves a semi-regional function also. I mean, you go up there on weekends throughout the summer on public holidays. It's mobbed with people coming from all over Auckland. It's not the locals that are there. It's people coming from all over Auckland. So when I see this sort of expenditure, 16 million on top of what's already gone in for a worthwhile project. I'm not questioning that at all. But when I balance that up with what's happening on this, this significant beach, which has it's an overused word, but it does have iconic sort of presence for a lot of people in Auckland who have been around for a long while. Then it doesn't cut it. We're losing our beach up there. We're losing the very valuable council land and reserve land. And there's nothing in the budget for that. So it's priorities, isn't it? It's balancing it. A lot of these projects, I wasn't here on the first term, but I assume, they were set in the good old days when, money seemed to be not quite so scarce as it is now. So I think, Mr. Mayor, you've referred to the reset button. And, if I'm going to take a long, hard, cold look at things, well, that reset button has to be applied to projects like this when other things that, to me, have higher priority are missing out.
Okay, Councillor Chris.
A question of Mr. Dalzell. Mr. Dalzell, when your CCO, Waterfront Auckland, consulted with the public, not most recently, but prior on your development plans, what single project brought them the greatest accolade of support? Was it not this project?
Through the Chair, that's correct. It was
Nice
this project.
parliamentary question.
And
the answer is yes.
Second question on consultation, because we're talking about reflecting the public view a lot around this table, and it's good to know the answer to that one. In the most recent consultation, and no doubt your CCO, Waterfront Auckland, has analysed the feedback. What was the feedback in opposition to this particular program of works?
Well, there was
opposition and support. Sorry.
Through the Chair, there was very little opposition. So I think, from memory, with the waterfront plan, this was achieved around 74% support. I think the only themes of opposition were around cost.
Thank you. Speaking briefly to this, Mr. Chair, look, my colleague from the North Shore has had a crack at this 3 times. This will probably be the 4th. I am aware of Councillor Wood's submission on the Sky Path, where he argues the lack of connectivity north and south. This does assist the connectivity to Sky Path. A reporting planner's recommendation is that that consent be granted, subject to the hearings. I'm also a submitter, the opposite way to Councillor Wood. But I think, there's potential conflicts there. I would just really want to make the point, again, members, we received feedback from our community. If they fed back on 2 issues, they fed back on deliver us public transport, and they also said deliver us cycling. That was where the accolades came from most recently. And we've just heard from Mr. Dalzell, in recent years, they've said the same thing about all the walk cycleway connections all around the waterfront. You've only got to witness that waterfront, particularly in our summer months just gone, and any sunny day, any time of the year. The whole of Auckland just finds that place. It's the whole of Auckland. This doesn't belong to the people of the city centre. And it has absolutely opened up that waterfront. And that's why people are thirsting for these new apartment developments down there that were just recently launched, and they're clambering over each other to go and live there. It's a staged approach. Remember, it's a staged approach. You go and pull out a stage now, you undermine the stages that have already been built. And this is not just 200 or 300 metres. This is a long, beautiful connection. This is serving people, the constituency of the North Shore, once the Sky Path's there. It's serving the people of the city centre, of course, the Western Bays travelling into the city centre, the eastern side travelling the other way. This is about people starting to explore the parts of Auckland that are right under our noses, but we don't have access to. It's about erosion, it's about seawall control, it's about security, it's about a raft of things. It's not just about cycling, and I don't want to dwell on that particular part. But members, we've committed to these plans of Waterfront Auckland, we've interrogated them, we've worn their budget down. We have. We've done it a number of times. We've been pretty harsh on some of these CCO budgets. Let's keep to plan. We know what the plan is. Don't take out the middle stage of this connectivity. I think we just put in, committed to Voss Shipyard, right smack bang in the middle of this. So how are we going to get people to discover the Voss Shipyard?
Okay. All right. We've got, I think someone else is waving at me over here. Councillor King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to support Councillor Wood and Councillor Quack's on on this amendment, and while we've heard repeatedly over the last few days that the majority of people through the LTP process have called for more transport, more public transport, I want to refer to the small majority, 80%, who have called for their rates not increasing by more than 3.5%. Apparently that majority is not important as the other majority, but I want to support the 80% today. And one way through this, Mr Mayor, and I'll foreshadow it if this doesn't go through, is that we defer this expenditure for another financial year. So we kick it into the next LTP round of 18-19 and 19-20, because as it stands, it kicks off within this LTP round, and if this doesn't go through, the removal of it, then perhaps we keep it on the table, or we just push it out 1 year and look at it for the first 2 years of the next LTP. I suppose, as Councillor Watson has alluded to, there is a really strong and growing perception around this council being CBD-centric, and it may suit wards like mine, but it certainly is not suiting wards that are outside that traditional Auckland city area. And let's not forget that when we look at our LTP, Mr Mayor, and again, not wanting to put anything upon the good work that Waterfront Auckland have done, led by John, over the last 3 or 4 years, but nonetheless, there's been huge money spent. There's been great results achieved as well. But we look at this 10-year budget, and we've got the gross budget of Waterfront Auckland is 231 million capex with 526 million opex. And I have been leading the charge, and apparently I'm mean-spirited and don't have a vision. Perhaps the work in and around the tank farm and the waterfront, which are under the auspices of Waterfront Auckland, perhaps we just need to take the foot off the pedal and let some of our commercial tenancies catch up. Let's get the rates, let's get the leases, let's let the private sector now move on, because a lot of work has already been done, and this is $16 million that is going to be further injected. On top of, when you look at this capital projects list on page 85, on top of West Haven Marina Village, 18 million, and in fact for the 15-16 year in and around the waterfront marina commercial public amenity, 43 million. And so there's huge money being spent there. I hear the success of stage 1 of this connection, but I also hear from the eastern suburbs, Mr Mayor, who tell me that they signed up with you in good faith 3 or 4 years ago now, Tamaki Drive Master Plan, to promote grade separation, because I don't know what the accident rate is like getting around the walkways between West Haven and the Harbour Bridge at the moment, but I can tell you the accident rate and the incident rate, and unfortunately even the death rate on Tamaki Drive. And I pitched for 2.61 million to start that grade separation, that potential boardwalk project for 17-18, and that has been, thankfully, at least diverted to finance and performance. So I pitched for 2.6 million and was unsuccessful to kick off that 4-year project that hasn't had any capital injection, yet here we've got another, the waterfront part of Auckland, in and around the Harbour Bridge, West Haven, the tank farm, again getting another big capital injection. So, Mr Mayor, I can see the merit in it, but I can't see the priority in it. And I ask that that my amendment be tabled after Councillor Wood's, that if his fails, I ask that the committee look at least deferring this expenditure, keeping it on the table, but moving it out 1 year so it can fall into the next LTP period, and we can debate it in 3 years' time as to whether it should be in that immediate 2 years. Otherwise, it will fall in the next 3 years, and I don't think it's a priority. I think we can look at it next LTP as a priority then.
Maybe we should put it into the...
Councillor Cullen, rather.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I'm just wondering, Your Worship, what would be the reputational and cost ramifications to this if this was to go forward?
Reputational and...
Through the Chair, I guess what councillors are wrestling with here is that with a high custodial type location like Wynyard Quarter, for an area which is very dear to all Aucklanders' hearts, it's a long-term project. It's 25 years to convert this space, and confidence with our private sector partners is a fragile thing. We've already seen and we've heard your call to dial back expenditure, and I'd remind councillors that we've already taken $100 million out of the public works budget to get it back to the current level of $70 million, including this proposal. So to do that, we've had to traverse a very fine line between keeping faith with the vision of the area and what has been committed to in terms of a process with our private sector partners. It's very hard to give you a hard and fast answer, Councillor Penrose, to your question, but I think you can get a sense that because of the long-term nature of the type of work we're doing down there, it is an important component in keeping the vision alive and in front of the community and the investors who are leveraging off the council's very significant commitment to the area.
Councillors, this is that classic situation. I think what Councillor Chris is indicating is probably useful. You know, often I've encouraged you to just keep your eye on the ball and keep the plan and the agreement that we've got running around the table well focused on and delivered. And a lot of the discussion over the last couple of days in particular has been about just holding very true and closely to what it is that we're trying to achieve, the important things. And that transport debate was pretty important to really holding true to the fact that we have something of a destiny in this chamber, and certainly in the early years of the bringing together of Auckland, to actually deal with that great issue of transport. But I just want to remind you now, 6 of you weren't here in the first, but I'm sure if you had been here, you would agree this. When in our first meeting we said that we needed to make the CBD our #1 transformational shift. And why was that? We had a waterfront we couldn't get at. We had a town centre that no one was shopping at anymore. And basically we didn't have a heart of the city. Someone or other had a name, they called themselves the heart of the city, but we weren't. Pathetic retail. And anyone coming into the city, if they were going to come in, we're going to come in by car. You know. So what I sense in this discussion at this late point is that there are a number of people looking hungrily at this particular budget, thinking, "Oh, I could use that." Oh, you know, I mean, it's so easy, really. I mean, it's just a bloody walk around the waterfront. You know,
Massive
so
community centre.
that's it.
The Meadowbank Community Stadium.
You know,
Stadium.
we've got the foreshore at Orewa. God, you know, we've got to get that fixed.
Well, you do.
So this looks like an easy target, but John's last comments were telling. We put the organisation under the thumbscrews, and remember we took $3 billion out of the capital program. And for Waterfront, that $170 million capital program is now 70. And so you can't say they haven't given it up. And they really got it back, and there are members of the media here who, when they talk about some of the very, very positive changes of the city, it's always great to read that.
When? When do they do that? They just say we spend too much money.
No, this is not an opportunity to get excited. but when those matters are reflected on, it has to be said that they do reflect on the transformation of our waterfront. And I think that's what the community is loving, and is some of the reason behind some of the more animated discussions recently. And the waterfront have done an outstanding job. And also to remember, the work that we are doing down there, a lot of it's been driven by the private sector. And the question that Callum asked was a very astute question, because that private sector is looking for us to hold the line and to abide by the reasonable direction and commitment to the plan, which is our #1 focus in a transformational shift. So the waterfront, I think, have done what we asked them to do. Carve your budget. Come back to us with what you think is really essential to hold the line and keep a pretty firm focus on the vision and enable us to attract those great international lot like Fuwas and some of the localies like the Bonds and what are they called again?
Willis Bond.
Willis Bonds, great team from Wellington. So, and they are doing a great job, and we are getting billions of dollars worth of investment off the back of that. And maybe part of that could in the end be that those private sector investors will take some of the pain away and build some of that stuff like they're doing with the CRL under the precinct. So look, I know it looks hugely enticing and tempting. Councillors, we're going to do our very best to deal with some of the requests at the back end of this discussion. And that is something that I can hold out to you. But let's not take the opportunity of cutting off our nose to spite our face. So I completely understand where Councillor George is coming from, but I think the waterfront have taken, we've asked for £1 of flesh and they gave us £2. Perhaps time to leave them with it. No, you can't have any say in this discussion. Right, who's next?
That's it.
Right, okay. So I'm going to therefore move that motion. I'll move that. All those in favour say aye.
I have a division.
Hang on, what's this on? Is this on
this is George's motion.
George's one.
Yes.
George's.
Okay, that was carried, I think. I think it's been carried.
No.
Okay.
Just say
I've got mine
those
as a backup,
against, and then you might get some response.
Yeah.
Because there was no response to the 4.
I know.
Well, exactly.
You want to buy a division, George?
Yeah.
Okay.
Might as well, it's only Friday
No.
afternoon.
Councillor Nye?
No.
Councillor Brewer?
4.
Councillor Casey?
No.
Councillor Cashmore?
No.
Councillor Cooper?
Yes.
Councillor Darby?
No.
Another punch of
Councillor Filipaina?
Against.
Councillor Fletcher?
4.
Deputy Mayor Hulse?
No.
Councillor Crum?
Against.
Councillor Lee?
No.
Councillor Penrose?
No.
Councillor Quacks?
Or
Councillor Stewart?
Yes.
Member Taipari?
No.
Member Namane?
No.
Councillor Sir John Walker?
No.
Councillor Wayne Walker?
No.
Councillor Watson?
Yes. Enticing eyes.
Councillor Webster?
No.
Councillor Wood? Yes.
It's close.
All right, thank you.
Getting better.
Oh, this is going.
Just wind that down, please. I can't see it properly.
Where do you want to go?
Just wind it down. Just
The next one.
down a bit. No, just down a bit. But, I was having a look at that vote again.
Oh, right.
Do you want to recount?
Thank you.
point of order,
Councillor Quacks.
I don't believe member Jay Tamaheri is here.
Oh, no, we had this discussion yesterday.
Haven't had the minute to change.
He's Skyping in his vote.
Right.
No, I know the Maori Party, or the
Yeah,
Maori
thank you,
Independent
Councillor.
Statutory Board is interchangeable with your members here.
Thank you, Councillor Dick. Right, now, the next matter that I've got is the Independent Māori Statutory Board.
Oh, Mr Mayor, I had a foreshadowed amendment that was to put if this one was lost.
Right.
I'm happy to call a division. It's been,
Oh.
and Councillor Quacks, I'm sure, will be. He needs no explanation
Councillor,
to
I
support me
did
on
say that we were
Democratic.
hopefully going to get out of here.
Oh, let's go. Call for a division.
Hour.
4.
Pace the momentum.
Right, Pace and momentum, thank you. Okay.
This is a sensible one, just
Can we
one
just
year.
have this on the hands, councillor? What about just on the hands?
Oh, I think we'll just call it quick division, because this is a sensible one. I think it's going to be pretty close. Deferring it one, for your next term of the mayoralty, Mr Mayor, just deferring it 1 year out.
Yeah, thank you.
So we have a discussion then. We prioritise then.
Anyway, Len,
So just being positive. It's just 12 months difference.
Yeah, thank you.
Probably going to be unanimous for, actually. But we'll do a division.
No.
Hey?
No.
Councillor Brewer.
4.
Councillor Casey.
No.
Hey?
It's going to be close. Councillor Cashmore.
No.
Oh, come on.
Councillor Cooper.
4.
Yeah.
Councillor Darby.
No.
Councillor Filipaina.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
No.
It's going to do worse than the other one.
Councillor Crum.
Against.
Councillor Lee.
No.
Councillor Penrose.
Aye.
Councillor Quacks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Councillor Stewart.
Yes.
Taipari. Member Namane.
No. These people better
Councillor
not
John Walker.
complain for money.
No. Councillor Wayne Walker.
No.
Councillor Watson.
Yes.
Councillor Webster.
No.
Councillor Wood.
Yes.
How did that do worse?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Very good.
That's a good fallback.
Right, now, the Independent Māori Statute Board, so I want to acknowledge Member David. We ask the officers to reflect on what was being proposed.
Mr Mayor, do you need to put the substantive on that one or not?
Can we do that?
No.
No, because it wasn't.
It's not a substantive, it was a... But thank you for reminding me.
Testing
Yeah.
Worked?
Thank you. Right, Grant, the proposed amendment, so we asked you to go and have a look at this. Your assessment is what has been asked for, has no direct budget impact, but clearly a lot of work yet to do to find better alignment, better assessment and clarification of our budgets. I mean, it is a big budget, and getting a firm understanding of how to make this work, I think, is basically embedded within these recommendations. So you can just give us a bit of a heads up, and then I'll ask Member David to speak to it from the viewpoint of the IMSB.
Thank you, Worship. And these amendments were worked through with Mr Taipari last night. It's the first thing I'd just observe is the third recommendation there. And just to emphasise through that there's quite a strengthening and broadening of the leadership around the transformational shift now with Stephen's oversight group, executive leadership group, and that includes the ELT, all the CCO CEs and Brandy. So it's quite a high level look at it. So dealing with the first one, one of the issues that we identified as we were working through the compilation of the transformational shifts in the paper was there are areas where, particularly with some of the larger CCOs, where there was difficulty for them in identifying specific contributions through because they couldn't do so within their projects at the moment. But there is potential in looking at some of that, and talking with Stephen last night, he's very comfortable with leading that. In relation to the second one, later this month the IMSB will be presenting its treaty audit. We've been working through draft action plans there, but in addition we are also in the process right now of putting quite a lot of effort around the areas of progressing the responsiveness plans and training across the organisation. So we're confident that we can identify from those efforts the sort of funding that's talked about there.
Right. I've asked Stephen to step up here because, I mean, this is very much about how we're building this relationship. And so, Steve, is there anything you just want, I mean, we're talking about the nature of that and the broadening of the leadership commitment to this. And we know we've had challenges around agenda reporting and things like that. So is there anything you can sort of add to just sort of embellish what Grant's saying from your view and that officer-administration relationship?
What you'll hear about through you, Chair, over the next couple of weeks is that our response and our commitment to better Māori outcomes is going to, the attitude will get a tick, but the performance is still quite low. And in the first 3 years, there's been a lot of effort gone into trying to work out how to report that, and I think we're getting through that and starting to focus on real things that we can do, and the IMSB are very clear that the organisation needs to perform better in that space with actually doing things, and that's entirely consistent with the governing body's desire for us to pick up the pace. So they go hand in hand.
Very good. Right, Member Dave. So these are 3 recommendations, and the assessment from the officers, no budgetary impact, but clearly a resource and impact to the extent of the amount of work that's going on. So can you just give us IMSB's view and what you hope the Chamber will deliver?
Kia ora, Your Worship, and certainly support what both Stephen and Grant just passed on. Simply the first recommendation is that we continue to do the work that we've started and has been well led by Stephen, and the scoping of that out, because I mean we get to the issues all the time. What is a Māori outcome? What is a Māori transformational shift? And where is the money being spent? Is it universal and the likes of those things? And these things need to be cleared up and worked through in order to be able to look at annual planning in the future based on the current envelopes of funding within the LTP. And my understanding, as you've just said, this type of work that's been proposed in the first resolution is within existing envelopes of money, so no one's asking for anything extra here. We're just asking to better refine where that money's been directed in terms of getting better outputs. The second one is, yes, there's a little bit of a preemption in terms of the audit that's to be released shortly, and particularly to the governing body for the joint IMSB and governing body meeting coming up shortly. And there is a fair amount of work still to be done. And what is clear is that Council's capacity to deal with that is, I guess, a little bit below par, if I can be putting it in that way, and I think there's a bit of work to be done there, and this work, the second resolution, is giving effect to that. This is about investing now, so that it's not just an ongoing drain of investment for a long, long time. And if we get things right now, incorporating the first resolution around Te Toa Takatini and through the treaty audit responsiveness, these things will, in my view, over a period of time within the 10-year plan, using that as a period, will reduce significantly and be more focused and more outcome focused. And of course, the last one speaks for itself, guided by the leadership of Steve.
Okay. Right, so I've got, I think...
oh, no, sorry.
Yeah, you okay?
Just secondary refusal.
Yeah, that's good, you're the seconder. I think I heard Councillor Linda there.
Yeah, just, I was very happy to hear that Member Taipari was happy to put that 810,000 for homeless against Maori outcomes, so
Did it get
tongue in cheek.
Did it get to 810?
It did, over 3 years.
Very good, thank you. Anything else? Okay, then I'll move that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against. Thank you. Right, thank you very much, Member Dave and Leanne. Right, now, Fo, Ross, you're back? Good. So Councillor Ross has a resolution which talks about Fo, the Fo Walkway project. You will see that Councillor Ross is looking for us to direct of sorts. Prioritise. Yeah, hang on. Have you got a seconder, councillor?
Yes, he's got the Deputy Mayor.
Any? Councillor Ross?
Can I just, a point of order?
Yes.
I want to get a sense of the order here because...
Okay, I've said this.
That might be a list, but this relates to the Regional Greenways Network Plan, which is on a separate order paper. I thought you'd be smart to actually put that together rather than sort of cherry-pick capital projects at this time.
No, I've got that too. So... Councillor, yeah, that's true. We have moved the Puke Te Papa one there. Councillor, I wonder, because we have got a separate part of the Greenways, which is really what this is. Are you okay for us to consider all those within that group? I mean, it's probably wise to do it, because otherwise we could be accused of sort of pepper potting. Yep. Good man. Okay. Right, now, on that basis, we'll consider that under item 15. Now, we're going to go into 4, Helicopter Trust, Glenfern Sanctuary, Meadowbank, and Orewa Seawall. And councillors, most of these have by and large been pretty well traversed over the recent history. So I'm hopeful that we're able to sort of reasonably move through them. Now, Councillor Mike, Helicopter Trust. They are requesting, they have requested something in terms of this budget. Have you got a resolution there?
Yeah, yes, Mr Mayor. Yes, that's up there, and this has come up as a consequence of the discussions and the debate that was held over the last 2 years. The money is required as an underwrite for the acquisition of a new rescue helicopter, which they haven't completed fundraising for as yet. And it's not expected that all the money would be made available, but to be honest, it could be. This is to resolve a rather acrimonious dispute with the Helicopter Trust and the council and the AREFA board, and I understand it was an agreement, an assumption made last year that if required there could be a CapEx underwrite in order for them to secure this new rescue helicopter for Auckland.
Right, so the resolution is to provide an underwrite.
Second.
You'll second it?
Sir.
Okay, Councillor Bill will second it. Okay, so look, councillors, I mean, we had a very, very long and quite intense discussion last year, and I think it needs to be very clear there were no undertakings that we would provide funds this year, but the Helicopter Trust most definitely are seeking, rather than a direct cash investment, an underwrite, and obviously a slightly different beast, but really it's up to you. You know, I would continue to support them. I actually put myself out there as the mayor in the last year and went hard at this, but as I said, I gave no undertakings on this year, but I would support an underwrite. I would not be supporting a cash grant. But I would support an underwrite on the basis the Auckland Rescue Helicopter Trust have done something spectacularly well aside from the work they do in the community. They raise funds really well, and I'd hope that that underwrite was never to be called on. But it is an underwrite, so you understand what that means. It's not a guarantee, it's an underwrite.
Can't guarantee that.
Well, that's right. So, look, I mean, we could spend a lot of time debating this, councillors. You know, you will variously be, you know, sort of for or against it. And, you know, my view is that we're sort of tripping through these things quite well. It's a bit like some of the other discussions. We don't need to have a long discussion today. I hope we could, by and large, maybe have a couple of speakers if anyone does want to speak, and then basically get your arms up or keep them down. I think Councillor Ross over here wanted to speak.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to be supportive of this, but I really require the words business case to be put in there somewhere. I fought really hard at that meeting last year to get that brought into the resolution, and it is
Happy
there.
to include that.
Yeah.
Okay, so Alistair, can you, in terms of Councillor Ross's view, some business case reference there, which would determine the issuing of the underwrite?
Yes, councillors may recall that we've previously allocated $900,000 for the purchase of this helicopter, which was conditional on a business case. The business case was included in their submission on this LTP process. I guess the unknown factors that would need to be worked out around an underwrite would be the purchase price of the helicopter is approximate at this stage because the contract to purchase it is they can either settle the purchase in US dollars or euros, so the final purchase price won't be known, as we will not know their fundraising total until immediately prior. So when we say a business case, I think they've established the need for a new helicopter, but how much they will need to complete that purchase will not really be known until the time that that purchase is to be made.
I think the key point here, though, is that we are providing an upper limit as to what we would underwrite. So that's the way I read this recommendation, and I wouldn't want to go beyond that, no matter what the price. So I think we need to be quite clear in what is being proposed here.
If the trust should come calling on the council next year, they may have provided an overall business case, but in terms of seeking something more than an underwrite, I think they need to be told that they would have to put up a very rigorous case to secure that.
Councillor Chris?
So just currently, just refresh memory, ARAFA contributes to the OPEX only, isn't it? That's correct?
Yes, that's right.
And it's
part of the discussion that we had.
Not this year. They didn't come. They didn't come this year.
And they did not go for any operational this year at all.
So this is the first year they didn't ask for OPEX?
That's correct.
So in some ways it's a kind of a switch between OPEX and CAPEX.
Yeah. I mean, look, the way it's wordsmithed here, it sort of looks more palatable, but it's essentially a grant. You know you're going to pay this, because if you're the fundraiser, you only fundraise up to a point and you'd say, stop, we go there now, which is the council. But that's what will occur here. So it will be a grant, no question. There's no question about this. This is not the likelihood of a grant. This will be a grant.
We'll see. I mean, certainly in my assessment of this organisation, they've proved that they can fundraise beyond the norm. And so, that's the reason why I'm prepared. I wasn't prepared to make a direct grant, I have to tell you that. But the way in which it's presented here, it actually presents the opportunity. Now, part of the ARAFA discussion has been that the community lifeline, by way of a levy every year, does in fact disincentivise the raising of funds. Now, the Westpac Helicopter Trust has not been constrained by that at all. They've continued to raise funds well beyond anyone else, and it's been one of the reasons why I have been supportive of them. So I don't see this as an open and shut checkbook case. I see this as an underwrite if all else fails, and they have proven themselves to be able to fundraise extremely well.
But Mr Mayor, what may seem to be a realistic comment from Councillor Darby may not necessarily be helpful to the council. We really want this to be an underwrite and for them to carry on with their pretty effective fundraising. And this is a measure of last resort rather than a first resort. So no, we're not saying grant, we are saying underwrite, and that means something, or should do.
Mr Mayor, if maybe there's a way to, because I hear what you're saying, but it's probably not reflected in that resolution, so it really needs to be tightened up with our expectation, which seems to be strong around this table, that there is an expectation that it won't be called upon.
That's not an underwrite then.
That's right.
Says the underwrite would be.
Well, that's what you, that's
It's
what
gone from
you're,
one
that's the
extreme to the
rhetoric.
other.
That's the rhetoric.
We're going from one extreme to the other. I think underwrite
Mr Chairman.
is the right word.
Yeah. Alistair, would you like to say something?
I think it's probably worth noting, I've checked with the Rescue Helicopter Trust as to their anticipated fundraising totals that they will have achieved by the time that they want to take delivery of the helicopter, and including the 900,000 which this council has already undertaken to provide. They expect to have in the order of $12.4 million to go towards the purchase. At this time, the estimated purchase price is $15 million, subject, of course, to exchange rate fluctuations. There's a projected shortfall of in the order of $2.6 million. That is a forecast. The Rescue Helicopter Trust finds it inherently difficult to accurately forecast that far in advance because they're so dependent on the generosity of the public for fundraising and also bequests. Unfortunately, they can't control the rate at which their donors may pass on. So they are unable to accurately say how much they will have, but it looks likely that there would be a shortfall which would require all of that 450,000.
Okay. Ross, Councillor Ross.
Yeah, just the thing that they didn't highlight very much, and I would suggest they're still not highlighting, is the fact that they intend to then sell the old helicopter within 6 months afterwards, and they will get 2 or 3 million from what was indicated, up to 3 million for that other helicopter.
I think the business case states $1.5 to $2 million, but yes, there will be sale proceeds.
The thing is, if we end up topping up to pay for it, and then 6 months later they effectively sell it and get whatever they get, that then goes in immediately to start them building up for the next helicopter, and that's probably the thing. I'm not sure whether the business case can justify that.
Yeah.
That's all.
Could I suggest that the amendment be changed to include fundraising total, including the proceeds from the sale of any surplus helicopters, to address that point?
Yep, that would be fine. Yep.
Good spotting.
Right, that would be helpful.
Target in A, the difference between the fundraising target.
Councillor Bill.
Thank you, sir. Just, stating the absolute obvious that this service, just like Surf Lifesaving, is critical to the people of this city. And if you have the misfortune to have to use it, it's life-saving, and it's one of those things that people expect you to front up for as a public body. It may be a grant, it may not, but what we are doing is giving the trust certainty that they can move forward, and that's important. And at the end of the day, it is a grant. Well, I'm not going to lose too much sweat about that, but they need to be, and they obviously will be encouraged to raise those funds. The big variables going forward are going to be the second-hand value of those choppers, which is falling quite a bit at the moment, and the exchange rate movements, which might actually be work in their favour. So, to me, this is just, we just need to do this. It's an essential public service for this city.
And you'll be able to go down and touch the thing. You'll know where the money went.
Up in the air.
Unlike some of our stuff.
Actually, just a final comment, councillors, because I don't want us to go on all day. I mean, we've trodden some very familiar ground on this issue. We have shown a lot of generosity to the other people who look after our communities, and that is Surf Lifesavers. So I just think that, and both of them tap into the same public fund. Both can get operational funding from ARAFA. And so, look, deal with that as you will, councillors. Let's call this and get on with it. So I'll move it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against?
No.
Passed. Rightio. So let's move to next one is Glenfern Sanctuary. Michael, Councillor Mike, what's this?
Yes, Mr Mayor. This relates to decisions taken by the Councillor Fletcher's committee Parks, Recreation and Sport last year, and also the Great Barrier Local Board, to assist in the acquisition of Glenfern Sanctuary. The government, represented by Minister of Conservation Maggie Barry, has joined in on this proposal. The government, through the Nature Heritage Fund, made an initial allocation, and at the request of the Minister of the Nature Heritage Fund, came back and increased that grant to just under $1 million, and the Minister announced that last month. The concern is from the Great Barrier Local Board in particular that the way the council finances will work is that this commitment will disappear because of the negotiations will drag on after the end of the financial year. A commitment has been made by the local board and by the council, and that commitment should be honoured, especially now on the basis of that commitment the government has joined in and supported it. To risk losing that money because of some financial technicality or savings or whatever it is would be an unfortunate act on behalf, without taking in the consequences of this council. So that motion there is not for any extra funding, just to confirm what's already been allocated and make sure it stays available.
Is that correct?
Is that bringing it forward?
No.
Rolling it over.
Oh, rolling it over, right.
Through you, Your Worship. So the situation we're in is that the Great Barrier Local Board made a commitment of $200,000. They drew that funding from funding that was left over for another project. So effectively, that will disappear as part of the accounting process over the next financial year. So the Great Barrier Local Board will need to look to their capital fund in order to provide this sort of funding in the future, or if, as Councillor has outlined, then the governing body can make a decision to provide that extra $200,000. But currently, it won't exist in next year's budget.
Paddy?
Well, the only thing I'd say is just so really simple. Either the governing body says you're good for $200,000, or you can ask Great Barrier, like a number of other boards, that they'd be good for $200,000. It's that simple.
We could have got that money.
Hang on. So we've got a new capital fund going to Great Barrier there, Mike? Yep. So we've got a $10 million fund that we've approved, and I wonder whether or not they'd like to use their first year's worth, which is probably going to be about $200,000 to do this.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Mike?
I think that's an option.
Councillor Mike?
He's coming.
Yep. Mr Mayor, sorry. Look, I'm just thinking pragmatically here, Mike, because you're basically asking for another $200,000. There is an option. I suspect probably once we get through the working out of what every board gets, that Great Barrier probably gets sort of 100, 200 odd thousand in new capital spend under the $10 million budget. Why don't we encourage them to just use that?
Well, they already made the commitment of it, 200,000. Now, where that has gone, I don't know. It's gone somewhere. If it's to be returned to them, that would be fine. They may say that that unlike the other boards, they're not getting anything extra at all. They've still had 200,000 taken off them, and they have to find another 200,000. They made that commitment almost on a contractual basis with the Government Nature Heritage Fund, the ASB, in good faith, and apparently without any knowledge or consultation with that decision-making body, which made a proper and legal decision, money disappeared somewhere. And all we're asking for is that wherever it's gone, no questions are going to be asked, but make sure it just pops out on the other side when the government and the ASB asks for our commitment.
I don't even think we need a recommendation, actually, Michael, because the biggest and most intense discussion at the end of the draft round was the loss of a significant amount of capital work for the boards, and we put a good part of that back in under the LDI budget. It's 1%, $14 million worth of capital spend, in effect. So I suspect it's sitting in amongst there. I think that we must be able to find where this is and ensure it rolls over as a part of the LDI work. Got to be there. Please, Ian?
I agree with you.
Good, excellent.
Good.
Is that okay for you? Yes. Sounds good.
Point of order, Mr Chairman. Can Councillor Fletcher would like to second this? I'm quite happy for us to swap.
I don't think we're going to end up with an amendment at this
Oh,
time.
no, we're going to get it sorted out as a sidebar because there's LDI budgets that seems to have got lost in there in the discussion with the boards around capital.
Can we just put it there though, but then it formalises what this committee is asking for, what the council is asking for, to make sure there's no more argument over this or lack of clarity.
We will find it.
Mr Chairman, I think a way that we can move this forward, in light of what you have actually just traversed, Councillor Lee is quite right to bring this before this committee, because this is the very model that we're looking for to leverage out into the future. I think that because it falls then, on the basis of your explanation, it falls inside the delegations of the Parks, Community and Lifestyle Committee, I can undertake to take this matter to Parks with Ian.
Yes.
And that
Report
we
back.
can have the confirmation of that there inside those delegations, if it will give Councillor Lee some comfort.
Yep.
So I'll undertake to do that next week.
An excellent undertaking.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, the next matter. Thank you, Councillor
Can I
Mike.
just have a question on that,
Well,
Mr.
can we,
Chairman?
should we not vote on it?
Oh, sorry.
No,
how
it's going
many
back to her
times?
committee.
No, we're not.
It's been deferred to her committee.
That includes the Great Barrier Grant.
Yeah, it's going to be. Thank you. Councillor Linda.
Sorry, just a question. So I would have thought that if all of these things were in this last year's budget, we'd gone back to, we weren't carrying things forward. So it's been taken, so this new LTP has been predicated on those not being in the budget. Is that right?
It is a part of the LDI discussion.
Through
We're trying to track down
through you,
where it
Worship,
is.
so that each local board
I'm not
has
talking
available...
about that one. I'm talking about the $1 million for council funding, Mr. Chairman.
Oh.
Perhaps Rob can answer that.
So at the moment, the $1 million is coming out of regional park acquisition budget, which exists in this financial year. That regional park acquisition budget doesn't exist in the 15 LTP, but there are acquisition budgets within the 15 LTP. So we would look to meet that
So
commitment
does
from
that
those
mean
budgets.
the current list of proposed acquisitions, something would have to come out?
Well, it's going to be a part decision over here.
So existing approved acquisitions will continue as an approved program within the budgets that are in the 15 LTP.
Yes, but you would add, look like you'd add something else.
So through you, Worship, effectively what would occur is that if there was a proposal to purchase next year, it would need to be pushed out beyond. So there'd be we have a certain amount available next year, and if this goes into it, then that will take away part of that.
Thank you. And
So
Mr. Chairman,
it comes
Chairman,
to
hang on. Gosh.
Okay, as long as
So-
I don't have to do
oh,
the
gosh,
explaining
no,
with Maggie if something goes wrong, gentlemen.
Yes, you do have to explain to your community, just like we all do. Mr. Chairman, so I'd support the use of the new budget that you've put for the Great Barrier, because we haven't been able to raise any other funds from Great Barrier because we've pulled back on every other option where they're quite heavily subsidised, so there's nothing else to pull it from. So I think that's a really good idea.
I think
Pull
that
back
there
on
is
the
a
rubbish
trade.
levy, we've pulled
Let's
back
just
on
have
the
their
burial.
death tax put up to $2,000 for death.
Death by £1,000.
I want to leave it in the very capable hands of Councillor Christine Fletcher, and I'm sure that she'll work it out.
I should be Solomon.
Yeah, excellent. And I don't think we need to have any more comment about it. But I do want to have a comment about Meadowbank Centre. Now, Councillor Cam has...
Voted against everything today.
Yes, he has.
Rubbish. I've supported several things.
Wants to find more savings everywhere, but also
Supported
wants us to
Councillor
find some
Cashman.
money. So now we get the ask.
Well, thank you.
Hang on. So, Councillor Cam, let's have a look. Here it is here. To bring forward the upgrade, okay? Now, there's another side to this story. Yeah, there is an upgrade, which is capital work, and so that's a separate issue. The real issue, of course, is the operational expense that goes with it. And I would only be prepared to support what Councillor Brewer is saying on the basis that the local board would find that operational cost within their LDI and their own budget.
That's what's happening.
Which amounts to how much?
I think bringing it forward.
I'm sorry, we don't
Hang
have
on.
we don't have that
I'm asking a
operational
question.
information.
I have that technical information, sir.
Micromanaging again, 250 to
Suggesting you're high
300,000.
maintenance in your
250 to 300,000. Okay, and look, I mean, Councillor Close sitting over there, and you know, I think he's done a very good job in terms of bringing together money streams on one or two key projects in his ward, and there's something of a model there, and I think this is an opportunity to do that same model, and Ōrākei is the perfect ward to follow in behind. Councillor Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I hear what you're saying as far as, and it dovetails into the previous item as far as using that LDI to fund some of the, well, to fund the consequential OPEX to bring it forward. But I suppose what I'm arguing here is that this is just honouring a previous resolution where we agreed that it would happen in 2016-17, and that's what we agreed in the last LTP, and I every year tried to bring it into the immediate financial year, but nonetheless, just as we're getting closer to 2017, it's now been pushed back to 2021. And so we agreed unanimously in 2012, with you seconding it, Mayor Brown, that it would happen in that financial year 16-17, and that we also noted that it was officer supported, and that it would reduce, by getting on with this, it would reduce the maintenance and repair work that's been ongoing. So this is something that I have tried to bring forward for the last 4 years, and just as we get to where it actually was, it's been pushed back. And as the Ōrākei local board, led by Desley Simpson, has well articulated over a number of years, and with their deputation to us a few weeks back, this is their number one priority. This is a sub-regional facility, I think she was saying, where the numbers come from, a lot from Mangakiki, Tamaki, for example. And what they are asking here is if they are to carry all the consequential OPEX of moving it from 2021 to 2016-17, it will, from the figures I've seen, compounded about 1.5 up to 1.5 million. And so for a $3 million project, it seems a huge burden on a local board. And so this, I believe, is something that the governing body agreed to in good faith. I've been opportunistically pushing it ever since, but just now that we get to 16-17, and again, it's not this 15-16 year, so it won't have any impact on that 2.5% cap, Mr. Mayor. It kicks off in that 16-17 year, not what the local board initially requested, 15-16, but we're saying 16-17, where it was and where it rightfully should be, but unfortunately it was kicked out for another 5 years. So I'm saying honour the governing body's resolution that this work happen, officer support, officer led, happen in 16-17, and let's not kick it out to 2020-21, given that this has been a perennial issue since amalgamation.
Happy to second.
Are you?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Okay, would you be happy to second my recommendation? I'm sure everyone around the table supporting those earlier recommendations to cut significant chunks out of the budget after we've been through this process, I would have thought would have been very happy for me to do this opening recommendation. And look, councillors, I want to speak to thank you, Councillor Callum, Cam. I support what you're trying to achieve there, even though I've encouraged everyone not to continue to go for this, but I'd only do it on the basis that Ōrākei fronts with the operational cost. Otherwise, we may as well have every other local board's wish list up front and present.
Yep.
Now, I want to see them put the colour of their money up front. That's why we went through the LDI debate. It's to basically put some funding back to the boards, and particularly on the capital side. And there was some operational funding there. We're going to give them some more capital through this $10 million. And we worked to, and actually those agreements were made before we finalised the funding for local boards, which Ōrākei did okay out of, if I recall. Very well. In fact, I think they were the highest beneficiary of the change.
Oh, don't think that's right.
Oh, maybe second or third. You're right, I'm glossing.
I didn't think these were one
So anyhow,
any more money.
so look, Councillor Arthur will second it. Councillor Linda, we are not asking for anything more in terms of the capital budget and the LTP. It's a slight move, it's very, very minimal, and in the end doesn't impact on the bottom line. But what I am saying is this presents an opportunity to actually show the way to go forward.
Yep.
And I think it's an entirely pragmatic, but also probably sends very good messages to the board. We can work together on the capital side and on the operational side. And Ōrākei have made it very clear this is their number one. And yes, I have been supportive of it, but I've been struggling to support it around the operational side. Well, this provides the perfect answer, and I'm sure Ōrākei in their heart of hearts will totally support this. They can't get the operational money out of us because we won't want to go any further beyond where we are at the moment. Then, as a local solution, I would have thought this is perfect. Councillor Cam, shall we give it a go?
Well, Mr.
So
Mayor,
what I'll do is,
if we can put mine first, I hear what you're saying and I understand what you're saying. But if we can put my amendment forward as the first one, driven by the governing body, and then the second one with that huge 1.5 million driven by the local board. So that's the difference.
Well, the difference is this, Councillor, and it's because I'm in the chair. I want to make sure that that this local board, because I'm not going to support the capital if the local board resolution isn't passed.
That's right.
So I want to put the local board resolution first to make sure that there's support around this chamber for that. And then, on the basis of that passes, I'll be superbly supportive of the capital program. You've got to get the operational up first. So I want to move the operational first, and then I'll move the capital. Because if we support the operational, then I'll strongly support the capital. Everyone got it?
Yep.
Right. I'll put the operational budget first. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? All those in favour of the capital budget say aye.
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 Against? Well done.
So that's coming out of...
Okay, seawall.
You won.
Orewa seawall.
Mr. Chair?
Yes?
I'm just getting a sense, I had an amendment up on street planting, but
I know
that's part of the core budget.
No, I know. I haven't got there yet.
It feels like we're going into totally new spend territory before we address the existing budget.
No, just haven't finished. This is the third time. Just trust me. We will get there. It's all right. Hey. Oof. Ocean seawall. Orewa. What do we got, Johnny?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really just looking for a way forward on this one and acknowledge the Hibiscus and Bays Local Board Chair, Julia Parfitt, who's been here for the better part of 2 days. She's been here longer than some of our councillors. So I just really, Mr. Mayor, just a couple of very quick points that relate to this. And first of all, this has been the number one project for the local board, for the local board and the community. And I just, if I could, just draw a distinction between some of the comments that were made about this being like a region-wide problem, and Ōrākei was somehow just caught up in this big sort of erosion problem that's hitting all of Auckland. Ōrākei was a town centre right on that beach. Its livelihood is tied into that beach, so it's more than just a beach out in the back blocks that people go for a couple of months in summer, and I think we need to recognise that. It's now a destination for a lot of Aucklanders from all over the region. Everyone will remember Orewa back to the 60s, 70s and 80s when it was a centre for everyone going for their holidays. And it's changed since then, and it's changed and it has undergone a bit of a renaissance. We've got the large council-owned holiday park there that's packed out. There's a real buzz around there, around the beach. I'm talking about the beach here too, of which the town centre benefits from. Every weekend, every public holiday, all the summer, there's people pouring there from all over the place. In fact, locals aren't so inclined to go there because it's full of other Aucklanders that are up there. Now what's happening is that this project, the beach has been getting eroded. We know all that, and the key part of the beach that's getting eroded is where everyone's going to. And this project hasn't come out of the blue. There's been a huge amount of officer time and finance invested in this over the years, and I'm sure Councillor Webster will attest to that from her experience with the Rodney District Council. The local board were talking about putting some skin in the game or coming up with some money. Well, they're putting in $250,000. A potential budget through the Emergency Management Fund from the Legacy Councils, which I understand North Shore and Rodney, which might have contributed to that, seems to have disappeared into the ether. I'm not sure about that one, but that was money that there was always a kind of understanding that a portion of that would be tagged into this project. There is, and this is another important point to realise, is an ongoing cost to council here, and each and every year on an increasing basis now, just to restore the beach. So it's not as if it's a saving, because there's an ongoing cost, and a substantial ongoing cost just to try and retain the beach. So the do-nothing approach, which is where we're essentially at now, isn't really an option if we're looking at the long-term budget either, because that's just going to keep sucking away funds that could be going into actually dealing to the problem, or at least starting to deal to the problem at that particularly sensitive part of the beach where everyone goes to. So what we've got up in front of us here, councillors, is a vastly scaled back program that's been proposed. I'm in your hands, Mr Mayor, as to how we possibly could approach this, at least looking at that central section so we could get started. All the planning and everything's been done. It's due to go out to consultation, as I understand it, from the local board chair. The proposal as far as the money is a little bit down the years. I don't think there's anything in the next year that picks it up in the subsequent years. So there's not an immediate impact on that first rating year. But I guess, Mr Mayor, I mean, I could go on ad nauseum here, but what I'm really signalling, and certainly the local board and community, is that all the work's been done. They're ready to go. There's an immediate problem. The town's livelihood is tied up with this beach. It is a distinct case from elsewhere in Auckland, and they need something done. And hence the resolution before you. And I'm sure that Julia will be available to ask any questions as far as what more the local board can do. I'm sure they'll do everything and anything they can to get this started.
Councillor Wayne, I just want to... I know you do. Councillor Wayne, I just want to just get Ian to talk a little bit about this. So, right. Councillors, you'll have a look at the recommendation. It's year 2 and beyond. So it's not the year that's coming directly at us. Just for Councillor Christie.
So through your worship, I'll probably make 2 points. The first is that coastal erosion is a growing issue across our city, and we've heard that, and Orewa has had... We need you to report that as a regional matter to George's committee, or in the first instance probably into Wayne, but we need to get a regional grip on this. And so work is underway on exactly that, and that report will be coming through, and it will also be indicating the scale of investment that's likely to be required. And I think if you look at the expenditure by this council over previous years compared to what's likely to be spent on coastal erosion issues in the future, it will become a size or a growing part of our budget. So that's, I suppose that's the first point. Coastal erosion is growing. It's growing across the city. In terms of Orewa specifically, it's quite correct. We do spend funding each year to basically move sand from one end of the beach to the other. So there's ongoing costs, and that's been carried on for some years. We also have funding across the region to respond to events. So when a storm occurs, we have the capability of responding to that, and each of the local boards have contributed funding to a regional fund to be able to undertake that. So the funds here are seeking works to actually particularly deal with or mitigating measures starting at the northern end of the beach and then in the latter years at the central part of the beach. So work is underway, design work has been prepared. I've got no doubt that it's required to be undertaken. But in terms of years 2 and 3, there is no provision in the budget for this type of work. So we're certainly underway. We're doing design work. We know it's required. Our expectation was that we'd come back to the annual plan process next year with more details and requests around years 2 and 3. But I think it's quite correct that the budget is not provided for in the years indicated. For years 6, that's a number of years out, and we envisaged that to take place as part of the overall regional approach.
So, are you speaking in support of this?
Yes, I'm trying to be. Yes, I'm speaking in support of it. Well, I'm speaking straightforwardly as to what the situation is.
And look, I mean, are you really confident with your assessments as to what remedial costs are going to be?
I'm confident for the years 2 and 3 figures. Years 6 figures are too far out. There still needs to be more work done in that respect.
So should we would it be better then to have a year 2 and a year 3 rather than a year 6?
My recommendation would be to consider year 2 and 3, and then when that report comes back, dealing with the regional wide area, we'll pick up year 6.
The annual plan next year, which we will in fact start
Correct.
in 3 months' time.
Yes, that's right.
All right, so that would seem a logical thing to those who are the supporters of this recommendation. I think the thing that you are most looking for is to commence a process of remediation. Okay, now here's the kicker. Why should we back this more than any other beach erosion in the region? Now.
Do you want me to answer that?
Yes. Order.
Maybe I can answer
No,
that.
just hang on. I'm asking the expert.
Oh, in terms of beach erosion, Orewa has had long experience of beach erosion. We're spending quite a considerable amount of money each year, probably 80,000 a year.
140.
Is it?
Sometimes 200,000.
No, hang on.
It's going up by the second.
Well,
if we just keep listening here for another minute, it'll be up to 100 million.
It's big chunks.
Well, my budget that I'm looking at was 80, but I will.
Can I just say,
yep.
80 is what's been spent this year because we've had unusual weather conditions and we've had a north-south shift. We've had a south-north shift, which hasn't used all of the budget. But we do have a provision. I've been told for 140. It's just not
needed.
Okay. Go the wind.
So this is a beach which has been the subject of a long history of erosion, and I think the points raised about its relationship to the shopping centre and the importance to the commercial viability of that centre is important. In other locations down the east coast, there are issues in the south in Howick. There are also issues in East Coast Bays around a number of smaller beaches and around some structures. But I think across the region, Orewa would be a top priority.
Okay, and just. I guess one of the things, having become something of an expert in assessing tidal and natural impacts on Little Bucklands Beach back in the day, Ian, the money that you propose to spend, is this going to be effective in sort of mitigating and at the very least neutralising the impact on the beach?
That's exactly the intention. And so our coastal engineering team have looked at ways of doing that, and it's a mixture. In some areas it's hard protection, seawalls, that type of thing, but in others, in other parts of the city, it'll be managed retreat. And you can see with some of the debates, which I'm sure many of you have seen at Huia.
It's like harmonisation.
Well, it's an approach
Scouring of the beachfront.
Well, it's an approach which we are going to have to look at seriously over the next few years.
Yes, and that's the reason why we need to have that body of work, the wider regional work. Okay, councillors, so we're talking years 2 and 3 here, really, and I do want us to amend this to make sure we get much better optics over year 6, so I think that's probably too far out in comparison to what we're doing. And after years 2 and 3, on the basis that we get on with this work, it would be making an analysis as to how effective that work is going. So it seems to me like the councillors and the local board chair and board are asking for an appropriate start, and that they need a little bit more time to get that up and going, though. Councillor, Wayne, and then Councillor Penny, and then I really want to put this to the vote.
Yeah, sure.
Councillor Calto.
I would commend this strongly. I regard this project as somewhat of a beachhead for the region because we simply have to start.
No puns, all right?
No pun intended. There are a variety of issues. The existing rocks on the beach are a hazard. If we put this off any further, frankly, the costs are going to escalate and escalate significantly. So we simply cannot put this off. I would suggest that the design work goes not just to a solution for a rewa, but also solutions elsewhere, because there aren't huge differences down the east coast, and I would suggest this is one of the most extreme and highest priorities. As John has mentioned, it's enjoyed by a lot of people. It's also going to protect a variety of assets, public assets and also private assets, and we simply have to get on with it. So I would commend you to allocate this money.
Okay. Councillor PNW?
Well, yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I mean, this is, as Councillor Watson said earlier in an earlier debate, I mean, this is an area where people come from all over the place. The playground there is full at the weekends. I know for myself that we often go down and meet our grandchildren who come up from Auckland because it's sort of a nice halfway house. My concern is by year 6, if things go on the way they are, there won't be a beach there that people can play on because it's eroding so rapidly. You asked why this beach and not some of the others, and I know that we've had erosion issues in my area, but this beach has been hit several times by high tides and easterly wind storms, and there's nothing to protect it. Some of the other beaches, I mean, even our local beaches, at least there's Kawau Island and Tawhanui, this beach is fairly exposed, so it actually hits things a lot, and I was horrified when I went down there recently to see what it looked like. I think the other thing, unfortunately, in a previous life, there was a group of people who were raising money to try and put a reef in there, and that I don't know where that project is anymore. I think they
fallen over.
I think they gave up because it was too difficult.
Doesn't work.
But Councillor Walker, you were very much against it, but they've actually done that further down the coast at Tauranga and Mount Maunganui, and it has worked. It has protected the beach. It has actually put more sand on the beach. So
correction, it's been removed.
The
it was a flop.
idea that
Stop. What is this?
Councillor Wayne.
The idea
out of the room.
Please.
Security.
Stop. Councillor.
That we should
You really want this to work?
Well, just a point of clarification.
No. I'm not.
Removed.
That's actually a statement. It's not even a rhetorical question.
I'm trying to say that there's various issues and there's various solutions that we need to look at. I agree with Ian. In some places it's hard areas, in some places it's retreating, but there are lots of different areas. As I've said myself, I know in Noosa where they actually have a permanent sort of pipe along the beach that takes the sand from down in the estuary and pipes it back up. We used to use, I suppose you still use trucks to do that, we used to do that too, But, you know, it is an issue. My concern would be if we spent a lot of money on design and consultants, I'd rather actually spend money on getting things done. So, and hopefully there are similar beaches around the area that whatever we do at Orewa can be extrapolated out to other beaches. But I'm very supportive of this, and I urge councillors to support it, because if you go up there and have a look, and as Councillor Watson said, the whole of Orewa depends on this beach. And if you went up and had a look, I think most of you would be extremely shocked. We saw the photos that the local board brought in. The whole area of that beach near the playground is actually got netting so that people can't get on the beach. So please, 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 let this go ahead.
Councillor Cowell.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I'm pleased you brought up this regional, because it is regional, because I can tell you a number of boards across the region have all got these same sort of things happening. And I can tell you out south, as you well know, we have these matters arising as well. And I can go as far as saying that, thank goodness we've got a way forward. Mr. Fixit, Mr. Kimpton, has got a way forward. But, you know, we've even had key developers that have jumped on board and said, hey, listen, we'll pay for the seawater to be done.
Yes.
But unfortunately, it's been taking a long time coming. But, you know, Orewa's not alone. I mean, to say this is right across our region. Right across our region.
Yeah, here we are.
Thank you, Councillor Cowell.
Tamaki.
Councillor Bill.
Yes, so just to reiterate actually what Councillor Penrose has just said is, you know, Maraetai, the road's about to go, and I think we maybe have to shift the road back around by houses and decommission some houses, $30–40 million worth. There's beaches everywhere being destroyed, and as Wayne Walker has said, maybe it is global warming and inundation and all those other big words he uses. You know, to pick one out is we need to do a regional project list and to have some work going through it. It needs to be comprehensive. I will agree on what Councillor Webster said about it's actually got to be about delivery and not endless plans. We put 13,000 beach protecting plants in at Kawakawa Bay. It took us 3 years to get the council staff to come on board to make it happen, whereas we were sitting there with our spades for all that time. So that's the delivery section we need to get right. And we can, the communities will really step up to do this work, you know. So 13,000 plants were stuck in on a Sunday morning. So that's what the focus needs to be, a regional-wide project, priorities set, budget allocated, and then use the communities to help deliver it.
I don't really want a long debate on this one. Really. Councillor Christie.
I think it was yesterday or the day before, I think maybe it was at our budget workshop, I pointed out that one of the deficiencies in this big budget for the next 10 years is any understanding about what's coming at us in terms of sea level rise and climate change response. And this is just one small part of it. It is a massive issue, and here we are reacting to an important part. But we need to be making these decisions in the context of the big study, because it is enormous. It is not just coastal erosion. 2050, on that beach and every other beach, every other bit of 3,000 kilometres of Auckland coastline, the sea level is going to be 40 centimetres higher. 2050, fact. 2110, it's going to be 1 metre higher. The problem goes on. Big issue, no budget in our 10-year budget for it, really. We have to have that study. We should have been up to pace a long time ago, folks. I want to see that study. I want to see it tomorrow, having not seen it yesterday, before we go and look at our response to this massive challenge.
Okay. I'm going to sum it up this way and suggest a way forward. And we could just put it to the vote. It might get through, it might not. I don't think that's particularly useful. Right. This is a request for funding in years 2 and 3. Now, to the 2 local councillors and to Julia's here, good to see you, Julia. So if it was, look, it's quite frankly urgent, but the response is clearly going to need to be sustainable. So we want to make sure we get it right. And secondly, I don't want a big punch up around the region because one councillor thinks these is more urgent than the other, and Ian says it's top priority, but, you know, there could be 4 or 5 other top priorities. I don't know. I haven't been to all the beaches. So this is the way, this is, and so there's also an acknowledgement that, I mean, certainly under the old legacy councils, there were 1 or 2 erosion budgets and policies that were clearly defined and worked out. And there's a body of work to be done here. So if on the basis it's for year 2, as I said, we're 3 months away from me starting into presenting to you the next proposal for the next annual plan. I can't believe it. Can't wait for that. Why don't we do it this way? Why don't we take the opportunity of doing a little bit more study, given the fact this is coming into the 16-17 year, all right? Do a bit more study, assess better our regional priorities. I see this as our top priority, all right? So I give you a lead that unless someone says anything to the difference, and I've not heard it anywhere through this discussion or at any other time, and certainly not in my perceptions, then I would see this as number 1 priority and I would back it in a budget debate. But I actually want us to be able to be confident that that's in fact the case. Secondly, that we've got very best technical practice around the fix, that it's, you know, do it once, do it right. And thirdly, we are deciding about a year 2 and 3 issue here. And so it's not so critical that we can't take an extra couple of 3 months to get it right. And then for me, in the back end of this year, to give the local councillors and the local board a very clear lead. And, you know, as I say, that what I will commit at this point in time is the fact that unless something changes dramatically, I see this as a number 1, and I'd back it in a year 2 budget. All right? But I think that some of the comments around the table are fair, and they reflect on the need for us just to have better optics over this. So, you know, just asking for a little bit of patience, you know, always happy to put this up to the democratic will, but, you know, there's a minor chance that it might not work for you. So I really think that if you were prepared to be a bit patient, given the fact you're actually not looking for this in the first year, but you want it in the second, that patience might actually pay off in spades for you. Councillor Johnny?
Yeah, no, that would be good if that patience pays off, because we've been very patient. But I'm just the immediate issue of the consenting costs that are required now on the back of all the planning that's been done already. Where does that leave us with
okay,
that?
you better give me a bit of advice on that, perhaps we can deal with that.
Through you, Your Worship, my understanding is in the next year we have sufficient resources to process the consenting.
Okay. Right.
Well,
So,
sorry, I mean, in that case, I mean, we need to send a message, and I think Councillor Watson said earlier today that, you know, people think everything's going into the central city. I want something in here that's sending a message to the people of Orewa and that area that we are actually taking it seriously and we are going to do something about it. So whether if you don't want to put this, that's fine, but I really need something.
well, I'm very happy to move something along the lines of my wordsmith here. Everyone quickly at your pens. Something that the governing body hereby notes the urgent requirements of remediation work at Orewa, is committed to that, but wants to...
As part of a wider body of work.
That's right, wants to do that as part of a wider erosion study, and will make initial determinations sort of late this year.
Well,
and meanwhile funding exists for consenting.
Yeah, that's right. Yep, that'll do it.
You happy with
Yes.
that, John?
Yep. Look, I think it's a good practical way forward.
Is my agenda gone?
Julia, happy with that?
Where are we?
Yes, okay, Julie.
Gary, I would never ask to do this normally, but can I just say we have a dilemma. We're going out to consultation. There's been 5 options talked about.
Yep.
How can we in good faith go out to the people and ask them what option when we don't know that we have certain funding to be able to do that work? Our board's tried to tailor it in such a way that we do it in 3 stages, north, centre and south. But we really, we've been told by our financial people that we can't go ahead and proceed with something if we don't have the funding to implement it.
Yeah.
So we have a real concern that it sounds good, but there's no real 100% certainty that that funding will be there. And with respect, this work has been waiting over 2 years to be done. And it's looking sad for those of you like Councillor Darby who told me he'd visited the beach. It's just being held up, large parts of it, by roots of trees.
So, yeah, look, I've got that. Thanks very much, Julian, and it is great to see you here. You will be going to your community with a much better steer by September, October, I presume, after the parks, after the appropriate committee's done its work. So, Julia, as I say, it's not a long wait, but it's just about getting it a little bit right. Okay? You would do exactly the same in your board, I know. Yeah. There we are, councillors. I've moved that. And seconded by?
John.
John?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. I know it's not perfect, but we're getting there.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
can we put sea level rise inundation as well, and that it's not just erosion?
Yep.
Because we've got the same out at Hui, they're going to have to lift the possibility lift the whole road, lift the reserve. There's so much more than just edge erosion. There's actually huge work on roads that'll have to be lifted, and it's worse than the leaky home issue.
Stormwater pipes.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Make that by August. So make that back to council by August this year. Because I want to be able to lead that in the first part of our annual plan discussions.
And Mr. Chairman, this should actually be coming to a committee of the whole straight away, a strategy committee or something.
Not to one and then another.
Not to one and not another, because it's
multi-division.
you know.
Right, well, whatever, that's logistics, so we can make sure that happens.
Logistics cost us money.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Linda. Right. Let's put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Linda, Julia, rather, thank you for being here.
And Linda, thank you.
And Linda, for your advice again. For
You're
your
welcome.
continuous stream of
You're
excellent
welcome.
advice.
Continuous.
Gotta have a nagging woman. You know,
Okay.
It doesn't work otherwise.
All right. This is the 4. We have 4 items of requests for regional support. Regional events, Festival of Photography, Street Gardens, Sustainable Neighbourhoods. Total amount requested in this year for those 4, $483,000. $483,000. I spent a lot of time over the last day and through lunchtime today asking the guys what we could do with these 4 requests. And rather than go and argue 4 of them and go through to 9 o'clock tonight, I'm going to propose you this. I said, can we conceivably find it to fund these 4 things and for them to sort it out? And I said, and do that within a 2.5% rate increase, because we've got no other funding requests. After having gone through 18 months, this comes down to it. It's a $500,000 request, really, for this financial year. I propose that we give them the funds and finish it within a 2.5% rate increase.
No, I just want to put Councillor Casey's name to put it all above board, Your Worship.
Well, that's fine.
That's all I'm asking.
So, councillors, we can do this the long way, or we can do it the short way. We could spend the next half an hour. I'm saying to you that I have put the word on the organisation, and I said, can we do this within 2.5? Is it sustainable? Is it manageable? We've got these 5 requests. They are by and large regional, and I'm saying this is one way of just dealing with it. The other three matters we've got to deal with this in the balance of this agenda are not funding requests, they're funding prioritisations and all that sort of stuff. All right, now here are 4 regional projects. Everyone else has had a dip at it. You know, we could vote some up, vote some down, all the rest of that. What I'm saying is, let's save ourselves some time and just do it.
I'm happy to second if you're going to put an overriding motion.
Yeah.
Well, I think they're individually moved.
I know that, but what I'm saying is that we just fund them within the budget set at 2.5.
Agreed.
All right, now this has been a very long process, and councillors, what I've tried to do and what we've done with the boards is by and large keep a tight rein on things, but also continue to show investment across the city. And this for me would be the last hurrah. This is the final decision to make. Now, I'm, as I say, I'm quite sanguine here, but I'm just proposing a way forward to deal with the final small requests, with each giving a bit to the region. Some are better than others, whatever. You'll all have your different views. If you want to put them one by one, happy to do that too. But just to basically finish it, here you go. Put them as a group and move it. I remember in our first LTP, I got so sick and tired of listening to the different ones come through that I said, look, here's $1 million and you guys go and sort it out. But what I'm saying is that $500,000 will basically deal with this, will give a sense of continued investment across the region. You've had a chance to look at all of these variously, you've heard it, you know they've been coming through various committees and that sort of stuff. So this is an opportunity to finalise it and move to the last 3 items and hopefully finish here by 4.
Mr. Chairman, I would support that, but I would ask on the one that's just up on the top of the screen there, this is the one of Councillor Cooper and Deputy Mayor. Gail Ogilvie and her team have looked at that quite closely. This is the one that we discussed yesterday, and I'd just like her to explain where the changes were, where the tweaking went to be able to accommodate the requests of this committee. That would be useful, but in principle I support what you're proposing.
Gail.
Through the chair, we added a second sentence to the resolution to clearly describe the link between transitioning out of sustainable neighbourhoods and moving to a more regionally based approach to working with our community groups to deliver environmental outcomes. So that's the purpose of that second sentence. Across Infrastructure and Environmental Services, which is the department that I work for, we currently support about 500 community groups, and so it's that program of work to, we're currently doing a review of our current practices so that we can use that to inform future practices and then line that up with the CDAT work that's going on with empowered communities. So the only change has been that second sentence, which I think is a really sensible way forward.
I know. $2 million.
Okay. How do you want to do it? It's in your hands. Councillor Cathy.
I would be delighted if you put them all together and just say thank you for, at last, giving the Festival of Photography some certainty in the future. That'd be great.
How much have they got now? Explanation.
Councillors, I mean, it's in your hands.
No. Just a question.
Councillor
Just a
Linda?
question. For the first one, it says increase the budget for environmental management, but you've said...
Is it a reinstatement? What is it, Linda?
Well, no. You'd have to increase the budget for that, because otherwise, if you're saying that everything has got to be within the 2.5 envelope, so we've got to find 200,000 for events, 161 for the first one, 72 for the next one.
I just put them as a group and say all those for and all those against.
Yeah.
So I just put them as a group.
But I want to understand what I'm voting for, Mr. Chairman. I'm not disputing the way you want to do it.
Yeah.
It's just that my one says increase the budget, but you've said find everything in the current envelope.
Well,
So
it's
that would be
the envelope
contrary.
is 2.5. So what this, if we were to agree these four,
mine's
it
for only
would
one for
not
1 year
impact on the underlying rate increase.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just ask mine to be for the whole 10 years, like all of this.
Okay.
It's trying to find a 30th of 1% in savings somewhere.
Yeah.
So that's with rounding effectively, with that.
Okay.
Doable.
Matthew? Sorry, just some maths. So we're within rounding and you're safe here.
Okay.
Point of order, Mr Chairman. Just for the record, Councillor Filippino is seconding the motion on the photography festival.
Okay.
Yeah,
Councillors, I will put those as a group. They've all been appropriately moved and seconded. I'll put them as a group. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Magnificent. Dick, you don't even know what you're voting for.
Photography, cool business.
We need 200,000.
I think we might have a couple more.
Photography festivals, Dick.
Councillors, I know it's been a bit of a long stretch. We need to have pit stop, 5 minutes. Okay, grab yourself a cover, get back here. Let's try and finish it by 4.
We have to do something with the bids.
We've got 3 subjects left.
Okay.
That's items 14, 15 and 16.
Yeah, good. No, good, John.
14 now. Establishing our new development CCO. I'll move those recommendations. Councillor Pennyhouse will second them. Welcome. Sue? Rose, sorry. And John?
Rosie, 30 seconds.
Right, we had solid feedback, very strong support. I certainly am supportive. I think our expectations are high, and so certainly be supporting the establishment of this today.
I'll second if you like, if you're going to move.
Sorry, Councillor Pennyhouse has seconded.
Yep. Okay.
Right, let's go. Rosie.
Your Worship, councillors and committee members, today we're bringing to you the proposal to establish Development Auckland by joining together Waterfront Auckland and ACPL. When we consulted with Aucklanders on this proposal, we received over 14,000 pieces of feedback, which was a lot. The feedback showed 42% of support for the proposal, 7% partial support, 33% of submitters didn't support, and 8% who really couldn't be coded either way. I'd like to point out to you that the Youth, Seniors and Disability Advisory Board all submitted in support of the proposal, and 12 out of the 12 local boards submitted and gave us feedback, of which 7 supported, 2 did not. 1 supported an agency but not through amalgamation, and 2 others wanted more information. Submitters from right across the spectrum, Your Worship, were concerned about cost, both establishment costs and longer term costs. Those who supported the proposal did so because they believed it would lead to decreased costs, and conversely those who didn't support cited increased costs as their concern. Some were also concerned about housing development not being a core role of council. At the same time as we were consulting with the public, our team of council, Waterfront Auckland and ACPL, have been examining further important factors before bringing this proposal back to you. We made sure that this proposal is a robust, feasible proposal that addresses the key issues that both you and the public raised in the earlier stage of discussion. The one-off cost of establishment can be more than compensated for by ongoing savings associated with the lower remuneration of a single board and executive team. We have determined that the risks associated with increased activity can be managed through existing council policies and best practice guidelines, and we have a sustainable funding model that will allow the agency to increase activity over time. The most important thing about this model we propose, Your Worship, is that council will not be taking on construction risk or marketing and sales risk associated with residential development. That was one of your key concerns and those of many submitters. Your Worship, councillors and committee members, the team presents to you a proposal that is sound and will allow council to increase its activities in brownfield redevelopment with no extra reliance on rates. It will make the best use of our current spend on urban redevelopment activity, the best use of infrastructure we already have, and that which we now intend to invest in, especially the increased spend on public transport. It's strongly aligned to achieve your goal of a compact urban form. There are 4 further workshops planned before the proposed 1st of September establishment date. The first one is next week, where we can work with you on finer grained detail, but today we seek your decision to establish the agency, and I'm happy to take questions.
Very good. Okay, questions or comments? No. Councillor Ross?
It's just a wording. I just wonder in C3 whether that should read which of the existing directors of have the skill sets that are likely.
Yes. Change.
Right with that?
Yep.
So it would be which of the existing directors of Waterfront Auckland Council properties have the skill sets that are likely, and then the rest of it.
Which of the existing? Thank you, councillor.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? Councillor Camp?
Well, Mr Mayor, just for the public record, because through the public consultation of this and through this presentation and others, there has been, I have felt, and it's a debatable point, but the impression given that it's not going to be a big call on ratepayers. I hear what the case is as far as amalgamating these two authorities and finding savings within, but I just want to remind councillors that this comes at an operational cost of $2.152 billion in the next 10 years and a capex cost of $962 million, with 170 million capex this year and 170 million opex this year. And so, as I have said on other issues this LTP round, that we love to give the impression of no extra cost, all about bringing people together and kind of hosting the meetings. It will be an ongoing draw on the ratepayers, 2.1 OPEX coming from rates and revenue, and nearly $1 billion in capital spend. So I wanted to get that on the record.
I think it's well worth putting that on the record, though, of course, as we're looking at the operational and capital cost of this united entity. I would be very interested in everyone ensuring that they know that this entity is managing at least $2 billion worth of assets on an annual basis, much of which is delivering us commercial return, and on the basis that we're holding that, I would look for them to deliver us outstanding and better commercial returns than what we do at the moment. I would also expect that they will continue to, as Waterfront has done, and we acknowledge them today, provide for outstanding commercial opportunity while we own underlying land, of giving great commercial returns through long-term rentals, which of course diminish our reliance on rates and will drive down the present rating burden from the present 43% of revenue to a sum significantly less than that as a consequence of ratepayers receiving the benefit of the land they own. So we know the risks, but we also know the opportunities. And what we have looked for in the establishment of this CCO is to receive the energy, the creativity and innovation of Waterfront in the work they've done successfully, and marry that up with the long-term property and commercial savvy and conservatism of ACPL. And on the basis that that relationship works well, then I think that we have much to look forward to. Now, Sue, I actually want to get your brief view. You've given us an opening point, but coming out of the private sector and looking generally at this as a model going forward for delivering commercial benefits to a public entity, what do you think?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you said, from the private sector, it is quite a common approach. It's well established. I've worked quite closely with a similar approach over the number of years, both in New Zealand and Australia. It does establish an efficient way of utilising resource and also speeding up development, which is key, but more importantly also does enable a constructive method of having partnership with the private sector in terms of not only development and development costs, but also funding, different funding models. So I support it, and I'm working quite actively with Stephen, Rose and John to actually ensure that we establish this entity.
Very good. Now I've got Councillor Denise and then Councillor Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wholeheartedly support this particular item, the creation of Development Auckland. There's been a need for this over the period of time that is the super city, and it's a big occasion today to sign this off, which I expect will be a unanimous vote. Right, Councillor Brewer? And having mentioned Councillor Brewer, I do echo his expectations in terms of financial stewardship of Development Auckland going forward, but I also note that it's here in black and white under Role of Development Auckland, page 249, and it's the first point, operate in a financially prudent manner to enable Auckland Council to keep rates low
Sounds like
and
80.
contain debt. So you can't get much more black and white than that. And the next point also is an increasing focus. Would be better if it just said a focus on commercial outcomes. Rose, you must have been at the Panmure Have Your Say event when you summarised public feedback, because that's precisely what the 6 or 7 around the table with me said in regards to Development Auckland. At first it was what, who, what is this? And the first thing they cottoned on was that it was a merger of 2 CCOs, and the comment 1 CCO less is a good thing quickly got raised. Next it was financial stewardship, prudent behaviour going forward. But other than that, a wholehearted agreement that it was a good idea if we were going to leverage assets and get a better return and outcome for ratepayers. So thank you for your work in structural strategy, John, and look forward to Development Auckland and all it does.
Right, thank you. I've got 5 speakers and I'd be hopeful that we...
I'm going to vote for it, let's just do it.
5 speakers. I don't want anyone repeating stuff. It's getting quite late in the day. Please. Councillor Chris, please.
Yeah, it's quite a day today to sign this off. This is a biggie part of this budget, and this entity is, I believe, is going to do some great things in Auckland over the next decades. And it was one of the things that I signalled early on in the CCO review. It's something that I've been aspiring for Auckland for even in my North Shore city days. Didn't really have the thinking there, but it was just too early. But now it's here, and this entity can bring tremendous skill, it can bring scale, it can bring speed, and then it wraps in partnership to deliver, and it does not have our speed, the developer, at risk, but we get to deliver to the design that we aspire to. And it will reflect across Auckland some of the great work that Waterfront Auckland has done, and give our people living in our various towns and villages an opportunity to drive by and walk by, cycle by, and experience some outstanding regeneration that other parts of Auckland, and now not to be just the city centre, are deserving of. So innovative developments throughout Auckland, the opportunity here. But I can't help but think once we get this up and going, and from this day on, that the government, which has got a lot of interest in seeing regeneration in Auckland and Auckland better deliver on its housing needs, when I think about the surplus land and the opportunity for regeneration of lands that are under the Crown's control, I can't help but think that they might be wanting to look at our model and duplicate it or set something up similar, because that is lacking in not just Auckland but the whole of New Zealand, a government model like this. It's not new, we're not doing anything brand new here, but we have learnt from some international models that have been successful and those that have failed to structure ours. But I would hope that the government looks at this and embarks upon its own journey as we are embarking today.
Thank you. Councillor Penny-H.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I am delighted to see this happen, and we'll certainly keep working with our staff on the project. From when Councillor Linda Cooper and I went to Subiaco in Perth about 10 years ago to look at development agencies and utilise that in conjunction with the Hobsonville Land Company in Hobsonville and then New Lynn, we know that these joined up projects work well. So it's great to build on that good thinking of previous councils. I think Development Auckland is a huge opportunity for us, and certainly I've not spoken to any community organisation, community group, developer or housing provider who doesn't see this as a huge opportunity. You know, you cannot escape the fact that houses, development and building in Auckland is the single focus of pretty much everything, certainly of the media, and this is our opportunity to seriously drive good outcomes where we've got part of the levers in our hands and we're not just dependent on other people. I think the government are looking forward to this, the development community are looking forward to it, and I'm very, very glad that, as Councillor Crum wisely says, this will be supported unanimously.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Ross?
Totally enthusiastic, been a strong proponent right from the start. However, I really, we must remember it's in the detail, so going forward as to the powers that they are going to be given over things like property optimisation is going to be really crucial. So that's a big decision for us councillors to realise that there will not be quite as much going into the consolidated pot from our sales of property, because if we're going to do this properly, you're going to have to be able to sink money that is sold locally into the projects within a city centre. And I'm just, obviously I can give Avondale as an example. There's got to be some stuff sold and left in there to keep it. And then the second thing is, how long do we allow this development agency to hold on to things before they do sell and move on, because they need to regenerate that money. So I'm just looking forward to the details coming forward.
Councillors, I just need to move an extension of time for half an hour.
Yeah.
Have a seconder, please.
Yep. Yeah.
Councillor Cathy, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, passed. Councillor...
I move we put the motion, Mr Chairman.
Well, we've got to have a council meeting after
Oh,
this.
okay.
You've had no one speak against.
Beg your pardon?
No, well, if there's no to speak
Yeah,
against.
I was kind of Switzerland, wasn't it?
What about questions? Is there anyone speaking against?
I have a question.
Yeah, I got a question.
Yeah, look, it's a procedural motion, you all know it, we've debated it so many times, but it's there. So I want to put the motion. All those in favour, aye. Say aye. It's against?
No.
Me.
No.
Talking about an extension of time.
Sorry, you...
Procedural, or is he actually... the procedural?
I moved to procedural. Oh.
That's right.
That extension of
Sorry.
time?
No, sorry, it was a procedural motion and I moved it.
Yeah.
And you said yes, you wanted to have the vote right now.
No, we didn't.
I'll just vote against
Well, I'm going to move it again, I know it's sort of nearly 4 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. So this is the procedural motion to put the vote. Right? And Councillor Linda is exactly within her rights to move this. So I'll move the procedural motion to put the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
No.
Oh, bloody hell. Let's have a show of hands.
Aye.
Beg your pardon. We're going to put a show of hands. I can't tell. So show of hands for putting the vote. It's definitely a majority.
I think it's one.
I heard it up when I put it down. I thought you just already counted.
12, 13. Let's go. I know. Come on, you guys.
George, you just
Yeah.
across the bridge.
George.
Bloody
Yeah.
miles away.
Okay, so we're going to put the vote. And look, to be fair, even though there are 1 or 2 questions, I think
And the staff want to go home
I
too.
think there's quite a clear sentiment for this. So I'll put the underlying motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
No.
No.
Recorded,
Hang on,
please.
that was against the
Yes.
establishment of the CCO.
Yes,
Yeah.
because we weren't able to ask questions
One
about
day
mitigation
history
of
will
risk.
vindicate us.
All right.
Again. No, that'll do, it's passed. Right, move on to, thank you, slightly messy finish, but there you go. Thank you.
Can I want to ask if there is a bubble?
Councillors, I know, Councillor Chris, listen a minute. Now, look, the one thing about our standing orders, and for 5 years now we've been debating this issue, is whether or not it's every single person's right to put the vote. If you don't like it, get rid of it out of standing orders. All right? But when it's put, that's their right, and it's a waste of time debating that. And so, you know, I think after 5 odd years, we ought to just forget the humdrum nonsensy debate about whether a person should or shouldn't put it. If you don't like it, and if we don't like it as a council, get it out of the standing orders. Otherwise, chill it.
Mr Chairman, in response,
No,
because you
I've-
pointed
no.
me out specifically.
No, I'm not. No, enough. Right, now we're now going on to Greenways, item 15.
We nickel and dime stuff and we have expensive
Item
things and we don't
15.
discuss them.
Move the recommendations, Mr Chair.
You'll move it, and is there a seconder? Councillor Arthur. I know we've got a couple of amendments there.
And we might have to appoint maybe one or two councillors on the Greenway, for the Greenway Steering Group. And I'm interested in that, I believe Councillor
Yeah, I haven't even started yet, Councillor
Okay.
Chris. I'm just hearing this noise over the table. Just wait. Righty-o. Can I just have that out of my way? Thank you. Okay, now we've got a couple in there. Who have we got here? We've got Mace and
Rob. And Billy.
Billy, nice. Right, Mace, do you want to sort of lead this off?
Can I lead it
No,
off,
Rob.
Your Worship? Thank you, Your Worship. So this report really just reflects a proposal to prepare a regional greenways plan, and that's really reflecting the Greenways Initiative as a major growing initiative across the region. The principal intent of the regional plan is to coordinate and prioritise regional greenways projects at a regional level. The plan itself will just be commissioned and set up in the normal way that policy is in the council through the Regional Strategy and Policy Committee. And the intent is that it would prepare a regional program of work that would go through the annual plan process each year for allocation of funds.
Excellent. Okay, and I think that's certainly supported by the boards who are doing a lot of this work, but a nice synergisation of the boards and the regional approach. Now, just looking at those two proposals there, just on reading them, I guess if we were to move the first, then the other two would be a part of that discussion, wouldn't they? Rather, I mean, you're asking us to prioritise, well, that would be completely against the first recommendation. I guess what you're really wanting is for those two projects to be actively considered in the Greenways program and support. And so in that situation, on the basis that we passed A, wouldn't it just fall immediately in there rather than us giving any specific direction? I think that would be asking a bit much, wouldn't it?
I suppose.
Just my logical look at this. I mean, we're taking a regional approach. All of the boards will be sitting there.
Yep.
And out of that regional approach will come the prioritisation, won't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
So it'd be a bit unfair for us to take the call on Fo and Puki Tāpapa, where we're going into a prioritisation process through interaction with the councillors and the local board. So we'd sort of be jumping the gun a bit, wouldn't we?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think. You know, so we are being supportive of the Greenways program, and in the end, both Fo and Puki Tāpapa may come through at the top. But it would be us jumping the gun on it. A little bit like the ORE discussion we were having earlier.
Yeah. I have one query, and it's really crucial for Auckland Transport that there is an endorsement of the Fo Coastal Walkway, because as you can see, if you flick that up further, you're effectively looking at 10 million from, if Barbara could flick that up. Roll it.
Councillor Ross.
All I'm just saying is, does that affect that? Because
well, it's you're concerned about timing more than anything, aren't you?
Yeah.
Because you would hope out of this program will come a high support level for the Fo, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
yes, exactly.
No issue there.
So your concern would be that you don't want them mucking around for the next 18 months. You would like this done with some pace so that AT would have some early optics over what priority the Fo was getting.
Which is where I was today, but because this is, in the case of
Puki Tāpapa,
they've got to the consent stage and just ready to go. In the case of the Fo, it's actually started now.
Yeah, I know.
His work started, so it's just to keep it rolling in a sensible way. So, no, I'm happy to take your guidance. Officer's guidance.
So what we're looking for here is to actually set up some way of prioritising this, rather than just pick and mixing.
If I could just...
Is that right, Rob?
Yeah, just contribute. So the intent is certainly for the next annual plan to have a clear priority at a regional level, which may well include those two named projects alongside others.
Okay, now the issue that we've got going here is that I guess that what they're most looking for is pace. So how quickly will this directional plan happen?
So we will be looking to have a set of priorities agreed for the annual plan process, at least at a high level, and that may be developed further as we go past.
Rob, it's pace and momentum. The annual plan process is, you know,
well,
could be the back end of this year.
So the budgets available for this financial year have already been allocated.
Yeah,
so
I know.
we'll be looking to prioritise the appropriate projects for future financial years in time for the annual plan.
Yeah, I've got that. The issue here is that even though it's for the annual plan, what you could do is basically agree an early prioritisation list for going into that annual plan, but it's actually on the basis that we are agreeing in that group, say, over the next 2 or 3 months, this is what we're going to back. Then the point that Ross is making is they've got a partnership arrangement going. And all the other partners need to know, well, look, FO has come out at number 2, 3, 4 or number 1. And so that's what we're going to feed into our annual plan. So the chances of that coming through are about 99%. It's not bad odds. And so that then gives the agencies a clear steer that even if we haven't approved in the annual plan until June next year, it's green light territory. All right? So that's why I'm saying we need from you very early on the work to actually confirm what the priorities are.
So just to clear, so it's for the annual plan process, not, so it would be at that early stage. So within the next few months, we'll be starting to work on those priorities to take into the process.
I'm a lawyer. Few means anything to me. I would like to think 3 months. Rob? You beauty. Okay, right. So there's a framework. Councillor Cathy.
Well, just to make things easier for both the FO and Puki Tāpapa, I don't think there's any reason why we can't suggest a prioritisation of these two projects. In particular, the Puki Tāpapa project was in the long-term plan. It was removed. Money spent and it's just gone into limbo. So, you know, there actually has been a $250,000 investment in that project already. So that's probably what we're about. We're about listening to the local boards and saying, well, yes, we agree with you. And although there is a prioritisation criteria, we can also say, well, we've listened to the boards and we'd like you to make sure that these are funded in the next year.
Every one of the boards has got one of these projects at least.
Absolutely.
The same problem with Orewa. In their erosion work, in the end, it may work out that way, and I've asked for that sort of advice for pace too. I don't like putting decisions off. You know, God, if we can make a decision today instead of waiting till tomorrow, I'd make that. But Councillor Cathy, you're asking me, as the leader of the city, to decide that Puki Tāpapa is best when I've got 21 boards, all of them have come in with exactly the same requests for similar greenways work. And there's no way I'm going to sit here and say Puki Tāpapa first. You know, I might at the end of this prioritisation.
Both to be prioritised. It's not
What's the point of doing the strategic work then?
What's the point of having the boards come in and tell us what their big want is and getting nothing in response?
Councillor Cathy, they are not getting nothing. It's a bit like, again, I mean, we've had this is like Groundhog Day. We are going to get very quick advice. You heard me ask Rob, how long is this advice going to take? Go through a regional prioritisation process, and at the end of that, at least we've done it justice. And look, the boards are going to be sitting around there. 20 other boards are going to give me hell if I decide that I'm backing Puki Tāpapa on this day. Aren't they? Look, lots of shaking, nodding of heads around. Absolutely, Mr. Mayor, you are. So, you know, I think we have by and large been fairly even-handed today, and I want to continue doing that. Now, Councillor Chris, so you want to volunteer yourself for this work?
I want you
sorry,
to...
I got Chris D and then Chris F. We need
Sorry.
to sit you guys in different places.
Sorry.
There's a lot of Chris's over in that corner.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to follow your lead, and you're on the right course here, because if you look at, members, if you look at recommendation B, it's to establish the advisory group. Absolutely. There is the Greenways project. They're an external that have come to the party and said, we can go out and hunt money for not just a project, but numerous projects. If we start picking again projects at this stage, we are going to upset some very passionate people that have been pushing for greenways and a regional greenways network for some time. I could probably count about 10 greenways projects right now, in addition to Whao, Puka Papa, but let them all go into the mix. Let this new advisory group, together with staff, thrash all that out. Yep. That's why it's there. Otherwise, we'll be back to ad hoc projects. And I don't want to be at the back end of this budget just picking off projects. I thought we were going to stay away from that. So I would prefer that we pass the A and the B, and I'd personally like to follow through my work here and be one of those members. Maybe Councillor Clow would like to be one more governing body members, but then I think the bulk of them are going to be local board and externals, like Greenways Project, etc. That's the direction I think you are wanting to take, Mayor Brown.
Yes, I am.
And rather than start cherry picking now, too dangerous. I note the Whao project has got external funding, but there are others that have got external funding as well. They're just not represented right now.
I know.
All right.
So,
It's the same as the seawall thing, isn't it?
So I know everyone's trying to do their best by their own, but this is an opportunity to just continue to follow through what has been a consistent theme today. Councillor Chris F.
So, on that consistent theme, consistent with what we have done previously, why can your recommendations, or sorry, those of Councillor Darby and Councillor Anai, under A, endorse the development of a regional greenways network to complement local board greenways plans and put including consideration of. And that work will be done, I think, quite quickly. So it's not saying that they're prioritised, but it's giving comfort to the Whao and to the folk who actually want to see the beautiful walkway along the Manukau Harbour. It gives actually some comfort that there is consideration going to be given to them, and it will enable us to move on.
Boundary in the old generation. Yeah, look, it's patently clear consideration is going to be given. Councillor Alf.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question. In regards to the local boards that obviously have greenway plans, how many of those local boards have already either council have spent or the local board have spent money on those plans? Because I think that needs to be taken into consideration, because I understand that there's been about $267,000 spent on the Puke Tāpapa one. I don't know whether the others have had that much investment in them already. So that's the question. Can you answer that, please?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. We don't have exact figures on that, but you're absolutely right that putting together a greenways plan costs money. A number of the local boards have done that. We're up to, I think, 13 local boards that have put together these plans, and we're starting to hit resource constraint within the organisation for local boards that want to put together greenways plans, and we're hitting the resource buffer there. The only other comment that I make from a officer perspective is that both the Whao and the Puke Tāpapa greenways plans are the most developed that I've seen, and they're a fairly logical top of the pile.
Your Worship, that's the reason for the question, is I believe that should be taken into consideration when we look at prioritisation. Because, I mean, well, look, there's blah, 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 blah. But the reason I end up mentioning that, Your Worship, is because of the money already invested into those greenways projects. So I'm glad that you've mentioned that Whao and Puke Tāpapa are the ones that have spent and the investment in there. Thank you, Your Worship.
It's out the front, Len, on the carpet.
Oh, okay. I'll get it later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so, God.
I just have a suggestion for some additional words, which I think are important.
Yes, please.
But just endorse the development of regional greenways network to complement local board greenways plans and Auckland Transport's active transportation plans.
Excellent.
And it has to be active transportation because that's what the trigger for NZTA.
Yep.
Good words.
Well done. Yeah.
Okay, look, I think that's a good way of brokering it.
Chuck them all in.
Wedding rings in the middle. Hang on, here we go.
It's that kind of meeting.
You just got married. You shouldn't be giving
Enough
up.
already. Oh,
Some of
God,
us have been a
you're
bit
right.
longer, mate.
Hopeless.
Not needs.
Okay, look, I think, so what we've got is a way forward. We'll just do that 15, recognise that the other two will be a part of that discussion. Now, look, we've got Councillor Chris who's volunteering himself. Are there any others who'd like to volunteer for this?
I don't think I've got a conflict. I'm very keen on this.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
very
fine.
keen on
Look,
this
I mean, in the end,
project.
it'll be mostly local board driven anyhow. So, Wayne, anyone else want to be in here?
Any more work to do? I will. Gender balance, I will.
Well, okay.
Too many
Is
blokes.
this coming to Parks or is this coming,
I have
going
no idea
straight
where it's
to
going.
Or should it be Christine, because it's her...
It'll go somewhere.
I'll move
let's not worry.
Christine be a member.
That's logistics.
Chris?
And I mean, there's a whole lot of external stakeholders, people like Richard Barter who have been involved for a very long time. You know, I think it should come through Parks for ratification and then move on.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Well, there's Allison Rowe that's trying to do all this stuff.
What are the stuff? Good stuff.
So sorry, just to restate, so the process of commissioning this piece of work would be the normal council process of commissioning policy work, which would be, in this instance, it's parks-related, parks
Yep,
and
fine.
regional strategy and policy.
Okay.
Mr Chair, I think Councillor Fletcher makes a good point. It's already top-heavy with governing body members. I thought there might have been one or two. This is a local board land mainly with some governance oversight. I think this should just be confirmed at a future Parks Committee.
That's a good
rather
idea.
than-
Good
Let's not
idea.
put people on
Don't
now.
put people on now.
We need to understand what that advisory
they?
group might look like.
This has already come before Parks once, so it's going back to Parks with this affirmation.
Lovely.
Sensible.
I will move that recommendation
I'll
as
second.
it stands. It's already seconded. Moved by Darby, seconded by Councillor Anai, Arthur Anai. And so I'll move that. All those in favour say aye.
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 Passed. Move on to item, your bid 16.
Oh, those poor people have been sitting here all day.
Yes.
Yes.
Poor Jill. She's been sitting here all
Right.
day.
Good
Someone
item.
Bring up the recommendation, please.
Because we're over here. We're over here.
I know. I agree with you.
Where is it? Okay.
If we had a council chamber in the...
Order, please. This is, councillors, to deal with the issue of the charging fee. I'm going to get rid of B.
Sweet.
It's not worth the discussion or argument anymore.
I'll second that.
You don't need
I'll
to
agree
second
with that.
anything. It's just happening.
Yeah, I'll second.
He doesn't have to.
Right, we have option 3, which has been the subject of considerable discussion, debate, refinement et al. And I'm hopeful that we'll be able to move from this point, obviously with a bit more work to do. Hang on, Wayne. Dr. Roger.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, just to focus on the recommendation for option 3, which is A. We are recommending this because we think it's the best option for two reasons. One, it meets what the bids are most concerned about, which is the ability to provide essential services, which include administering at a targeted rate and providing advice on governance and accountability. So it meets that objective. And the other one is it provides staff savings, so it allows us to deliver savings of $462,000 a year, and that's by reducing our staff numbers from 8 to 5. And we think we can do that without dropping our service levels by shifting to online provision of information for businesses so they don't have to be talking to a staff member, they can get it off the website, so that would allow us to maintain service standards. So if you were to adopt A and C, the effect of that would be is that
So
you'd...
it's now A and B.
A and B.
Have a look at the screen. Have a look at the screen, Roger.
Sorry. If you were to adopt A and B, the effect of that would be that you would make savings of $462,000 per annum.
Very good, and with a model that we think can work more efficiently, but where we recognise there is yet more work to do. Jill, what do you think?
Through you, Mr. Your Worship.
Yep.
I'm obviously very keen on this model. I've been talking to people as it's a kind of a bob each way model. It allows us to do the essential services that we've had strong
And it's
feedback.
more the Goldilocks model.
It's a little bit like that.
Yeah, that's it.
Essential services, plus if somebody has a problem, we can provide a as-needed service.
Yep.
Not all of our bids need us all the time. We can start to get into the partnership space that we know that some of the external service providers are keen to start developing relationships with us, and we can also start to become more effective by putting stuff online and using technology more than we're using at the moment.
Very good. Jill, that sounds positive. Anyone? Councillor Denise and then Councillor Arthur and then Councillor John.
I'll just be very brief, it is getting late in the day, but the golden words are it's an as-needed service, and we know that different bids have different levels of needs, and have found also very much look forward to the review because different bids have had different interactions with our staff. So we need to be cognisant of what they're saying and back them 100%. Good to see the original B gone in terms of the admin fee, and Councillor Brewer has been very very good in his advocacy and workshops leading to this point. And then I'd also like to point out and thank in the room is Janine from North Harbour and Amanda from Onehunga, who've been here for several hours, if not many hours.
Outstanding.
So good for them for coming up to represent many bids who are pretty much saying the same thing, and will be very relieved to see that.
Can you two stand up?
Good idea.
Give them a round of applause. You beauties. You've even outlasted some of the media. Top job. There you go. Thank you. I've got Councillor Arthur.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, I'm also grateful that B's been removed. I mean, just the background to the bids things, I think some of us may tend to forget, the fact that the bids do a huge amount of work within the town centres on behalf of us as council. A huge amount of work. And for them to have to, we're going to have to pay for those services just didn't make sense. So I'm very glad that that's been removed. In actual fact, I was backing the status quo. I was going to say what we really needed for bids is a hotline for them to call when they do have something happening. I'd like to see them get more freedom to do their own negotiation, how to make things happen out there, because I believe they can actually do that cheaper in some of the ways they do things. So it's giving them that freedom to do that. But the hotline, when things are happening within the town centres, that council's involved, they need to get someone and get an answer very quickly to resolve it. And I don't think that's been happening on some occasions, but it needs to be said. And so I'm very supportive of what we're doing with bids as a very important part of what this council does. For those available on the 20th May when the Economic Development Committee's on, I've asked for two bids to come and just tell us what they're doing, what they're achieving, so that we all understand the situation. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor John Watson.
Oh, no, just really, Arthur said it, just acknowledging the wisdom and not alienating groups that do so much for the community and the benefit that we get out of. So, well done removing that charge.
Thank you. Councillor Alf.
Worship, this was raised in August. I raised this in August at our first workshop, and I just really wanted to thank Cameron for his advocacy. But also, Your Worship, I just want to wave out to Rochette at the Otahuhu Main Street, and she's been watching this in the Business Association since this started. So I just wanted to acknowledge, and I'm glad common sense prevailed. Thank you, Your Worship.
We like the prevailing of common sense in this room.
Councillor
PNW.
Yes, the only concern I've got is where it says greater consistency of service provision across the region. We are going to allow bids to do their own thing. I mean, I agree with Arthur, some of them can do things a lot easier and cheaper without us getting involved. So, as you know, Jill, and thank you very much for the sterling work you've been doing, we just have to be open to design what communities want, don't we?
I hear you.
Thank you.
Okay, Roger, thank you. Jill, well done. And John, it's good to see you here, mate. And keep up the good work, eh? Outstanding stuff.
Thank you. Well done, Alf.
All right, so I'll put the two recommendations. All those in favour say aye. 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 I think that was me and Councillor Arthur.
You can
Right,
home.
thank you very much.
Oh, okay then.
Whatever.
That's all.
Yeah, well, I did read it and thought, oh, yeah.
Okay, we have a just a very procedural item 17. Other policies note. I'll move that. Is there a seconder?
Yep.
Councillor Ross. You'll see there's nothing in that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
It's passed. Long-term item 18, performance measures. I know you've all been through these with a fine-tooth comb. I'll move those. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Ross again. Is there any comments about our policies? Our blah blahs? Right, I'll move that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
It's passed. Councillors and members, that brings us to the conclusion of the budget. I just have a couple of thanks before our partners from the IMSB head off for dinner or otherwise. I first of all just want to acknowledge my colleague here on my right hand side, Teresa. I invariably forget to acknowledge her through these processes, but you can imagine that she in my office has worked some very, very long hours, and I know how much she sweats over these processes. So can you please acknowledge her separately? To Matthew and the team. Just really, really stunning work. And, you know, it has been a mammoth. I don't think this council ever in the next 100, 150 years will go through the process that we've been through in setting the first real LTP. And I know that there's yet another meeting to go, but boy, oh boy, stunning work, and we really appreciate the team and their efforts. So can we acknowledge Matthew and the whole staff, please? And some personal acknowledgement along the front here. We've got Barbara, who's been doing the typing all day, and man, oh man, she can type. And I want to acknowledge Mike and beside, you know, who sort of manages the business of this. So, so draws us to the end of the budget committee, and we'll have a break for 5 minutes and then step into the GB. Cheers.
Just a query, when did we adopt the Comet one?
A long time ago.
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
The first one.
Oh, I just wondered whether I missed
Do you want
it.
to increase the funding? I'll second it.
No. What time is it yesterday?
Right, welcome, John. Chris Darby, I understand, is on his way. You can see that we've lost a couple of our comrades. John and Dick are not here. I want to formally open the governing body of the 8th of May, and we have apologies from Councillor Dick, Councillor Sir John. I'll move those second, please.
Yep.
Councillor Cam. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against. Declarations of interest, none. Confirmation of minutes, no minutes to confirm. Acknowledgements, none. Petitions, none. Public input, no. Local board, no. Extraordinary, notice of motion, blah, blah. Councillors, I want to do what I normally do at this point in time, and that is I want to move our agreed budget from the given to us through the many and varied recommendations from the Budget Committee as one. I'm going to move them as a group. What I have done as a practice in the past too, and I hope and trust that you will find this to be appropriate given the fact that we spent the last 2 days here, is on the basis that we need to, one, have a budget, recognise that you each may have parts of this budget which you would like to acknowledge your disagreement with. To be fair, if anyone was really interested, probably 95% of the key issues that we debated through the budget plan have been done by way of division. So everyone's various approval or non-approval of parts of this budget is noted. But the key thing is that we need to approve a budget. And so I want to present you with the opportunity of voting for a budget and then noting where you disagree with it. If you want to specifically note that, now you could spend some time with the Secretary doing that, but I present this as a way of finalising our budget after a 2-day discussion thus far, and finalising it without going through and re-debating every single item. So I did this in the last, and I propose it to you as a way for us to finalise.
I would like to second, and I will have no objections noted.
Right, okay, that's fairly telling.
Well, Mr Mayor, in the last process we also called for a division and had a vote on the LTP, so I'd be happy to keep consistent with that standard universal practice.
Right, yeah, that's fine. Anything else, anyone? Councillor Wayne?
So just for clarity, if there are points that we disagree on, the understanding is we'll simply email them in and they'll be captured.
Absolutely. Look, I think that's the way to do it. As I say, I think it's been a very long and exhaustive process. Councillor Linda?
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I mean, there's been a lot of commentary over the last couple of days about Leninist cronies and the deep blah, blah, blah. But what we've seen sort of consistently, consistently, is that it's been all over the place, who's supported what. And I don't think there's one side or the other. I just think that we've sat around here and tried to do the very best thing that we all believe about every single thing, and there were differences, but I think for the most part it's been a pretty respectful process, which I've been very pleased to be part of, and I just want to acknowledge everybody because I think it hasn't been easy, but everybody's pretty much kept it together, and under your chairmanship.
Yeah.
Chair.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. Okay.
The process you're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean,
George, I'm happy to call a division.
I don't know. Okay. Well, I'm kind of. It is a difficult one for me as well because there are issues that I don't want to support, but there are the majority, as you say, I'm happy with. So, but I mean, I don't want to end up in a situation where because it won't be until next week that we actually see the minutes.
Here they are.
So what I'm suggesting.
Minutes of last time.
What I'm suggesting here, Councillor George, is clearly Councillor Cam wants to call a division. I'm happy to do that. What I'm then proposing to do is that you each, if there are parts, even if you voted in support of the budget, but there are some parts of the budget that you don't support, then note them.
Sorry, minutes of the last one.
And so if anyone ever called you on it, you can say, look, it's critical to support the budget. You have to have a budget. If you vote against the budget, well, you don't have a budget. What's the point of that? But you're able to be able to confirm to your community, I was not supportive of that vote or that vote, and it'll be in divisions for a start, so you'll know it's in the division. And secondly, it's noted as against the final adoption under the governing body. So, look, I hope that there's something there for everyone. So, one, it gives us a chance to actually have a budget, right? And so I'm confident that we will have a budget. But secondly, it gives you, if there's any part of this that you don't like, to actually continue to note the fact that you don't. Okay? And so you can note that with the Secretary. Councillor John Watts.
So I've got a question about the wording here that is appropriate to bring it up now, I suppose, isn't it? So I'm just Parks, Community and Lifestyle, L, the OREWA one.
Yep.
Just the final phrase, noting that funding, I thought that the motion passed there was funding for consenting and consultation is available. I thought that was what was passed.
Actually, well, it was my recollection was about consenting, which I presume would involve some element of consultation. John, I don't have any problems with the consultation. I mean, the board will certainly continue to be doing that. It's just part and parcel of the process. So, look, I'm happy to have that word in there.
Okay, consenting and consultation.
Yep.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Look, I mean, I indicated to you, I'm very surprised we don't end up with that at the top. Councillors, just also while you're just reflecting on that, here's your final balance sheet position. So you've all got that?
Yep.
Right, so again, that's something that you might want to send around to your constituents, and also a schedule of your street trading fees and rents, okay, for the north and the south in particular. So, Councillor Chris?
Mr. Chairman, I wonder whether you would indulge me. I understand that you're wanting to make progress and have this vote being taken with the opportunity for individual sections that I may or may not agree with. But I would like for you to consider on the issue of the targeted transport rate or levy, I would actually like that to be taken separately, because I would like to support that, but there are a number of other things that I'm most unhappy with. So I'd like to have the opportunity to vote today by giving my information to that. But and I just wonder whether you could actually incorporate that in the way that you intend to proceed.
Councillor Chris said that the best way to deal with this is as one, because if I open the floor to you, I open it to everyone. That's right. And I mean, it's clear we had a division in the budgetary committee, and not only that, you made a very clear and strong statement that the media all picked up.
And Mr.
So
Chairman, I strongly support it, but I don't support the rest of the budget. So I do not want to be in a position of having to vote against the whole thing.
That can be noted, can't it?
Yeah, but Councillor Chris, you can note your support for.
All right.
Just as you can against,
I'm sure we can. Look, I'm not so. You know me, I'm not dodging from anything, but this has been a long process, and really, I'm just trying to find a way that would give you either an opportunity, if you're against it, to note where you are for, or if you are for it, to note where you might be against.
Right. Thank you for that guidance.
Okay. Are we ready? Yes. So I'll move the recommendation in bulk, and it's by division. So.
Your Worship.
Aye. Aye for Barbara. Are we ready to roll? Yeah. Right.
Your Worship.
Aye.
Councillor Nye.
Aye.
Councillor Brewer.
No.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Councillor Cashmore.
Aye.
Councillor Clow.
Yes.
Councillor Cooper.
Or
Councillor Darby. Or Councillor Filipaina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
Against.
Deputy Mayor Hulse.
for.
Councillor Crum.
Against.
Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Councillor Penrose.
Or.
Councillor Quacks. Sorry.
Councillor Stewart,
Against.
Councillor Wayne Walker,
Yes.
Councillor Watson,
No.
Councillor Webster,
Yes.
Councillor Wood.
No.
Famous five stroke.
Excellent, thank you very much.
What's the score?
Right.
Six, was he six?
13-6. And we'll declare that carried. I ask you to make your notes either pro or con various parts of that. And councillors, I want to thank you very much and the officers for what has been a very long but constructive day. So I hereby close the governing body meeting.
Well done, Chair.
Good work.
Well done,
What
Mr.
are we
Chair.
doing? What do I,
Well done, Chair.
Let's go get wasted.
Well, I was going to put it a bit more.